is why I bet. Betway.
With the 4-3-3, they'll look to attack.
An early goal will set the tone.
The wingbacks will stretch the defense.
They will keep the momentum.
They've conceded in 4 of their last 5.
Their new signing is yet to...
Good morning to our viewers this morning and welcome back to the lovely Emerald Casino and Resort. We saw a thrilling conclusion to the Grand Slam event last night. And we continue with the Little Slam, which is in day 3 now. We have 29 players left. They're paying the top 10. And we have an interesting feature table. At seat 1, we have Tony Van Eden, 109,000 chips. Seat 2, Johan de Graaf, 545,000 chips. Our good butcher, well known to us. Naeem Lam, also no stranger to the feature table, 492,000 chips in seat 3. Doc Lottering in seat 4 with 1,008,000 chips. In seat 5, Nolene Vessels, 1.1 million chips. Greg Mochabong in seat 6 of MK, 874,000 chips. Nico Viches in seat 7, 149,000 chips. And Ronnie Dos Santos in seat number 8, 600,000 chips. So we have a very interesting feature table this morning. A lot of well-known faces, a few new faces. Nolene has been doing very well recently. Good results at Monte Casino, new to this poker scene. Ronnie Dos Santos, well known to a lot of us in local games, also in good form. And Johan de Graaf, great pedigree. Naeem Lam, great pedigree. Doc Lottering as well. So we will have a very interesting feature table. Gary has just been out there briefing the players, so he will join me shortly. And we're getting ready for hand 1. Blinds will be 6,000, 12,000 with a 12,000 big blind ante. A lot of chips in play. Great structure, the same as the Grand Slam in this Little Slam. So plenty of play for the players. And we're off for hand number 1 on the 3rd day of the Little Slam.
Morning, Mark.
Morning, Gary.
You know, they say time is everything, eh?
Absolutely perfect timing in here.
I've just been sprinting around the casino, doing autographs and photographs and selfies with my fan club.
I'm surprised you're back there, the fan club so big.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of them are in yet. I saw you go through the players there, and quite an interesting mix on the feature table, huh?
Yeah, and a lot of chips in there. There's two millionaires on the table in the middle, seats 4 and 5.
What are our blinds at, Mark? Did you catch that?
Yes, 6,000, 12,000 with a big blind ante of 12,000.
Okay, cool. So we're essentially back to another day 3 of the 40k, but it's 4k.
And Tony Van Eden was all in there already, took down the pot. He's got 109,000, and him and Nico Viches on 149,000. They have to make moves quick and early this morning, Gary. You know, they're sitting in 12 and 13 big blinds respectively.
So I have a couple of riders in this race at this table. Number 1, Nicolene? Nolene, because she's the only lady at the table, so she's getting my support today. But of course, the other person I have to support, and no offence to anybody else, is my good old mate Doc Eben there.
Absolutely.
And he asked me, he said, please mention my shirt. I don't think it needs a mention, Mark. I think it speaks for itself.
Is that hummingbirds on there, is it?
I have no idea. I think so.
No, not hummingbirds. You can't see.
Not as many as the peacocks are outside my front door when I woke up this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw you feeding there this morning, Gary.
Oh, you've got to look after the wildlife, you know. Beautiful animals. Jack's here for Greg.
Okay, yeah. MK's mate, Greg.
28,000. Total is 28,000.
Oh, Big Nico's there as well.
Yeah, and I said to you,
see
he's
him.
short stack Gary at 149,000.
And Ronnie Dos Santos looking as mysterious as ever.
Yeah, in ninja mode there, all in black covered up.
A lot of time for Ronnie. Professional boxer, I believe.
Yeah, he was a professional boxer, Gary. And an Olympic medal winner.
There you go. See, a lot of people don't know stuff about these people, eh? So, who else have we got here we know? Oh, Johann's here. Where's my biltong, Johan?
Yeah, he's sitting there.
The butcher, Johan. I'm not talking about his poker, by the way. I'm talking about his day job.
and Lum is also there.
Lum. Lumicus. We will not be short of chat today, that's for sure. But there's no deals to be done, otherwise he'd be negotiating already.
Down to 29 players. Gary paying 10.
And of course, Tony Van Eerden, I saw you mentioned him earlier, sporting one of those interesting shirts. I call him Air Conditioning Tony, because he owns an air conditioning business, obviously. So AC Tony, not DC.
Move it the button, it's fine. It's fine.
And the doctor is sorting them out already.
No, he just didn't move.
So it'll be Nalin, left of picture, right of picture. Will be the first to act. Didn't see her cards. I did give all the players a brief this morning, so
The cards look to be in the right place.
Wonderful scan,
yeah.
John.
Anyhow, we'll see how we go.
Move your chips to the
Susan
side.
connects is too early for Greg. Nico Queen Jack, 2 pictures. And being
Is that
short
enough for him
stacked.
to be getting it in?
Might
What,
be,
what did you
Gary.
say the blinds were again, Mark?
6,000, 12,000. Gary's only got 12 bigs.
Okay.
Or 13 bigs. 12 or 13
So he's
bigs.
got 13 bigs under the pump plus 2. This might be a moment. He has got a couple of more opportunities before it comes around to him.
Yeah, but he's looking. He's eyeing out who he's shoving into as well. That's also important, Gary. It's not just who, when you're shoving, it's
Who,
you're
when,
shoving.
where, why, and for. I'm going to move that off. Put that there. Just organising myself in the office back here. Oh, there we go. Ronnie's walk up with the jiggities.
Yeah, so just as well that Nico decided not to
I
make
was
a
stood
move there.
behind Ronnie yesterday. He said, every time you come near me, I get pocket jacks. So he's going to blame me for this.
Carving out raise. Let's see what there's 30k in the pot. Let's see what he sizes it at. Yeah,
Raise to 28,000.
Just a pot size bet, really.
yeah, just under.
28.
Tony's a quick fold with the ace deuce
Set
off.
off 28,000.
Johanna follows suit quickly, I'm sure.
Button, and there we go.
And the dock gets out of the way as well.
Ronnie gets the jacks through.
Nice. Good work, Ronnie.
Nothing wrong, just taking up those blinds and antes. 30k in the pot there before you start.
So, Tony Van Eerden we've spoken about. Johan we've spoken about. Lum, just one of the characters of South African poker.
100%
Quite,
Gary.
quite frankly, I mean,
And
he's-
Mr. Dealmaker.
yeah, he is definitely the negotiator. He is wasted. He should be in it working at ICAS in the UK or maybe even some higher power.
Send him to the Middle East to negotiate, Gary.
Yeah, well, if he can't fix it, nobody can. Of course, we've spoken about the doctor. It's the even lottery. Nolene we've spoken about. Probably the least experienced player at the table, Nolene. Not because she's a lady, because of the amount of times he's been playing. But sitting with one of the biggest stacks, of course.
Yeah, she's built up a healthy stack there, Gary.
Yeah, Doc was relating a story from the previous time they played together. A nice story, I might add.
Raise to 28,000.
And Greg, so I've known Greg a little while. He's got a nice game, Greg. He can play really well. His sizing will be good, and somewhat not orthodox, but knows how to play.
Yeah, and Big
That's
Nico
all.
can play.
And Big Nico, I mean, frightens the life out of me. I mean, I'm a big lad, but jeepers, he is a total eclipse. You know, he's a big lad. I mean, wasted if he didn't play second row. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
So, and last but not least, Ronnie, we've already spoken about. So interesting. I mean, it's great how poker brings together so many different people from different walks of life. So up and down straight draw here for Johan with his pocket threes and a set of
Set of eights there.
set of eights. The right hand corner is
yeah,
shown
it's
as 2, 4, 5,
But
but the actual cards are different.
75,000 bets.
So the actual flop is different to what we're showing on our software. If we look at camera 4, it's actually 6, 8, 5 rather than 4, 2,
yeah,
5.
nothing for pocket threes there. I think Johan gets away from this quite easily. Gregor's top set. There we
Okay,
go.
so we've corrected what was on there. Sometimes when the dealer puts cards across the box, it picks them up as people fold them.
125.
The check mark for Greg.
It's not quad eights, it's actually a jack of clubs on the turn there.
Yeah, the Jack of Clubs was the turn card. I think what I'll do is I'll change this deck out very quickly in case there's a problem.
So Gary's off to the table just to change things out. With the ace of hearts, you see it's picking up a jack of clubs now. So Gary will go out there and change the deck so we can just get everything running tickety boo and smooth. Set of 8s is good.
Now give us a check.
And a nice pot for Greg. So he'll pick up a healthy little return there on his money. Yeah, and I'm speaking to a number of members of our local home game and that, and they were all rooting for Nolene this morning. Nolene very popular in the group, so she'll have a lot of support out there this morning from the viewers. So when you start commentating, you can, when you start picking up the stream, put a little shout out for Nolene, give us some support. It's always good, and for all the other players as well. Show your support to the players, pop us a message, let us know where you're watching from. It's always good to have interaction on the Facebook page or on the YouTube, Twitch as well. So the dealer busy just spreading out and checking that all the cards are there. We did double check them this morning, and the deck, so it's surprising that the readers were having a problem there. Change the deck out. Hope that that runs nice and smoothly now. RF readers can be a little sensitive at times. Yeah, and all these beautiful images and views brought to you by our sponsors, Betway, who pride themselves on quick payouts and can cater to all your sports betting and other online gaming needs. So visit the Facebook page of Monster Jam, share the link to the stream, and sign up for a Betway account, and you stand a chance of winning a 5,000 Rand voucher. That's still up for grabs, and there have been many other vouchers up for grabs. There was a bounty on Darren Kramer's head, who Ali G took, 10,000 Rand. Gio's bounty went to Max Devison, who took him out for 10,000 Rand. And there'll be bounties on their heads in the main event, and there were bounties out yesterday in the Little Slap. So in this event, there may still be a few bounties that are live. All the players that were in seat 8 had a bounty on them, and received automatically a 500 Rand voucher themselves for sitting in lucky seat number 8. All brought to you by our sponsors in Betway.
Yeah, I'm working. Am I supposed to play?
So we're about to see the first hand with a new deck. Nico Vichers will be under the gun.
I don't know what's the story there. There's some. I'm supposed to play with the Mojo. He was like a junior pro when he was younger. Huh?
12,000 to play.
I should have shot
So there we're picking up the cards nicely so far. Round to Ronnie, King 3 off. They're in the muck. Round to Tony, he folds King 8, so 3 kings folded already. 10-7, 8-5. Doc with the last king on the button, gonna raise because it's folded to him.
Raise to 36,000.
He makes the standard just
So
over
it's
pot.
36.
36. Nolene's a quick
24.
folder.
But I'm used to this yo-yo.
Ace 4 suited in the big blind to Greg. He may fancy to defend with this. The button raise.
36
So
total.
Doc's drawing pretty thin. There were
Just
3.
take one,
All other 3 kings were folded.
There you go.
So there's no kings left in the deck for him. He's drawing basically to 7s or some sort of straight draw. But aggression again may play the key part if it's checked to him. Flop has come Jack, Deuce, Ace. So Ace for Greg. No help for Doc there.
That is 25,000.
Quick bet, and then let's see what Doc does here.
Raise to 102. 102,000.
Doc putting pressure on. He's repopped him to 102,000, repping a bigger ace. So he's putting Greg to the test early on, Doc. So Greg has a interesting dilemma here. He's called out of the big blind. He's hit top pair. He's bet it, and he's been instantly repopped by Doc, who's representing a much bigger ace.
That's my ticket.
And that's very smart play by Greg, by the Doc. He shows a king only. Doesn't show anything else. He can't show that 7. So he leaves the dart in the mind. Did he have ace king? Did he have a bigger hand? But well played by Doc. showing his experience. So we have 3 players in the Millionaire Club there. Greg, Nolene and Doc in the middle of the picture. So we had over 120 entries into this event, which is quite amazing. Awesome structure, lovely down here at the Emerald Casino and Resort. We've looked after everybody extremely well. There were great accommodation packages, to which a lot of these players took advantage. They got accommodation and entry into this and entry into a satellite. So pocket nines for Tony Van Eden, under the gun +1. Sitting very short stacked, and of course all the chips across the line. He had picked up a hand earlier, so he's 163,000 all in. Now leaning on the button, ace jack. She's got over 1.1 million. She's asked for a count. She knows a short stack can be shoving pretty much anything. So it depends if whether she thinks he's got a bigger ace, or whether she's ahead or racing here, whether she makes the call.
All in 160.
She still has 2 players to her left. So there's an argument to be made for a call or a fold here with the 2 players to her left still.
Fold.
And she takes the wise move. That's the considered approach. And the sensible one to fold in that position. Well played, Nolene.
163,000 all in. 163. Yes, sir.
So Greg with a king 10 in the small blind. Greg makes the call. He only has 1 player to his left. Nico, short stack to his side, and Greg was aware that Nico to his left had less chips than what Tony actually had. So he wasn't afraid that he'd be repopped from the other side. And that's just being aware. Greg's an accomplished player, been around for a while. He lets go. So we're off to the races. The 2 overcards to the pocket pair. So good luck to both gentlemen. Flop is 4 queen, 3 of clubs. Tony hold up. Then Johan giving him some encouragement.
Hold up.
7, still good for him.
Nice, Tony.
And there we go, nice double up for Tony. And Nolene will be priding herself that she folded the ace jack there. It was the correct move in that situation, and she saved herself 163,000 chips. They often say it's the folds you make at win tournaments, not just the folds and the bets you make. So the button moves. Button is now on Greg. Ronnie DeSantis will be in the big blind. Nico Vichers in the small blind. Tony Van Eden, who's just doubled up under the gun.
Of course, it's my man. It's my aircon man. I must look after him, he looks after me. He must come service my aircon.
Johan was asked why he was rooting for Tony, and he's saying because Tony does my air conditioning. In the butchery, they have a lot of freezers and air cons. So he says he needs to look after Tony. Tony folded quickly, 10-3 off. Johan folds 9-5. Round to Naeem, he's folded. Doc folds. Nolene folds. Greg on the button with ace-9. Just shed a few chips, so he'll look to pick up the blinds and antes here.
All in.
Raised to 28. Nico Vichers has moved his stack in with a pocket pair.
How much?
He's asked how much for a count. So they'll deduct the raise out.
You're going to
and then
double
see
up
what
him,
it is
then you're going to
for.
double up me,
Total
then you're going to
125.
double up next. Lump.
Call.
And he makes the call.
I don't think so.
So we're off to the races again. Greg again with the 2 overs to the pocket pair. Again, good luck to both gentlemen. So we're off to the flop. 6, and straight away there's a 9 for Greg. So So now there's only 1-2 left in the deck. There was a 2 folded. The king is no help to Nico. Nico needs the case 2 and it's not there for him. And Nico Viches is eliminated from our feature table and from the tournament. And Greg recovers the chips he just shed. So goodbye to Big Nico. Plays a good solid game. We saw a lot of him at early series from Monster Jam at Carnival City. He was a lot in the framework there.
Going slow, bro. I think the other tables are getting 2 hands where we get 1.
And Johan trying to speed the dealer up a little bit.
Take me off the feature table.
But we have had a couple of all-ins and we do like the dealer to go nice and slow on the flop and that for the action to be tracked by our viewers. So we should forgive the dealer for that. And we changed the deck as well. So Johan de Graaf will be under the gun. Line 3 offsuit. He's had nothing to play so far this morning. Naim as well, 10-9 suited. He'll like that. Makes the raise.
28,000.
28,000.
28,000.
Doc folds, Nolene folds, Greg folds the ace-5 in the cutoff. Ronnie in the small blind, he gets rid of that.
Total.
And Tony Van Eden 6-5 fold and Naim will get that one too. Nice looking hand to 9-10 suited, those suited connectors. They flop well. So there's our graph. Johan at the bottom with 23 bigs. No danger yet, and Johan is a very accomplished player. We've seen him at a lot of feature tables, a lot of final tables, won tournaments.
Keep moving forward.
More blind, Tony.
So Naim will be under the gun.
12,000 to play.
Quick folder. Doc with ace-9. Under the gun plus 1. He doesn't like the early position, he'll let go. Early with queen 10 here. She hasn't had an opportunity to play a hand yet.
It's 60,000.
She raises to 60,000, that's quite heavy. It's a heavy raise from there. 9-8 off. Let's go.
So it was 60,000.
Tony Van Eden.
60,000.
Johan won't defend for 60,000 with 7-4. So Nolene will get her first pot under the belt. That'll make her feel a little bit more comfortable. She picks up the 30k in the middle. So we had quite a bit of action on the feature table this morning. We had to change out the deck and slow things down. But everything working nice and smoothly now. We've seen the elimination of Nico Viches. Tony Van Eden has already doubled up. And Greg recovered his chips immediately from Nico Viches the next hand. So Johan de Graaf will be looking for a few spots now to chip up. Doesn't like to be inactive, Johan. And he hasn't had much to play with yet. So Doc Lottering ace-king under the gun.
Great. 36,000.
Raised to 36,000, just over pot.
36.
Greg with the ace-6 off in the hijack, let's go. Alright, here we have action stations. Now Ronnie DeSantis with the pocket jacks. I would imagine he's going to 3-bet. He's carving out raising chips.
Call.
He's elected to flat call with the pocket jacks, interesting. Tony Van Eden on the button with the queen 10 off, the Robert Balconi. He's out the way, Naim's out the way. So we got two players to the flop. Ace King versus pocket jacks. Gary's back in from his.
I was letting you run with a hand there.
Tables.
I was letting you run with the end of this hand.
Checking
Doc
down.
checking Doc. Flop is 4, 5, 6. Jacks well in front now.
Good news for the jacks. 2 overs. This will go bet fold, even knows how to get rid of ace king.
Yeah, Doc knows how to get rid of ace king. He played a very good hand against Greg just now. And Greg hit and he folds, shows ace king, and Ronnie shows him the pocket jacks.
Yeah, but Eben's very astute. So, had a little wander outside there whilst you were busy with these hands. Obviously, I delivered the cards. So, notables in the field. David Rosenthal sitting with a very big stack. I would suggest he's probably the chip leader in the house mark.
Okay, Gary.
And he's firing away. To his right, Alvin Brooks. Also firing nicely on that table. Darren Lipman keeping everybody busy with a bit of chatter as well, of course, not to be forgotten. Martin Maroon very quietly coming up on the rail on one of the other tables. And he's being kept company by Peter Marisburg's one and only Clive Kicker, who's also making a few moves out there. So a few notables out in the crowd.
12,000.
Lolene folds ace 2 under the gun. Greg folds. Yeah, there are a lot of big names out there, Gary.
And 3 tables. So this is the 4th table. So that'll give you an idea. Ronnie's got 666,000. You little devil.
Little devil.
And he's now got the ace king suited.
36,000.
Is that the standard sizing for opening?
No, it's been intermittent, ranging from 28 to 60,000.
Okay.
60,000 was interesting opening raise.
24 more.
It's pretty big, eh, with those blinds.
It was pretty
10x.
big. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, the blinds are 12,000, so 5
Oh, they're 12, 5x. That's enough. Ronnie gets that through. So he's 2 for 2, Ronnie.
Yeah, 2 for 2, Ronnie.
I remember young Ronnie when he first started playing poker. He said, Uncle Gary, what did you think of that hand?
Yeah, he's not been playing long. He's been playing just over 3 years.
Yeah, not long.
But very competitive, obviously, from his boxing background. Over 400 amateur fights, Gary.
That's unbelievable, eh?
And he stayed amateur because he wanted to go to the Olympics. Went to the Olympics, won an Olympic medal, and then turned professional and had to stop for medical reasons.
Shame. But a nice young man. Nice young man, Ronnie. Always very polite, well-mannered, and very respectful. I like that.
Yeah, the fact that Uncle Gary, it's very much a South African Afrikaans thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't so much like the uncle thing, but I like the way he conducts himself. You know, he's just a nice guy. Very good kid. So, Greg decides to get rid of his 75 offsuits. Ronnie's not going to make it 3 for 3 with those cards for sure. So, AC Tony, Ace 10. Obviously tight there in the hijack. What has Johan picked up?
Johan hasn't had a hand to play with yet. So this is his first.
So Tony's folded. Johan has got King 9 the cutoff. He'll make a move here, yep.
32.
Doc's a quick folder. Around to no lean in the big.
20,000 more.
3-2 off. That'll go into the muck. Yeah, we lost Big Nico Vickers, Gary. I don't know if you saw that.
I
It
didn't
was a
see the
classic
hand.
race. He had pocket 2s versus ace 9 of Greg, and Greg spiked the 9 on the flop.
Okay.
But the previous hand, Tony Van Eden had pocket 9s and Greg had king 10. All the money went in as well. And Tony got doubled up, so Greg shed the chips and then recovered them immediately in the next hand.
Wow.
Knocking Nico out.
Sure. And Lum is, his chip stack doesn't look that big actually. What did he start with, Lum? The 492. So he's not exactly flush with chips, but he knows how to work a short stack.
Absolutely.
And if his money's in the middle, he'll certainly tell you.
Yes.
Oh, 12,000 to play. $12,000 to play. 12 to play.
36.
Up to 36. Oh, up to 36. 24 more.
So meanwhile we move. Doc's raised under the from the button with ace jack. Shows the ace jack, gets that through. Thank you.
So the only fireworks we had is the big guy getting knocked out, eh?
Yeah, Big Nico being knocked out and Tony doubling up.
Mr. Tony Van Eden. So not a lot of chatter on the table, which is surprising with Lum there.
Yeah, one
Obviously-
would expect a bit more. Maybe he's got no talking chips yet.
Yeah, not yet. When he's got his talking chips, you're right. He'll probably be chirpy.
12,000 to play.
Players always need a few talking chips to get going.
Okay, action around to Jack 9 there in the back. There in the back. Lum is tight here.
Chance to play.
He's looking for a spot, obviously.
Yeah, he's looking for something to make something
And,
happen.
and listen, never write Lum off at your peril.
Absolutely.
I've seen him come back from
Very
obscurity many
accomplished
times.
player, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, loves those satellites as well.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
does very well in the
he
satellites
he
always.
supports everybody. He does satellites very well, and you can always guarantee you're going to run the Lum
Yeah,
satellites.
absolutely. He will run well in the satellites. He wins a lot of the satellites.
And you know, good for him because
5,000 more on
you know
top.
it's
It's a 5
you know it saves you money. I think at the end of the day,
Yeah,
if you
absolutely.
can play.
If you can play satellites and win your seats, you're saving a lot of money. I mean, when I first started playing this game, I didn't play any of the big tournaments unless I won my seat in.
Yeah.
Good bankroll management.
And it doesn't matter how long you've been doing this, or how old you are, how good you are, or whatever. I mean, I won a free roll the other day there. I got a
You've got a main event seat for the next series.
next series, you know. I mean, I wasn't even going to play. I just happened to pass by and see what's going on.
Got roped in.
Yeah.
Did your thing.
Fortunately, two cars, you know. Anyway, sorry, what's going on here? Nalene. Oh, okay, so Nalene's got the hand. It's just whether or not Ronnie can better off it.
He's a spade flush out there, and Ronnie's got to try and rep that. It's the only way he can win this hand.
Well, there's a 4-card straight there, so I don't think Nalene's going to be folding easy here. No?
No, she does.
She does fold the 4-card straight. Cautions. She believes Ronnie's story. When you watch the stream back, Nalene, you'll know he was telling fibs. But well played to Ronnie. But Nalene's got plenty of chips. She doesn't need to get involved.
And they've played a lot against one another at local home game, and that's she's a little bit wary of him sometimes.
So I see Greg's up to second place there with around $1 million. So he's in the Millionaires Club. Started the day with 874,000. So he's spun it up nicely today. Greg, top right of your picture there in the grey jersey. Really nice young man as well, Greg. Fortunate enough to have played with him a few times. I bet you got a really nice table. They're all nice people.
Yeah, they are, Gary.
Not that we have many non-nice people, but
12,000 to play.
so Jack 10 for Eben. Eben wants to get into my club, obviously.
12,000.
He's my buddy. He's already in my club. Nice shirt, Eben, by the way. Did you mention his shirt yet? No? I'm just checking.
You have obliged him by mentioning it
He
twice
said,
now,
please
Gary.
mention my shirt.
Oh,
I'm going to mention his shirt a lot.
So, Greg with the Star Wars hand.
Indeed he has. So there was a... So it's just a raise. Eben had limped him.
He
Yeah.
limped in with a 10 jack.
So Jack 10 versus 4 is almost a race. 55-44. 2-2 king. No help. 4s are ahead. Maybe this will go check bet. Sorry, this will go check bet fold.
Yeah, there's nothing for Doc there.
Yeah, Doc can get out of the way. And the one thing about the Doc is he won't be wasting time. You know, he's not going to. If he thinks he's got a decision, he'll take his time. But if he doesn't like the size of it, then it'll be in the muck PDQ. Pretty damn quick. Greg moves to the top of the charts, having picked up a few more chipperoonies. So Mark's just taking a short break, so you have to put up with me for a little while. So on the Monster Jam Poker Room feed, he says, "Hi guys, is there a link for the little slam? Can we have the YouTube link, please?" We'll see what we can do. We'll speak to the guys and we'll get that out straight away. We've been running now just on about half an hour, so the link will be coming live on the 2 streams, on the 3 in fact, so we're running on Twitch. So that'll be up shortly. It's not up just yet. I think we did start a couple of minutes just after, but we will be pretty close. In fact, there it is right now. It's just started. I have got the feed running. I'm looking at the Facebook feed. It is definitely up and running. Okay, so welcome to the 16 people who were waiting to watch. Now 17 and climbing. And nice to have you with us on Facebook. I can confirm we are up and running. Bet's 12,000 and a quick fold.
First walk on the table, since we said. First walk, I haven't seen a walk yet.
And Johan calls 6,000. I actually don't know who the original. Okay, Johan picks up 24k. Lum folds the big blind. It's the chirp. Nice shirt, Doc Eben. Just getting up so everybody can see it. Little swirl there, little pirouette for the public, so everybody else can enjoy it. Greg at the top, 1.1. Tony with 23 bigs sitting at the bottom. Tony bottom left of your picture there, also sporting a nice shirt today. Not quite in the danger zone, but getting there. Remember, there is a big blind ante in play, so it does count almost as double if you think that way. I try not to. King 10 for Nalin in early position, so let's see if she's going to decide to open with this or just get rid of it. Sitting with $1 million behind. Looks like she's reaching for some chips. She's got the most wonderful fingernails. I was chatting to her this morning. I mean, you can't quite see it from here, but individual designs done by hand. It's quite incredible. The patience. 36 is the raise. Round to Greg, who's folded. Ronnie folds as well. Folded by Tony as well. Folded by Johan. Folded by Lum. Folded by the Doc. And Nalin just shows them the king and gets that through. Building a reputation. And she will share the top spot with Greg. And even coming in the third there with 78 bigs. Ronnie 61. Lum 36. And we've already mentioned the other guys. So a nice table we have here today. I'm quite looking forward to seeing some of the other tables up here as well. We do our best to try and get some of the newer players on the table who've not been on the feature table before. It doesn't always work that way because it is a random draw. Okay, so you're under the gun player would be Greg, top left there with the 5-2. I'm pretty sure he's going to look at these and get rid of them fairly quickly. There we go. Round to Ronnie DeSantos in the 8 seat. He doesn't want to play those. Tony immediately folds as well. And what does Johan look down at? Tony folds. And Johan with the 10-9 offsuit. He's going with the offsuit connectors. Fold from Lum.
69.
And Doc Ebert has got Queen 4 in the small, he'll give that up, I'm sure. And around to Nolene, see if she's going to defend here.
39,000.
Nolene with the A7 suited, I'd like to see her defend here. Nice flat call. And let's go looking for some of those Blunnickies on the flop. Already got the Ronnie DeSantos fan club online. Grant Keating, he says, "Go Ron." Isn't that a song? No, that's Do Ron Ron, not Go Ron Ron. Okay. So a 9 for Johan and a 7 for Nolene. So keep both players in the hand. Top pair here for Johan. Middle pair for Nolene. No clubs on board, so no backdoors. No backdoors. Looks like Johan's just going to come along for the ride here. Flat that off. A little bit of deception. Jack is no help. Does bring a inside straight draw for Johan. Johan's still in the lead with the 9. King on the river, no help, and the check mark goes to the pair of 9s for Johan. And Nolene will continue to tell the story with the 2 overs out there. Johan's just going to have a think about it. Maybe a short discussion with the young lady. Let's see.
I think you got me on the river.
So he's already thinking, did you get me on the river? Mark returns. Let's just see what Johan's got to say. We'll listen to his thought process. So raised 29 pre, Nolene called 17, Nolene then bet 35, Johan flattered him top there. Nolene checked the river, the turn, so did Johan. And then Nolene came out firing 40k on the river, which means that's why Johan's going through the thought process.
Yeah, I think he could even put her on a flush draw on the flop, and then maybe she got lucky over the king on the river. That's what kind of hand she's ripping there. And she gets him
Well
to fold.
played, Nolene, well played.
Very well played, Nolene.
And trust me, Johan de Graaf does not fold easy.
And he's a very good player.
Solid,
so to get him to fold, she's deceived him with maybe the thought process that I put
If
out
he
there.
finds out in 30 minutes, he'll be back to get his chips back, trust me.
I can look like it.
Well played.
Yeah, he thinks she rivered the king there.
No, you're king.
Nothing. I took to him. He wasn't in the hand. He doesn't even have to talk to you. I don't know why he wants to get involved. Professor then.
12,000. Raise to 28,000. 28,000.
Wei Ming Lo giving shout outs to Ronnie and Nolene. They're playing a home game with him, and he's saying go poker lab.
We raised to 75,000. Total 75. Total
A lot of
75.
support for the Ronnie out early this morning. So Naeem with the Kevin Khalil Memorials, the KK, 3-bet 75 after it was raised by Greg, the Jack 7, the big blind.
We raised to 150. Call.
Greg 4-betting to 150. He's taken an inopportune moment to make a stand here. Called. Ronnie, we can't see what he called there. We're going 3-way to the flop.
Greg's hit his jack.
Greg did his jack and I'm sitting with pocket kings.
This will get trappy, trust me.
Ronnie sitting with aces.
My
Oh
word.
my soul.
Cooler.
This
Bye-bye,
is a
Dom.
cooler.
All in.
All in.
Bye-bye, love.
This is the second time in the tournament. I must be stiff for it. 8 kings again. Every time, kings, aces. I know he's got aces, but how can I do?
Yeah, how's
Lum's
Lum?
already called it.
Lum says, I know you got aces and I'm calling. So Greg got out the way with the jack 7.
But why you call when you
Greg actually got out the way with the jack 7. Graphics just pulled up. It's kings, aces. So Lum drawing to 1 out. There's only 1 king left in the deck for him. Jack is no time, but now he gets spades. Spades are picked up as well for him. Oh my word, and he finds the spades. He finds the spades.
Love with the old walk away.
I'm
Can you imagine if Greg had still been in the hand there? He'd have made trip jacks.
for you fellas.
And lost.
Just excited.
Just look weird.
Oh my word, it's a brutal game, isn't it, Gary?
Savage. Savage.
For Ronnie there, he was so good. 1 king as an out.
It can't be through.
4 card draw came on the turn and it delivered on the river for Mr. Lum.
Savage.
And he called it. He said, I know you've got aces. How stiff can I get? I run kings into aces. But he called. So the dealer doing the count.
277, bro.
What a hand.
277.
Unlucky to Ronnie there.
I don't even put a 20.
I mean, you know, you get your money in, you get your money in. It's a, you know, it's a brutal game.
But that could have been king.
Ronnie's miles ahead there. Flush runs out. What do? You take it on the chin, you start grinding. So Ronnie's still got a reasonable stack there by the look of it.
Yeah, I think he about half his stack gone though, Gary. We'll have a look now what he's got left. So certainly enough action again, Gary. And it's
Crazy.
a lot of times that the kings have been cracked by, the aces have been cracked by kings on the feature table over the last few days.
And I know you've got aces. On that floor.
And that big Hilly online, morning gents.
Yeah.
So nice to see Hilly up and about and getting well and recovering, and we wish him well.
Sending you lots of love and healing power, brother.
Absolutely, Gary. I'm hoping to see him soon.
It would have been a lonely planet without you. Nice to see you back in the light. Okay, I think the blind should be due to go up shortly.
Yeah, we've been playing for just under 45. There it is, Gary. Gary the clairvoyant. Okay, ace king for Tony Van Eden. He's all in.
He didn't waste any time there.
Put
in short, straight
folded
in.
round to Ronnie. King 7 suited. He's folded. So Ronnie down to 281,000 now after that hand.
But the nice Ronnie does have a grind.
So blind will be 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind 18. That's biting a bit. So Ronnie's still got 23 bigs, Gary.
Do you remember us having this conversation on the 40k? And we said the next hand it's going to be 10-20 or something. I can't remember. Then it really starts to shoot.
40k in the pot pre-flop now.
Played 22 hands already this morning. Time flies when you enjoy yourself.
Yeah, we've had a lot of action though, Gary.
But if you think about it, we've only been playing 45 minutes. We played 22 hands. It's not bad, though.
Yeah, and Johan was bemoaning the dealer, but that's actually a fairly good rate.
Yeah, I think he's wrong to give the dealer a hard time.
I think he was giving the dealer a hard time because he had nothing to play yet.
Well, that's okay. That's their fault, obviously.
Normally what happens.
It is the dealer's fault. I mean, everybody knows that. There's no debate. You get bad cards, it's the dealer's fault.
Doc raising from the hijack. Can't see his cards there. Fold it quickly round. Round to the big blind of Tony Van Eden. Tony Van Eden wakes up with AK. I think that's going into the middle, Gary. Tony only got a flat call for the 17, yeah?
Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the second time he's had ace king.
Yeah, he just had ace king and put it all in.
With that, so 30.
Anyone for something?
Okay, yeah.
Just flat call.
Just like the one or the right?
Cool. Yeah,
Just like the 101.
That's an interesting touch.
trying to decide whether to call or raise.
Even's cards we're not seeing yet.
No worries, Sonny.
There we go, ace 10.
Ace 10, he's in trouble if the ace comes.
Queen, queen.
Or queen, queen. And Tony's going to lead out here.
Check the bets.
45,000.
45 bets.
Quick fold by Doc. Shows ace 10. Tony shows him ace king. Doc says nice hand. Knows when he's behind.
That's why I like playing with it.
He played a very good hand while you were out there, Gary. He raised with king 7 from the button. Greg defended with ace 4. The flop came ace high, but with two other high cards, a jack and a 9. And Greg led out with his ace, and Doc instantly repopped him. And Greg folded the ace.
Good old
Greg
Doc.
took it down with king 7.
The old dog's still got a few tricks.
Yeah,
right?
the Doc very astute. He repped that he had ace jack or ace queen or anything like that. He just showed the king then.
Just 8, Sonny.
So he was making out like he had ace king. So, names under the gun. All those newfound chips with a fortune on the river.
Okay, Nolene, I like this hand. Don't let me down.
Queen 10 suited. She's played Queen 10 a few times already, Gary.
Good.
See her sizing. It's 40k in the pot. Working it out, adding it up.
48 you said, right?
48 she said.
With the 5
Just over the pot. Hopefully gives us some change back.
80, 48.
It's 25 chip with the 5,000 chips.
48,000.
It's only an even king 9. Let's
much?
go. Johan de Graaf, big blind. She raised his big blind last time with queen 10.
He won't have forgotten.
No. And she's taken a few hands from him. 6-3 suited.
He's going to call
He
it, no?
might call you,
I
Gary.
think he will.
I think he's going to call now. He's going to show her that he's not going to be pushed around. She's not going to take his blind every time. And she took the other hand from him, so she's taken 2 hands from him already. And he's going to make her stand now. Going to draw that line in the sand.
Queen of hearts in the middle.
He checks dark. It's not a bad flop for 6-3.
Yeah, he's got a couple of straight draws there.
On check, check. 8 now brings him
Flush
up and
draw.
down and the flush, and he's going to put it all in. Yeah, and she can't call this. 195,000.
To be fair to Johan, he has got 19 nuts.
Yeah. And he made his stand there. And he found a fortuitous flop and turn. He hadn't got there yet, but he had so many outs. So Ronnie at the bottom now after that ace has lost to the king, 17 bigs. Not yet in the fully danger zone, but starting to head that way.
Sat in the sniper's seat. Ready to take them out when they come up on the horizon.
There's your train leaving the station early in the morning, Gary.
That's a 1051 to Euston.
16,000.
51 to Houston. Slow train to nowhere.
16.
We won't mention him, but one of our players, poker players this morning, had a nice big win in the casino this morning. Clubbed a jackpot of 1.2 million. Just for his troubles early in the morning. On his way out.
I don't mind mentioning my name, it's fine.
Gary, you would have a lot of newfound friends if it was you.
I'd have given it to charity. I don't play the slots.
Right, meanwhile Lum has hit the 4, he's checked, it's gone check, check, twice blind on blind. Johan will, Lum will bet now and Johan will fold. A bet fold. shows the king. Yeah, he shows king 4. So they had the 4 with a big kicker. There's a lot of people heading out this morning, Gary, and then we'll return for some of the other events. We've got a golf day tomorrow as part of the Kevin Khalil Memorial thing. And then the tournament in the evening.
I've decided not to play the golf day so that somebody else can win for a change.
You retired from golf, are you, Gary?
I've busted my shoulder. Can't swing a golf club to save my life. That was in Port Elizabeth about 3 years ago. Don't tell anybody, but I actually fell out of bed. Smashed my shoulder up. I was playing off a 4 handicap. I haven't been able to swing a club since.
That's terrible.
Something to do with rotating cuffs, whatever they are. They operated on anyhow. I mean, it's not debilitating, but it certainly doesn't let you do a full swing of a golf club. It's also my excuse for not painting at home.
I'm glad for that.
Yeah, yeah.
Keep me in work. Ace King here for Johan on the button.
That's going in.
Yeah, it's going all in because he's short stack, Gary.
Yeah.
Let's put maximum pressure if he does get a caller. You see, this is exactly the kind of hand he wants to call him. He's been called by Ace Queen. That's exactly why he shoves it in from there. It looks like a steal from the button.
Alright.
So they're very close in chip stacks here. I think looks like Johan's got him covered.
Yeah, good luck to both players. And there's the ace on the flop. And there's only 2 outs left. 2 queens left in the deck. And the king blocks it up.
Not a nice hand. Yeah.
I actually think that the doc might be eliminated.
He
Yeah, I'm
might
not sure.
be close to being eliminated here. No, he had a lot of chips though. Gary, what's happened here?
He even had, oh yeah, he had 1 million plus. No, he won't be eliminated.
199. 199. Oh, sorry, 299. 299. My mistake.
Yeah, the doc's got a lot of chips. So
Yeah, just under
unless
a
I
million.
just misread that. Sorry, the doc.
Yeah, but it didn't him.
Well, I didn't want to see the shirt leave anyhow. I mean,
No.
I enjoyed the shirt.
Oh, and Tony's one there in the bottom left hand
I don't know if
corner
I'm enjoying Tony's shirt as much as I'm enjoying Doc's shirt.
Yeah, Tony's one's very busy.
It looks like Tony's, you know, they've drawn the birds on there and then they've rubbed them out. And then they try to to draw them again and they've rubbed them out again. Whereas Doc has got, they haven't rubbed any of his birds out. In fact, he's got room for more.
So Greg will be under the gun player.
I was trying to work out what they said on Johan's shirt, but I don't want to say it out loud.
Ronnie, you can see him looking pensively, stuck in the top right-hand corner on his own after Nico was eliminated. He's going to be looking for a hand to get his chips across the middle as well soon.
Nice to have a lady on the table, Merlene. Chatted with her briefly this morning.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the opportunity to be on the TV table.
And when she lifts her arm up, you'll see sporting a new poker tattoo on her right arm.
And of course we saw her man this morning as well. He's in one of the outer tables.
Yeah, he's also got over 1 million chips, 1.1 million chips as well.
He's got his back to her, so I tapped him on the shoulder. I said, she's doing fine. Okay, Greg, first to act here, bottom right. Greg's been reasonably quiet. I know he won that hand earlier, but we've not heard much from him. Nice and steady, just waiting for positions.
Yeah, he doubled Tony up, then eliminated Nico next hand, and he's gone quiet since then.
Well, he's not got chips to burn, but he's not under any pressure at the moment, so
But he'll
take his time, build the reputation, and use it.
Yeah, he'll take
There
his
you go,
time.
exactly like that.
See, there's the poker tattoo on her right hand. New one was done about 2 weeks ago.
Very nice. Obviously committed, pot committed,
What committed to the sport.
or tattoo committed.
And David Fully Ulifi, this is a great event at the Little Slam, and we agree.
Poker Tone David. Good morning, young man.
Michael Ponsett, come on Ronnie and Aline, bring it home for the home game.
Is Mike here or has he gone back?
Way and Mike were still here this morning. I don't know if they've left now because they both got eliminated yesterday.
You did mention.
Way got out set over set. That's always an ugly way to go out. Middle set versus top set for Way. Doesn't have to catch up with Michael how he got Mikey how he got eliminated. But lovely, lovely people by the way.
Mike Ponsett, nice man. Way, not so nice. Just kidding, just kidding. Yeah, with the suiting King Jack. So King Jack, so Way knows I'm just kidding. He's a good buddy of ours. So Johan here with the King Jack. I don't think he's putting it all in because I mean he's just doubled up.
Yeah, he's just doubled up, so he's raised it.
But something significant. Once he raised that for 44, Queen's here for Naleen.
Yeah, so he has got a 3-bet come.
84 in the pot. I like something a bit big here.
86.
Flatter,
Yes.
I don't know if I like that so much.
Yeah. I mean,
Out of
it's
position.
a newish player, so
We need more.
still learning. Nothing wrong.
It's deceptive as well though. It hides your strength.
Yeah, we just don't want to see a king on the flop.
Yeah, Greg's folding one of the kings though. So we go 2-8 to the flop.
King queen on the flop would be interesting.
Oh, the death now.
Oh,
my word, Gary, you
heard
called
it here first.
Gary, you called it.
I am a sicko.
He's gonna check.
Choco pets.
74.
74.
He bet 74. And Noline's just gonna
No,
flat
she
this.
should flat.
She's gonna flat this.
People say, well, there's 2 diamonds and what.
You know, she just flats. This could be the end of our good butcher, Gary.
Raise 150. Raise.
She called.
Okay. Your pair was 74,000. She's got 150,000.
Did you mean to go?
Meant to go, yeah.
You meant to go?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, chips across the line.
Which covers for the race.
This is going to look
the
highly
dealer saying.
suspicious. Looks highly suspicious. We know Nalin
Race.
isn't
also
angle
about that
shooting
one.
here.
Race to 150.
But it doesn't come across that way, but we know she's not.
Yeah, you know there's a
Either way I'm going. Either way I'm going.
You what?
If you call a race or whatever, I'm going. So,
Give her
150.
hand away.
Race to 150.
Don't chain 140. Don't chain 140. Don't chain 140. My ace is the
Yeah, I mean, this does look like an angle shoot because we know she's got a set of queens.
But then she gave him the information away. so
She said,
it's
but
not
whatever
fine.
happens, you know, that might save her a bit. But, you know, for the audience out there, I don't think what the league meant to angle shoot Johan here. And hopefully he'll realise that when this hand comes out. Should have put this in.
Thinking about it.
I think what she said is putting him off. Either way, it's all going in or something, she said.
All in.
No, he was short. Not all in. He was short. He's paying for additional check.
Okay. Just flat calling there, Gary. Yeah, he's calling her raise. Yeah, I think it's going all in.
This could be quite a controversial hand here.
Ace of diamonds.
Check the bet. Check.
Check
the
now.
bet.
She's giving him a
Check.
free card and he's going to check behind. The 10 comes.
Oh,
Oh, that's the death knell for him, Gary.
that is so sick. That is so sick.
425. 225 rather.
Then 225.
I
225.
mean, she's miles ahead.
But there's a straight out there, there's a flush out there. He's got
Yeah,
his feelings.
I know. I don't know. He gets away from this.
I don't think you can do stack, maybe just pause the 225. But he can get away from it as well. There's a lot out there.
Let's listen to what he says. He folds. She's going to show the queens.
Ah, 3 queens for.
Well played.
oh, that's flush. That's why I didn't actually want to.
But you should put a lot of check. Not that scared.
No, on the flop she put check. On the turn
Okay,
she
so Johan was good with her.
why
And
is
she
that
did
taking
actually
away?
say, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think nice hand. Nice win. I think Nolina looked back on that and take some experience points from that and maybe have played it a different way going
Well, she
forward.
played it
But,
like she was.
you know, good for you. Well played. Would you agree?
Yeah, I look with that, Gary.
You know, we're not in the criticism business.
No.
What we're in is the, you know, great new to have a nice new lady at the table. And, you
And
know,
she had no ill intent there.
no, but I think she could have made a lot more out of it. And
Yeah, I think she gave a little bit of information away, talking, saying I'm going either way.
But hey ho, that's poker. We all started somewhere.
think-
We all paid for our school fees.
The diamond saved him on the
Can we
turn.
get a new fucking dealer? When you changing the dealers?
So Johan will be.
12 minutes.
So fucking long.
Yeah.
You hope you don't go to that table we are moving.
That's
Promoting the dealer, but
very
he's
unfolding,
forgetting the
Johan.
king.
Sorry.
Full court flush on the river earlier.
I get the feeling Johan doesn't like our dealer.
Yeah. He's frustrated.
Like I said, it's always the dealer's fault.
Yeah. But it wasn't the dealer's fault
Where's the 42?
earlier. So that's the way it goes.
Us poker players, you know, we only have bad memories. We're never any good ones.
We're a fickle lot, aren't we, Gary?
Jeez, tell me about it.
Love the dealer 1 minute, hate him the next.
I hate all the dealers. It's just like it's the best way to be.
Oh, no wonder you got a picture of Kevy up here. Kevy loved the dealers, didn't he?
Shame. Shame.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice
he was
man.
chief abuser of dealers, but always there to support them as well.
100%. Always in good nature and good spirit. Always banter between him and James in particular.
Oh yes.
Lovely to see.
James,
James sadly misses Kevy.
yeah, we had that conversation the other day actually. James and I. But yeah, life goes on, you know. As say, I'm hoping to play in that little memorial tournament.
Yeah, I think you must, yes.
If I can escape from here,
I will be able to hold the fort, I'm sure. Get a guest in, maybe.
that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Maybe
Either
you
way.
get on the feature table, you can pick me to pieces. That'd be hilarious. I try to avoid those moments.
I'll be without a job when you come back.
Yeah. Well, I'll listen to the stream and we'll decide in the morning. Okay, so top pair here for Johan. Couple of clubs, no back doors, and a jack here for Ronnie.
On bed fold.
Third pair, so yeah, you get out of the way. Shows the ace. And that'll be that.
So Ronnie bleeding down here a little bit. He had to defend there. It wasn't a big raise.
25 minutes to go on the level.
Just putting his, in that meaning, we always squabble, you know.
You're not too tough for him.
I must give him a little bit. Oh, fuck, I just done he's doing a good job.
Johan, got to squabble a little bit at the beginning. He knows I don't mean anything good. Can't tell him he's doing a good job. Sounds just like him. He's exactly the same.
Like I say, it's always the dealer's fault.
He made it that I could get away. Because it could have been a worse turn than I don't know.
He's saying exactly that. The diamond saved him.
But I should only have lost 74 because you wanted to call.
You call?
He says no, you know. I was at the chips or
Call.
But if you call the floor, it's an honest mistake, you can take the chips back.
No, she can't.
No, unfortunately.
There are no such things as honest mistakes in poker. The chips were in, they stay in, unfortunately, Johan.
Yeah, once they cross the line.
The imaginary line, of course, but the forward motion, and they were put into the recognised area.
The dealer takes that the front of the screws as his imaginary line.
Yeah, I mean forward motion. I mean, you know, doesn't matter if it goes 10 centimeters or 30 at the end of the day. You know if you've bet or not.
Okay, when you put the chips down, they put down.
Yeah, I mean, some of the poker tables have a bet line, you know, but I think with our level of maturity here, we don't need that. We all know what we're doing and when we're doing it. A truly South African field.
Yeah, all across there. Some with international ties.
So what flag should I? So I mean, I can have the English flag. I can have the British flag. I can have the Tanzanian flag, as I lived there for so long with citizenship, and I can have obviously South African flag.
Yeah, I think it's a question of where you prefer to be.
I think South Africa would be my flag for sure. This is my home. I was only made in England. I only got the residency in Tanzania through longevity.
Working there for a long time.
Indeed.
Right, so Doc
Up to
Queen
50.
Jack.
Raise to 50.
Raised to 50. Fold there, round to Ronnie. Fold. Only fold raise deuce suited. One fold. And then Naeem folds. Oh no, Naeem's calling. Oh, he's just posting his blind next. Little deception that there were still cards there that hadn't been returned. So Ronnie down to 12 bigs.
I'm just looking at even there, 38 big, so he's fine after that hit earlier with the ace, king, ace, queen.
Ronnie's our one that's in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, but he's got to work that stack now. Try and to make something happen for the next blind level, because that will start to hurt.
Yeah, definitely will start to hurt. Start biting in. And it's coming up soon, Gary.
21 minutes. Okay, king, jack here for even.
Yeah, and he just raised with queen jack, so he doesn't raise two hands in a row with a better hand than the previous one.
See, even is now sporting his cap.
Round to Ronnie.
I think it says Merlin on his cap, doesn't it?
We'll see now when he faces this.
I'm pretty sure it says Merlin. I don't know if I thought he was a doctor, not a wizard.
Yeah, and Ronnie's gone all in with the ace-5 here. And gets quick folds and take down the blinds and exits. Plus 50k.
Does it say Merlin? Yeah.
Berlin.
Herlin. Oh, he's not a wizard. He's still a doctor.
German. to that.
Hurling, that looks very nautical with those little sort of laurel leaves there. Maybe it's a boat make or something.
Like that.
Maybe we have to start calling Eben Captain Eben Lottery. I wonder if you're a captain or a doctor, do you get to be called Doctor Captain or Captain Doctor?
Whichever takes preference.
I suppose if you were called Doctor Captain, they would think your name was Captain. But if you were called Captain Doctor, would they think your name was Doctor? What do you think?
Something like that, guys.
I don't have that problem. Everybody thinks my surname's my first name.
Those are interchangeable.
Yeah,
Alan Gary or Gary Allen?
Alan Gary. Gary Allen.
116.
Which is an anagram. Gary Allen is an anagram of Angry Ella.
Angry Ella.
So if you ever see someone playing online as Angry Ella, guess who?
Not that you play online much, ever.
Not much.
No, Ron.
You tried it again.
Occasionally on international, but not at South African
16.
streams.
Right, so you're on the crawl from the back with ace 5.
Raise
Raise
to
that.
52.
Folded, Doc with ace 6. Shows the ace, but choose and one shows him the ace.
Seven, show the seven.
I'm going to go get some paperwork out of the bag. Someone stole my pen. Can't trust anybody.
You're going to go and get some stuff out there, Gary.
Yeah, I need to go and sort out the next feature table.
And if you can find a water for me while you're out there, I would appreciate it.
You can do.
You better A7.
Right, so meanwhile we're going to move on to the next hand. Greg will be our under the gun player. Leading in the big blind.
Ace 8, okay?
No, A8 once you don't want to
You're on lying now, ace 8.
I don't want to show the 8. I don't want to show the 8. It's not a 4, you're wrong.
I said A7. But anyway, whatever happened, Doc was in front of the 6. I don't know. 2, 3. You said to me like this.
I'm sure I can fold ace 6, but I can't fold ace queen, so.
Right, so it's folded all the way around to Johan in the cutoff.
Up to 52,000.
So he'll raise it up from there with a 9-6 suited. Nolene
Yeah,
7-5 in the big blind.
You owe me 74.
He says you owe me chips, give me some back.
That's why I said I think she was yeah, she said she wasn't angling me, but now I don't know.
Johan, Nolene would never do that to you, my friend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Under that
No
smile,
angle
I don't know.
We move on to the next hand. Ronnie under the gun. King 8 off under the gun. It's going to go into the muck. Tony Van Eden. His hands quickly folded. Didn't see. Johan de Graaf.
I'll show you guys.
9-6. Not suited this time into the muck. Naim quick folder 7 Duke 4. Doc folds round to Nolene in the small 6-3.
Fringe just lost their dog, so there's much crying going on. No,
She's just completing, limping into Greg. Greg checks it.
huh?
2-way to the flop.
No, yeah, cancel. So.
No help for either player there. The Queen High still ahead.
And they got 3 old ones.
One check, check. Now there's some
36.
opportunities, as Gary says, and Nolene now bets it, and there's nothing for Greg to call with. Good play by Nolene. She'll pick up the blinds and antes there.
Now they've been feeling worse because they went with us to the Maldives. And
they just come back now.
they come back, the dog is all the time in hospital. Now they went there for the dog now.
So Nolene on top there, 80 bigs, 1.3 million. Ronnie at the bottom, 15 bigs. Yeah, very unfortunate loss there with the aces against the kings, so this happens. Yeah, Okay, Jaco Potgieter, hi Coach and Gary, supporting all the way from Klerksdorp. Glad I can be part of this once again, even though I'm not playing. Good luck to all the players and have fun commentating, gentlemen. Thanks, Jaco, good friend of ours. Nice to have a shout out from you. There's a comment from Banks Solomon which I'll wait for Gary to come back because it's aimed at him. That's Tony under the gun. Johan de Graaf folds. Folds it, Doc folds. Nolene folds. Small blind. Greg. Ace 6. He's looking at Ronnie. He's asking Ronnie, how much do you have?
All in.
And Greg has gone in. And Ronnie folds and Greg will take that down. So putting max pressure on. Gary returns. And Gary, I read the bottom comment, but I left Banks Solomon's comment for you.
I will have a look at it right now. So we've got 14 minutes to run on this level, and then we've got another level before we go to a break. That's when we'll change the feature table out. So they're currently looking at breaking a table in the outer field, so it'll take us down to 3 tables. Or 4, is it? I can't remember. Let me have a look. Banks Solomon. Come on, Big G. Love your fake British accent. It sounds so professional, trying to sound like Banks. Because he's a winner. Banksy. He and I had a coffee catch up the other morning. And all the things I want to say to you, Banks, I can't say on the air. Because I'll either get arrested or you'll come around and shoot me. So we'll just agree to disagree till the next time.
Your fake English accent, Gaz.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Welcome to the danger zone. Hope you're having a good day, Banksy. And I'd like to see you down here playing in one of these tournaments.
47.
Nice lad, Solomon. Sorry, Banks Solomon. It's plural as well. It's not Solomon, it's Solomons. So you'll probably give me grief about that. What's Jaco got to say? Hi, Coach and Gary, supporting all the way from Glucksdorp. I'll be a part of this one. Good luck. You read this out already?
Yeah, I did, Gaz. For you to catch up.
Have a fun commentating, gentlemen.
Nice lad, Jaco. Him and Wei went to varsity together.
Really? There's 2 surprises there. Him and Wei are the same age. And Wei went to varsity. Well.
He's a qualified physiotherapist.
I
sports
actually,
physiotherapist.
I know that, but I'm just ribbing him.
Yeah.
Got to give Wei a bit of a whack.
Yeah.
Nice young fella. Okay, let's get back to the action here. Lums are under the gun player, top right hand of your screen, hand 38. Blinds at 8, 16, 16 on the big blind ante. Big shout out to Betway, our sponsor. And Gio got to 10,000 voucher, went to Max last night, who won the tournament. So there were some vouchers still outside to be won on the bounty on the small slam as well, so that's still going on. And so log on to Betway, sign yourself up for an account there. All your sporting, betting and casino game needs. Also coming.
Yeah, Terry Bench, Uncle Lum, love your work.
Oh,
she says, hoping to see you guys now for the satellite.
Nice. Is that Terry I had a baby a year ago? Is it that one?
I'm not quite. No, not Terry the dealer, no.
Oh,
Terry Bench, who's also won a satellite. Earlier,
okay,
earlier
yes,
pictures.
I Terry. Giovanni, hi gents. Dropped off yesterday, don't know how you answered the
So you must have asked a question about satellites.
Yeah, just take a message on the group for the Monster Jam girls. I don't know what's running today, to be honest. There's a all-in situation here on the screen. So King Queen for Johan, and Ronnie DeSantis got it in with Queen 8. So he needs to see an 8, doesn't want to see spades.
Oh, he picked up extra outs there.
So
6.
he's got a gut shot as well. No, straight draw, sorry, up and down. 3, no help. So any 8, any 6.
And he finds the 8, Gary.
Boom, chakalaka.
And we could say he was due a bit of luck after losing with the aces. It's unfortunate that Johan is the one losing to him.
Well, it's not the loser is not Johan. The loser will be the dealer.
And Giovanni Gaggia was just saying unlucky Ronnie man chip and a chair brother as he says it in. Ronnie doubles up.
So when you hear this, Giovanni, you'll be pleased to know your buddy's got some chips back.
Yeah, you will see it in 30 minutes time. And as his comment came in, he brought some luck to Ronnie and Ronnie doubled up.
What a nice shirt Eben's wearing.
Gary, have you not mentioned that?
We haven't mentioned that yet. Thought we better mention Eben's shirt. Very nice, huh? Eben asked me to mention his shirt. I don't want to let my dog friend down.
Yeah, but I'll take it out.
I think it's important that we share with the world the swallows and swifts.
And hummingbirds.
And hummingbirds. Swallows, swifts and hummingbirds. Mr. Eben Lottery.
Success play.
It's almost like it could come to life, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd be feeding the birds.
There, Johan sporting the khaki boss.
Yeah, I only read the first 2 letters.
Yeah, it's khaki boss.
So, I mean, that's the boss of the khaki arms.
Yeah, and it's you Poms that brought that khaki boss stuff to South Africa.
Don't blame me, I was only made there.
Yeah, I know.
I want to steal my blind as well.
Blackjacks, known to the rest of the world, to South Africa, called khaki boss. And got that nickname wherever the British went in the Anglo-Boer War and their horse fed, with their horse feed they brought from overseas. The khaki boss grew, and they called the Brits the khakis, so therefore khaki boss.
I've heard a lot of names for the Brits actually.
Yeah, that was just one. It's just the blackjacks that got the khaki boss name.
There you go. See a little bit of history from our resident history buff, Mr. Markwood. Apparently,
teach Bradley something.
Apparently, he's taught Bradley something.
Yeah, it's a cool, very cool how that came about.
I think you two should get a room, discuss history formally. Have a formal discussion on history. That'll be nice. There you go. No more names for the Poms. And number 39. Yeah, there's some shocking names for us British people,
Yeah, you did terrible things to us here.
Yeah, apparently so. You can't blame me for the sins of my fathers.
Anyway, moving swiftly on. Nolene under the gun, ace queen.
So now let's play.
Here we go. What's the sizing here? She bet overpot last time, got overpot again this time. So Greg is having a little think here, going back over the hand ranges and the history. What is Nolene raising with here? Yeah, and that's probably a wise decision, because the lady has been pretty solid, she's not been pulling any moves, that's for sure. Not that I'm aware of. So that's a fold. Ronnie with the suited connectors. Has he got enough ammunition to be calling here? He's obviously folded. We're round to Johan. I forgot about Tony with his shirt.
He's hiding behind the dealer though, Gary.
He is. It's easy to do though. So Lum with the older Jack 9 has folded. No, he's called. Lum called. And even got out the way. So we'll be 2 players to the flop. Lum and Nolene.
Lum playing the Lebanese aces.
Suited as well. Honor, suited.
You gave him 26, he gave you 20 back. So that
20 back.
So no, you just owe him another 2.
So give him 3 change.
Give him 3 change.
Yeah, give him 3. You must give him 3 change.
Okay, just a second.
Okay, dealer sorting it out. So there's top pair for Nolene. Nothing for Naeem.
3,000 change.
We'll go check, bet, fold, Gary.
Indeed it will.
18.
It was 20,
Gave him
20,
20.
gave you 26 and you gave him 20 back.
Give him one chip. So
Yeah, I gave him 1 chip, it's 26. And you gave him 20 back. No, you put a 5 now there.
okay.
So you must give him 3
You
back.
must give him 3.
That's alright.
Okay, change all sorted.
Okay, so
Naeem
the
checks.
the accountants have done their articles, so now we can move on.
Nolene's gonna bet.
And he's
Bet
gonna
fold. played. It helps when you bet and you get top pay, top kicker.
It's good to be Nolene.
You with me, buddy?
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to replay it in my head right now.
You gave him 20, you gave him 26 and you gave him 20
Oh,
back.
I thought it was
So
more
that's 6,
blind.
so it's
See,
short
that's the
three.
thing.
Yeah, it's 8 now, it's not 6.
Yes.
I had 47 taps there. I like that 6.
Oh, you're supposed to be 16.
So if Nolene was Jolene, we could actually sing the Dexy's Midnight Runner song for her. See, all the people out there had no idea who Dexy's Midnight Runners were. Jolene. Come on, Jolene. Wasn't that a song?
Yeah, come on, Eileen.
Eileen. Ah, there we go. See? She has to change her name to Eileen, not
Yeah, it was
Jolene.
come on, Eileen. Jolene was
that was
Dolly
Jolene,
Parton.
Jolene,
yeah, yeah.
Jolene. That's someone.
Yeah.
So we've got two songs.
Recently sung by Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, she's on a bit of a mission, that one, eh?
Yeah.
10s here for Greg. Sizing? 40 in the pot, 33. But I like that number.
40k in the pot.
Played a hand for a long time.
He says you haven't played a hand for a long time. Now him calling him out to the whole table.
42.
That's over the pots, which is kind of standard on this table.
Yeah, it's been just under, just over. Depending on which player.
42.
You mean the old farts are the ones who go traditional?
Yeah,
There's Lump coming along for a bit of a battle.
with the ace-5 suited on the button, the left position. Fancies his hand.
Ace 10 5. Oof, not even close.
Oh, no spades. Nothing really for Naeem.
Slow down card of the king.
40.
Greg continues, and there's nothing there for Lum. And Lum doesn't mess around either. It's like Max.
Yeah,
You like that, Gary, that people
I
that
like
don't
people who get on with
pontificate too much.
I mean, we have got a couple of players who play on the circuit who are just so slow, it's actually painful. And I mean, I'm not going to out them on the stream, but people who know. I've actually spoken to them about it, and they say it's just the way I play.
I think it's a deliberate play to
To annoy people like me.
It actually does give them an advantage if they can make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, I just don't like wasting time, you know. You should be cranking out between 20 and 25 hands an hour, you know. This guy's knocking out 22 every 45 minutes. He's doing fantastic. Of course, it also depends. I mean, tournament-wise, it's more annoying. In a cash game, you can chirp them a bit, you know, so push them along. Giving people chirp at the table here is frowned upon, of course. We wouldn't condone it either.
Yeah. They would not be able to televise our home game, Gary.
No, that is a language of its own. We have got lots of words and new words there that shouldn't see the airwaves.
But we have fun. Every week we have a lot of
My
fun.
word on its stitches. I actually feel it's like a diet playing in our game. I'm chuckling that much. I mean, it's my weekly exercise laughing at the home game. King 10 suited. I like these cards. Ronnie's raised it up to 32, being mysterious down there. We didn't pick up his cards yet. He's re-popped it. So 3-bet by Johan here.
The King 10 suited. He doubled up Ronnie earlier.
They're trying to put a bit of pressure on Ronnie.
Ronnie with King Queen.
You owe me a little bit, so it's fine.
Ronnie folds.
I don't want you to track my king queen.
So he gets Ronnie to fold a better hand, but
You know
Johan's
that's a
like, you
shit
owe me a few chips.
Queen
Because I doubled you up.
I know. Try queen 8 on a call.
Ronnie. Never short of a word, Ron.
Is that even lottering? Oh wow, what a nice shirt.
What is it on his shirt, Gary? Butterflies, birds, what are they?
Swallows and swifts and hummingbirds.
I king queen.
Was spijt.
Huh?
Was spijt.
Nee, jy's agter Alma.
I bet Eben won't ask me to mention his shirt again. You know that, eh?
Never ever again, Gary.
He's probably going to kill me when he sees me. You
Or-
know,
or he's going to get a famous sponsorship because somebody will say, if you wear it, Gary will keep mentioning it.
that's true, of course. Johan picks up the Kevin Khalil Memorial Hand. 2 black kings. 16,000 to call. He's not calling, obviously. 40k in the pot.
Raise to 53.
So 53.
Yes, over pot, eh?
So 13 over pot. That will get
hefty
rid
raise,
of
eh?
people very quickly. So we're in the last minute of the level.
Shows one king.
And this will be the last hand at this level, and the blinds will go up. And I think there'll probably be 10-20. That's when it starts to hurt.
Yeah, then it starts to bite into the
But also
stack.
it's easy to work out for everybody, so they all know.
Yeah, for the...
You know, people like me, I don't do 16-time table, but 20 is easy to do division with. You know, I struggle with 2 times tables. So we should be hearing those famous 3 beeps.
Yeah.
Right about now. So we'll play a further 45 minutes, and at the end of this level we will be changing out the feature table. Going to try and get some newbie faces up here if we can.
Raise to 50,000.
The Doc raising from the hijack, ace jack. Pick folds to his left. Ronnie folds.
Up to 50.
Tony Van Eden, 9-7 suited in the big mat. He's not defending.
He's sitting there waiting for a premium, Tony.
He got his double up early and hasn't played too much since then. He played ace king against Doc and that was it.
Well, he's got 242, so you know this blind level is now at 10-20.
Another 250 in the pot.
And we'll be changing that in the background, of course.
Yeah, and then that'll change the amount of big blinds he has.
And then you'll find Tony has got like, what does he have, 200,000?
242.
I'll have to come.
So you'll have 12 bigs.
Yeah, I'm going to say just 11 or 12 there.
Second, I'm still behind.
10, 20, 20.
So 10, 20, 20 on the big blind ante. Hand number 44 of our Little Slam 4K buy-in, sponsored, of course, by Betway. Thank you to everybody here at the Emerald Resort, even at the zoo, because we drive past the zoo every day, and the chalets down the road, all the stuff, very, very nice.
And a lot of wildlife out, Gary. They've got nature reserve here, they've got the zoo.
Do you know I counted those people? There were 21 people.
Yes, Tony Van Eden's
Premium hand he was looking for.
blind on blind. What is he going to do here?
Don't make a
a
move.
That's a move.
Call. Don't make a move.
That's a cooler if you ever saw one.
Yeah.
Johan, don't make a move, Tony. Boom.
Because
I'm all in.
Johan had already looked at his hand, and that he actually, Tony was only going to raise till Johan said that. Only 1 diamond so far. If he can fade a diamond on the turn, and there's a jack.
There's the sweat card.
2 jacks is out, 4 is a blank, and Tony will double up. He waited for his premium hand, Gary, and he got it.
So now that Tony's got his double up, we'll put him back into suspended animation until such times as he gets kings and queens of races.
Yeah, that puts Johan in the danger zone now. 9 bigs now, Gary.
Yeah. But Tony very patient there, good for him. And just that's cooler, you know. I mean, Johan obviously ace jack suited in the blind. He's got to think he's good there.
Yeah, he'd looked at his cards already.
Oh,
and
he
that's-
was goading Tony.
He was goading Tony. Don't do it, Tony. Don't do it, Tony. Because he looks at Tony who's going to raise, and Tony thought, okay, he's looked. He's got a big hand. Bang.
Oh, the dynamics of poker, unbelievable. And Johan and Tony, not such good guys, and different characters completely.
Yeah. Jesse Berman, Yoni Lipschitz going to win it, no doubt. Supports for Yoni. He was in here having a look in the background when he wasn't playing.
Oh yes, Yoni, what a lovely young man. It sounds like the Peter Marisburg #1 player is joining us.
Yeah, well, there he comes in.
If I bad beat you there, I want to hear the end of the park is.
So, if this is indeed Clive Kickyer, which I believe it is,
There's a lot of chips he's bringing.
you do believe we will not be seeing many big blinds folded from that seat.
No. And he looks like he's bringing a reasonable stack to the table,
The
Gary.
stack is huge. Just over 500,000 chips. 551 treble 0.
So not that big, 20, 26, 27 bigs.
It's enough.
It's enough, but it's not monster stack.
No. So welcome Mr. Kickyer to the feature table. Clive, an awesome supporter of poker in South Africa generally.
Yeah, and the cricket ball will join, I'm sure.
The cricket ball, better known as the antidote, will be joining soon. Clive, a very accomplished cricketer in his day. Believes that he would have gone a lot further had it not been for the pre-1994 issues that plagued his country, which was when he was in his prime. I've spoken much about Clive's cricket in the past, and also quite an accomplished tennis player as well.
Folded round to Clive now. And he finds a 6 suited straight away. I think we will get a raise immediately from him. Welcome to the table, Andy says. Speaking the hand up a little.
Raise to 55.
Raises to 55, just over pot.
55.
Ronnie's out the way, Tony's out the way.
No customers. Lum is contemplating.
35 more to play.
Lum, ace deuce, let's go. And he gets shown the ace.
Gets his welcome to the table hand through. And there is Clive, just above the
Yeah,
table.
now he's moved up to 30 bigs with taking that in.
And Johan in the danger zone.
Very much in the danger. And he's had a roller coaster ride this morning, Johan. He got unlucky against Ronnie. He's run into aces with Tony.
Yeah.
Got lucky earlier with the double up, so it's gone roller coaster round.
Well, you're lucky you still got chips.
Shows you how good he can play.
You did well not to lose all your chips.
And I lean under the gun. Fold queen 7.
20,000 to play.
Greg queen 10. Too early for him.
20,000.
Clive 10-8. Ronnie ace 10. No hijack. He's going to raise that.
Raise to 55.
Raise to 55, which now seems to be the new raise on the table with a new blind level. Lum thinking about this in the small blind. And made the call. So Lum called. You can't see his hand. There is the ace. 2 spades. And Lum is 9-8 suited. Gonna go bet fold.
Going nowhere.
Quick bet and fold. So nice pick up by Ronnie. Plus 95k. That moves Ronnie up a little, 25 bigs. Johan's still down there, 9 bigs. Everybody else 25 bigs plus. Nolene on the top with 65 bigs. Going along quite comfortably. And here's our friend L1 Dupu Duplessis.
The duper. What's he saying?
Morning Gary and Mark. Awesome stream again guys. Enjoying it so much. Thanks.
Thanks, Doopy. Why are you not here?
Yeah, why is Dupu not here? Might see him for the main Gary.
Yeah, I hope so. Another great supporter and contributor of poker in Gauteng. Ace Queen here for Mr. Kickyer.
20,000.
standard 55k applies.
Any time today, Clive? There we go.
Raised to 61,000.
61.
Little
Price
bit-
of poker's going up, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit more than the standard raise. Tony gets rid of Queen Jack. Johan looking for a hand. He's got King 9 suited.
That'll be semi-attractive to him. He's in the cut-off late position. Might fancy a little flutter. What he's got behind? 183.
I don't
No,
think he
he's
hasn't
looking for an
got
all-in
chips.
hand. He's not looking for a calling hand.
There we go. And folded round.
I think Johan with a $500,000 plus would have called there.
Not good enough for my tournament.
Clark folds the ace queen. Johan says I could beat that easily with the hand I folded. Good, King 9.
He
2
probably
live
could've-
cards.
probably
Yeah,
could've.
diamonds going for him as well. Well, viewership picking up out there, Gary. A lot of people online, and what we've noticed as well is the amount of people that watch the stream afterwards. The numbers grow into their thousands,
Yeah.
which is very good.
Yeah, people go back to do the views when they've got chance because they can't do it during the day. People watching themselves, players researching other players, and just generally interested people. We have got a worldwide audience, although it may not appear so at sometimes.
Yeah, we haven't had many of our international viewers drop us hello like we normally do. So if you're out there, somewhere foreign to South Africa, drop us a hello. Let us know where you're from.
If you're somewhere foreign to Gauteng, even across the river in the Free State. All in here, King 10 from Johan.
Greg ace 4 on the butt.
Normally we only let one Free Stater into our team, and Brad counts as that, so there's no room. So the people out there who didn't know, Brad's from the Free State, so you can stop talking to him now.
So he's our token Free State, you're our token POM. What does that make me?
I'm afraid I really can't say that on air.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I wouldn't have called you a token either. More of an ingot.
A whole bar.
A whole bar, indeed. Okay, so Greg's having a little count here. Little think about it. Out of the big blind.
Yeah, he called off earlier.
He's got
not
40k
spent more.
invested, 20k in the big blind, of course.
And he's got nearly 1 million chips, Gary.
Yeah. It's whether or not he thinks Johan's calling light here and putting it in light.
Well, I think he knows Johan's going to be fairly light.
I mean, obviously Greg is ahead with the ace high at the moment, but with 5 cards to come, Johan fancies herself, so we shall see.
I think it's just too much to call. Say let's go.
Okay, it's all gone quiet over there.
Yeah,
How can it be so quiet with Clive at the table and Lum?
and Lum.
And even shirt.
Johan has
Look
been
at
the
view
most
of
vocal.
even shirt. Isn't that beautiful?
And
What is that, birds?
and Johan has been quiet, the most vocal, and that is without his normal adult libations.
Roughly translated, he's sober.
Johan enjoys a tipple at the table.
Ah, he's such a good value player. I enjoy him very much. Okay, Ronnie with the ace queen here. Sitting on about 500,000, so not a flush, but I think it's too big to put it all in. But certainly got to be popping this up.
There we go.
Up to 61.
61 seems to be the new number from Clive and Ronnie down that side of the table.
It's the new Vogue raise. Jack 10 suited for Greg. I mean, another one of those sort of marginal hands in the small blind. Greg's going to put 51 into call.
61 total.
Yeah, put 51 to call. So looks like that's going to be a call.
Yeah, he wants to see you flop without.
You know, Jack 10, as I always say, flops nicely. This is suited as well.
Clive will get rid of that.
Yeah.
So
Clive getting rid of his big blind. You should put that in your diary. Dear diary, Clive folded his big blind.
does not happen often.
Indeed, it does not.
So
Top two here, but little backdoor draw here.
up and down for Greg.
Yeah, so up and down, exactly, not backdoor.
So
So keep them both interested, Mark.
yeah, top two for Ronnie, but he's aware that there's draws out there. There's flush draw there, there's straight draws there. About 75?
95,000.
Exactly 75.
5,000.
What is he doing here, folks? He's making him pay for his draw.
Yeah, it's just a re-raise. No, no, just a call. He took it off, so I thought he'd re-raise there first. Go to the turn.
Ouch.
Oh, ouch. Ouch for the ace queen. All in call.
Must be good.
He's drawing to an ace or a queen. Good luck.
3 outs only available after the queen of clubs was
Nothing you
folded.
can do there. It's a cooler.
Yeah, big cooler after the flop. And we will bid farewell to Ronnie.
Unlucky, Ronnie. No sickness on the river.
So Ronnie got stiffed a few times.
Yeah, unfortunate. Didn't run the best.
Yeah, he didn't run well yet today. Good player.
Yeah, and he'll be around for a long time.
Here we will see Ronnie around
Dust
a lot
himself
more.
down, lick his wounds, and he will be back. Trust me.
100% Gary.
Oh, of course, he's got a nice bad beat story to tell as well. There's always an upside.
Yeah, I got my aces cracked with a 4-card flush, and then I flopped top 2 and got turned.
That is some guy with Jack 10.
Yeah. The Jack 10 club's Gary's fault because he promotes it.
All my fault. All my fault.
You went up and down.
Big blind, Sonny.
Post-match analysis going on in the corner.
I'll put Greg right up there now with the chip counter.
Yeah, no, that was a big pot for him.
So come on, Doc, you've got to make a move. You're my runner here. You're my horse.
One for the old guys, is that, Gary?
Yes, yes, me and the Doc. I'm living my life vicariously through him. So I can't be there. Vicariously. There's a good word.
So early in the morning, Bradley will appreciate that one.
Vicariously. Look it up, folks.
No race.
Fold all the way around. 7 deuce in the small blind.
Clive, what are you doing?
It's folded to him. He's only got to get through Tony.
What did you say? I thought you said all in.
Oh, Tony's shooting him there.
I thought you said all in.
You said call. I thought you said all in. How's that, Gary?
Love your work, Tony. Here we go. Tony's got the goods.
Yeah.
Clive knows he's got to get out of the way.
Got school.
That's hilarious. The old boy's doing a bit of sparring there.
Hey, you
Beautiful.
ever see he's got a whole stack of pigs? What do you want to know?
We are loving your work, Tony.
11 bigs for Johan de Graaf.
Just need to double up to catch up to you guys. Then I can play.
Are we blind?
Nalene sits very quietly. She just follows everybody, listens to what's going on. As a new player, it's a very good thing to do. Don't get involved in the conversations. Pay attention and pick your moments. So Naeem folds. line. 5-3 into the muck by the dock. Nalin folds, king 5, Greg folds. Round to Clive on the button now, ace 10.
Clive is back. I think I'm going to stand up for this one.
Raise to 58,000. 58,000.
So he's downsized from his 61 to 58. Johannes goes big blind. Clive shows the ace. So as you said, Greg up there 1.5.
1.5, yeah, he's flying along. So Nalin keeping up with tricks there, not getting involved, just picking her spots, doing very, very well. And for a young player, she's doing very nicely.
Started with 1.1, she's up to 1.3, so she's prospered.
And hopefully she's enjoying the feature table. I think it's the only person on this feature table who's not been here before.
Yeah, everybody else, they've been feature table a number of times.
I've got a feeling Clive is going to double you.
Feeling Clive is going to double you up.
It's way too active.
Mr. Kikia, 20 is cool. I think we might see a little bit more than 20.
Put more.
Raise to 57.
58 the previous hand, 57 this hand, and his hand increased in value from ace 10 to ace jack. Takes that down.
Such an easy game.
And Giovanni Agagia, he's now ha laka Ronnie go boy. That was after Ronnie doubled up through Johan de Graaf. He will be bemoaning just now when he rejoins us.
Yeah, got news for you, Chumma.
30 minutes from now, unfortunately.
We have news for you, Chumma, and it's all bad.
Yeah.
The Ronnie De Santos club is no more. But we're still in this club. We like it.
Yeah. Sadly, flop top 2 got turned.
Like a good thing.
Why the Jack 10 club?
What to do? We're out there. We're everywhere.
Yeah, like you can see that, man.
So Nalin under the gun. 6 deuce off. She hasn't had a lot to play with lately.
But patience is a virtue, and
she's a patient player.
as my wife will tell you, the women are far more patient than the men.
Yeah, her good man is not as patient at the table. Gets itchy and twitchy quite quickly. Likes to be involved, likes to play.
225.
And in it goes with King 2. Lum folds, the dock folds.
Yeah, good steal from the button.
A suited king, a little bit of equity at showdown, so not pushing entirely bare, but certainly a little bit thin. 2 to get through, of course. Steal the blinds, clean up the waste, as they say, Mark.
Absolutely. I always laugh when I see people stealing. I remember your good mate Jaco Storm saying, no respect for a good steal anymore from anybody when he used to try and steal and people repop him.
He's another one that's missing in action this week.
Yeah. I saw that he won a satellite at the other series that's upcoming, where you recently won a seat.
Yes, I shall be out there plying my trade, showing that old people can still play. You know, I qualified for the seniors and the super seniors in Vegas. Because the seniors is over 50, the super senior is over 60.
I will be joining you in January, Gary. Super senior, yeah? I like that.
And come June, we will be on that big bird. Viva Las Vegas!
Yeah, you couldn't go this year for your big 6-0s because of the travel restrictions.
So yeah, we're going to be 61 and still celebrating in Vegas. So cannot wait. 4-2 for Eben. Jack 9. Flop is 6, 10, 8.
So Nalin flopped up and down, she's going to bet it.
Even to get out of the way, PDQ here, unless he hits a card.
Bet.
And there we go. It is done.
Yeah, she had then more outs. Oh, queen, well, same amount of outs, queen of the 7. Just the straight got longer for the king.
Greg Mock goes Kaleng. I said it right, I think. Go Kaleng is top of the pops. He's got a little can of his chips there. Thinking to himself, I've done well here. Now, just giving himself a little bit of a speech inside his head. Going through his poker triangle, as I like to say. Making sure he's ready to play with some focus.
Giovanni Cluti down from Cape Town, looking forward to better my results from the last main event when he comes up. It looks like he's going to come up for the main.
Okay, so we look forward to seeing Giovanni. Poke your head in back. Obviously, only if it's legal to do so in the time. And say has it.
And our other good friend, Leonard Barden-Vulcan. Good morning, Uncle Gary and Uncle Mark. See you this weekend, also coming up for the main. Hope I run as good as the last one when he finished top 5. I mean that,
Did he not come second or third or something?
Yeah, he came 4th, I think. And he says Strongs and Jack 4. You know him, he's always loving his Jack 4.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just no changing people.
No.
I've told you what a Jack is for. Changing your tiles.
Yeah, and he'll appreciate that one.
Pocket sevens for the Doctor. The Doctor and his little flock of birds. Up to Johan de Graaf to, I think he's going to just tickle the dock a bit here and fold. You canny call. Bing sings, but Walt Disney.
Yeah. You have been caught, you cannot call.
This will be the, if I call with this, you'll get sucked out on big time. Well played, Doc. So if the Doc was in a band, what do you think it'd be called? The Birds. There was a band called The Birds?
Flock of Seagulls?
Yeah, you'd have to have a stupid haircut.
Yeah.
Do you remember the haircut on that guy, Flock of Seagulls?
Yeah, they had.
You see comb overs, but this thing was enormous. It's like a big wave on the front of his head.
Jonathan Livingston Seagull?
Wasn't there a the Waybirds, the Waybirds or something? There was a band once.
Yardbirds.
Yardbirds, that was it.
Yeah, we're
I
showing
believe
our
Clapton was in the Yardbirds.
yeah, we're showing our trivia, musical trivia here as well.
So if you need somebody in your quiz team who doesn't drink a lot but eats quite a bit, give us a call.
Yeah, we did history this morning. Now we're doing music trivia.
Yeah.
But
Maybe I can't remember yesterday.
What's your name again?
Yeah, exactly. My point. So Johan is now all in with his little snowmen. When he used to do bingo calling in the UK, 88 was always two fat ladies.
Okay.
So they had to stop saying that.
Yeah, it got politically incorrect.
Yeah.
Oh, incorrect, better.
What do you think? Can Clive call here?
It's
Third of his
Johan
stack.
is, it's a third of his stack, it's a lot, eh? If Clive thinks that he's racing, he'll take it. He'll find out the bad news if he calls, that he's not racing.
No, sorry.
It's not even to
Okay, sir.
Let's have a listen to what Clive's going to say.
210. 215. Yeah, man. 210, flat, yeah. 210. It's 210 flat.
I'm staying out of this.
210 flat.
210, 220.
Just call already, man.
Call.
Makes the call.
Show me sevens. Show me sevens.
He says, show me sevens and he's happy. Show me sevens and he's right.
Johan de Graaf, the clairvoyant.
Yeah. Show me sevens and hold up, he says. Good luck, both gentlemen.
No diamond.
They say
On the
seven's
flop.
always coming.
He says no diamonds because that's where they cover. There's all spades there. He covers the spade draw.
Good.
Clive calling for a 6 to give him extra outs. Queen is no help.
A 7 and a 7 only.
And One doubles up through Clive.
Nothing sick. Johan will be doing the victory dance. There we go. Johan's victory dance. It's official.
And Joseph Wessels, Lekker sister, translated to English, go well or lovely sister. Must be Nadine's brother.
I was going to say, let's not talk about people's sisters online. That's not right. I was trying to see who that was on the rail, but in the preview camera it's Dave De Beer, I think. Let's flip to camera 5 quickly.
Train is leaving.
Yes, there he is, lurking. Lurking Dave.
The 12 o'clock express is leaving, Gary.
Yeah, he should be on that train. What is he doing standing on the platform still?
Sporting the Monster Jam.
Lurking Dave, there he
Hoodie.
goes. He's off to lurk somewhere else. Good old Dave De Beer, great solid supporter of the Monster Jam
Careful
tour.
lurking and loitering around young people, he could get a reputation.
He already has a reputation. Dave the Lurker, merchandising Dave.
100k, Dave.
That's the boy. Chocolate Dave.
Rupert.
Fold from Johan. Lund gets out of the way. PDQ. The dock is also folding. King 2 for the lead. Fold 3-2 for Greg. On the button, just the blinds to get through. Notwithstanding the fact you do have Mr. Kikia on your left. And Tony, you can have that conversation because there's another player on the table.
What's done?
40,000, I think he said. That's a little min click there from Greg.
The 3 deuce suited.
Mock good Kaleng.
Machlein.
Yes, I think you
Got the g in there.
Yeah, I can do that. So Clive Kikia is caught very quickly. Tony Van Eden to get out of the way here. Tony hasn't got chips to burn. Get your head out of the way, please, Mr. Johan. Sit, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Tony's decided he's going to defend his big and puts the money in.
Yeah, defending lucky, but it was a min click, Gary.
Yeah, I hear you. But he's not been too frivolous. 8-9-2, so top pair for Clive.
Yeah, the Clive got the best of the
Greg
drop
picks up
off.
a 2, obviously.
It's going to go check 2, Greg, because he's the initial raiser.
25,000.
Clive repop him immediately, or just flat here.
Raise.
There comes the repop.
And there comes the fold.
Well played, Clive.
Clive will bang his chest and we will move.
Picks up plus 145k.
Not to be sniffed at, Mark. Not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, no, by playing it like that, calling and then check raising.
13
the extra
minutes
bit.
and 13 seconds to go on the level.
And then to our first break, Gary, and
I
change
believe
the
so.
players out.
And this is our 4K Little Slam. Same structure as the 40K. And this is day 3. Blinds are at 10 and 20. 20 on the big blind ante. And we are on hand 58 of the day. Well, the deal is dealing. Big shout out to the Monster Jam team and Mark and Candice, Caitlin and Dave doing a sterling job for us. And of course our sponsor this series, Betway, for all your casino and sports betting needs.
Yeah, and a shout out to the dealers as well, Gary. They work long and hard hours. keeping
Nearly
the
as
game
long
flowing.
as us.
Yeah, nearly as long as us. We're in earlier, we're out later.
Yeah.
So Gary will be going out to do a recce for our next feature table. I'll close the session out until he comes back.
$20 play. Base of 50. 50,000.
So Naeem Lum under the gun folds. Doc Lottering pocket fives. American Speedway, he's just limped in. He did raise. He did raise. It's picked up now. Was just going to say Doc doesn't like to limp in there from there. Johan de Graaf's asking how much. 30k for him to call. So it's not a min click. Shows. Doc takes that hand down. Good. Doc's recovering well now from after he doubled Johan up. Nolene staying nice and steady, up from her 1.1. Greg there at the top with 1.4. He's prospered this morning as well.
He is. I am. I'm the big guy. No, you're not.
Oh yeah,
You are the big guy.
Yeah,
sorry.
I thought I put that. Did you put it? Yeah.
So we'll move on to our next hand. The Doc will be under the gun. And I must say, Nolene has played very well. First time on the feature table. Newer player to the big stage. She's acquitted herself well, been patient. Not given away anything, played very well. So Doc under the gun with the ace-3 off. Too early for him. Nolene folds. Greg folds. All junk hands. Clive ace-deuce in the cutoff. He's looking, am I too early with this? I think he'll put that in the muck. A little early for the ace-deuce. Folds. Yeah. Discipline Clive. Wants to play the ace, but it's from too early a position.
Up to 60.
Raised by Johan. Small blind just stealing. 10 deuce. The Doyle. He just shows the 10. Lam will say, I had one of those too. Tony with 21 bigs. So nobody in the real danger zone. He's at the bottom of the pile there. Greg at the top with 1.4 million.
Huh? Look at this spot. I think you want to sit in.
Turn it split.
So all junk hands folded around to the hijack. Clive, king 7. That'll go into the muck. Tony 9-8 folds. Johan on the button with king 10. He'll play that.
Turn it down and split.
I fold so quickly.
He's fold so quickly, he says. And the raise is coming. Probably around 50.
60.
Yeah, he's gone a bit heavier. Gone to 60,000. And Doc folds, and Johan will take it down. He's looking for the king to show. So Nolene will be in the big blind. Greg will be under the gun. We've got a lot of nice action, some good play, a few suckouts, a few bad beats. So we've seen everything on the table today. We're on hand number 61 already. It's frolicked along this morning. That's over 30 hands per hour, which is always very good, especially in tournament play and with all the all-ins we've had. Ace Jack for Greg under the gun.
Up to 48.
He's raised to 48. Just under pot. Tony Van Eden, pocket jiggities, as Gary likes to say, he's all in. So he'll be in good shape against Ace Jack. Greg asking for the count. Yeah, I think it's a bit much.
500.
It's too much to call. I think Greg will fold Ace Jack here. He knows Tony's a tight player. Tony puts it across the line. He's generally got it. He got it in good with aces versus Ace Jack. Any other time you got it in with ace king. So Greg will know Tony's range here.
96.
And I think he gets away from the ace jack.
96.
It's after the range.
I'm going to count it out and see how much of his stack it is. And it's a sizable
396.
chunk.
This is 3, this is 80, 96.
A sizable chunk from his stack.
Wait for a better spot.
Yeah, I'll look for a better spot. He shows ace jack.
Show one, Tone.
Shows jacks. It's a good fold by Greg. Discipline, correct fold. Too much of his stack.
wanted him to call.
Of course, yes. And if he hits an ace, you're going to swear.
As you fuck.
I'm trying to get up.
But
He's
he's
trying to build up,
He's
right?
got an ace as well.
But he's trying to build up, right?
Yeah.
Well, you want him to sit with that to hold that?
Johan and Lum debating how Tony should have played it. Nothing wrong with the way he played it.
If he hits it, unlucky.
I'm happy with the fold. You happy with the fold?
Okay, no.
Because you sweat, bro.
So Clive Kick here will be under the gun.
No, I think he's ready for the wine now. Like he's up, right?
Gary worked as well. It's Monday.
It's folded around to Johan. 4 deuce suited in the hijack. He gets rid of that. Okay. Doc on the button with Jack 8 suited. He'll raise that up. It's folded to him. See if he goes.
61, right?
61. Leans out the way. Greg with 7-4 is out the way. And Doc will pick that up. Stealing from the button, but with the best hand.
The best guy. My uncle used to work like that.
So nobody in danger there now. Johan 25 bigs, Tony 26, Doc 29, Clive 30, Naim 34, Nalin 62 and Greg 65 bigs. 65 and 62 bigs sitting comfortably.
I like to pass the play, you know. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
So Tony, play, folds, Johan folds.
20,000.
Naim with pocket 2s in the hijack.
After this.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so. No, you're not going to move. I don't think so.
Too much trouble. Seker.
Right?
If they move, I should stay my bank with them.
Anyway,
Wait, 25.
Lum just called.
125. How much you got behind? 500.
Sorry.
Greg with the pocket queens, all in. Quick, Lum will fold the 2s very quickly.
Keep playing, Tony.
The players were asking if they're going to be changed out from the table at the break. And the answer is affirmative, because Gary's already out there, been sent to go and get the chip counts and names of the players that will be moved randomly from one of the other tables to the feature table.
Johan. Please be seated, please be seated, please be seated.
Johan being told by the dealer, he's quite correct, you must be seated to play.
20,000.
Johan 10-5 off, is going to fold that anyway.
Take your time, guys.
He's looking to go, get extra time on the break.
61.
Doc raises with ace-9 from the hijack. No lead folds. Greg with king-queen suited on the button. He might fancy a part of this flush. Of the flop. He's looking for a flush. Calls.
61, 61.
So we go 2 to the flop. Ace-9 versus the king-queen suited. Basically a 50-50. So there's the ace for Greg. For Doc. And Greg is looking for the gut shot. It's gone check, check. The ace-9 is still ahead. Doc will now bet it.
100.
Bets 100,000.
100,000.
40 seconds.
Take your time, you got 30 seconds. Don't fold yet, 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll wait.
No fold. Show this card already.
For fuck's sakes, guys.
Johan didn't want them to fold so they could run the clock down. There's a few seconds left.
Blind.
There'll be another hand now.
Also only on good play. Okay.
Yeah, please be seated.
Okay, guys, this is your last hand. When you finish, just leave your chips here and take all your personal belongings with you. Transfer it.
Don't mind 10.
The chips will be there after the break.
You can hear Gary in the background telling the players this is your last hand. And then you will be moved. Just take your personal belongings. Leave your chips. Your chips will be moved for you. They'll be moved to one of the outer tables and we will get a new feature table after the break. So the hand hasn't been reset yet. So we move quickly round. It's folded all the way around. And Johan gets a walk anyway and takes the hand. So he will be just plus 20,000. Or plus 10,000 because blinds were 10-20. He's plus 10,000 to Johan. And that is the end of that. So you will join us back after the break. We'll have a break for 10-15 minutes. Come and join us after that again and we'll have a new feature table for you. Welcome back to Emerald City, and we've changed out our feature table at the Emerald Casino and Resort. And in seat number 1 we have Clive Curry on 123,400. We have Greg Currius in seat number 2, 946,000 chips. Carl Sneyman, 178,000 chips in seat 3. Bruce Flowerday, that is the partner of Nolene, who's just left the feature table, 582,000 chips. Yoni Lipschitz has got 1.7 million chips from what I can see on this count here. Vigandas has got 1.37 million chips. John Abrosi 1.269 million chips. And Adam Wolf 1.152 million chips. So a lot of big stacks here. And Carl Sneyman will have to make moves. Clive Curry will have to make moves. And Clive on 1.2 million actually. It's not 123,000, 1.2 million chips. So it's only really Carl that's short. So we go to the hands moved on while I was introducing the players. They just moved the button, so just getting set for the hand. I was looking down at the sheet while I was reading out, and we're into our first hand of this new feature table. So a couple of players that haven't been on the feature table before, like Yoni.
24,000 to play.
Most of the other players have been on the feature table before. Coral a lot at Times Square, where he ran second in the one event.
24,000.
Bruce hasn't been on, I think, a Monster Jam feature table before. Been on other final tables in events in the past, Royal Rumble in Swaziland, etc. And Vigandas no stranger to this table.
24,000.
So Coral is called. So we call from Coral Sneyman.
24.
Yoni Lipschitz has called. He's folded the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Vigandas 24,000 to call. He's asking for
It's all John's chips. Yeah.
pocket sixes on the button. So he's raised up to 77. He's customary 7 in the amount that he likes. It's folded back to Carl Sneyman, who's short stacked, limped in. He's only got 154,000 behind, 53,000 to call. It's a third of his stack. It's a lot of his chips to call, and he'll get rid of that. So I've been joined by a guest commentator at the moment. Gary has stepped out, made way for Damien Fine. Nice to see you here.
Thanks for having me, Mark. It's good to be on the stream.
Yeah, and I think an opportune moment for you to come. You're very good friends with Yoni. So nice for you to come in behind the scenes while he's playing and have a look.
Yeah, he's basically my partner in poker. So it's this is our first Mjpt together, and it's really nice to see him on the feature table, the good size stack, nearing the money.
Yeah, it's getting near to the money now, so the players will start taking ICMs into account in that. But sitting on this table, he's one of the millionaires on the table, so he's sitting fairly comfortably. There's a few short stacks, medium stacks there, but he's fairly comfortable at the moment. He's just got to avoid having a big hand clash with one of the big stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. That could be disastrous. So if that doesn't happen, but he'll know very well how to attack the short stacks around the bubble, try build his stack up nicely, avoid the other monster stacks at the table.
And how have you enjoyed your experience here at Mjpt?
It's been very nice. I've unfortunately last night I busted in a bit of a cooler. Queens into aces, button versus small blind, very standard. But yeah, other than that, it's been a very good experience for both of us. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Hopefully we'll be back very soon.
Oh, that's great. And it's great to see the young players coming along. I heard Bradley asking in the background, so you can answer for him. He asked how young is Yoni, because he looks so young. I think he's about 22 or so.
We're both 21.
There you go.
Both February, 22 soon.
Yeah,
that
so it
chance.
wasn't far off.
Yeah.
I've known you lads for a while, since I first saw you playing at Emperor's,
Yeah,
and then at club games after that.
we've come a long way since then.
You guys have. Your poker really has come along. You're both developing nicely. It's always good to see new players coming in. And you would have been impressed with young Ariel, his performance in the Grand Slam. Also one of the young players that you know from club games and that, and he's come a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. Ariel is a very talented poker player. He his actual specialty is PLO, Potlamonomaha, and so it was interesting to see him in the Hold'em fields, and he just killed it.
Yeah, but as an actuary, he's a very bright boy. The maths side of poker, which is a very important part, comes so naturally to him. I mean, one of the really best players in the country, Eugene Duplessis, is an actuary. So it does lend well to poker.
Yeah, absolutely. His mathematical brain is just next level, which is able to translate into using that maths into poker, gives him a very big advantage.
Yeah, and he's also young, also 22, 23 thereabouts, eh?
He's
Or
20,
slightly.
he's 24.
24, yeah. Still also a bit close enough in that age group.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the hand is folded all the way around. Looking at us with the Jack 4 in the hijack, he'll get rid of that. John Ambrosi, no stranger to the feature tables, no stranger to anybody in poker. And his good lady Rosa in the background. Behind him there, she's always close at hand when he's playing. Lovely to see Rosa, lovely lady, lovely family. So Greg checks his options, blind on blind action. So we go two-way to the flop. So nothing there for either player. The jack are still good. It's going to be who blinks first. And there's the 3 now for Clive. So let's see if Clive will bet that 3. He should, because it was checked on the flop. He bets and it'll be bet fold. So as a short stack, he'll welcome that.
Yeah, that especially with that stack, anything you can pick up along the way is integral.
He's not short stacked. On the original list, I had him as 120. He's actually got 1.2 million, so not short stacked at all.
Bit of a difference there.
A couple of shout outs on the stream here from Giovanni Cluti. He's been having chats with us, and he says he's coming firm for the main event. He's from the Northern Cape, Katu. He says, gents, the big blind count is incorrect. You should include the ante that goes with the big blind. That's the old debate, and that's the old M system where you included the big blind, the antes, and the small blind. I'm a firm believer in using the M system from Marrington on Oldham, but modern poker world talks in big blinds. So we go with what the majority does, and we're talking big blind terms. But I'm one that believes in the old M system. I don't know what your thought process is on that, Damien.
I still remember the day that you gave me his book, and I read that book. That was probably the first book that I read, but I feel that Hold'em has progressed a lot since the days of books. Today, a lot of the information from books is outdated, really not that valuable anymore. So I think including the big blind ante sort of it just provides like an inaccurate like blind like level.
Yeah, no, look, I agree with you. I mean, I start a lot of people that ask me for help on Harrington on Hold'em because I believe it's a good basis. And then you've got to go from there because poker's evolved so much since then into the exploitative poker route that we go now, and all the training videos that are out there and all the courses that are out there, so much more. But unless you have those basics in place, I don't think you can evolve to that level. You won't understand those concepts unless you go through that learning process first.
Absolutely, I would definitely agree with that.
I just feel that, and I know that you say that systems are outdated, the M's, but it gives you a more accurate, because that's what it's costing you. Basically what M is what it's costing you per rotation. So if you include the big blind ante and the small blind, and it comes to 50k, that's what a rotation costs you, and you divide it by that, you get your M's. The big blinds is more for exploitative poker because you're going 2.2x, 2.5x, and not the old standard 3x. So meanwhile, the hand is developed here. Bruce is raised with the king 10. Vigandas is called with the ace 10 suited, so the ace 10 well in front. Bruce checks. Vigandas checks behind because Bruce was the original raiser. 5's no help to either player. Ace still well out in front. 7, no help. There's a 4-card straight there now. And the flush has got there. So Bruce is going to rep. He was the original raiser. He puts in a nice size bet.
Yeah, and
60k.
I think on this board he does have to stab. His hand has very little showdown value. So turning his hand into a bluff, I think would be the correct move.
That's 100% the correct move. It's the only way he can win.
I'm not so sure Feigendas, being the player he is,
Yeah.
he does lay it down.
Yeah, the thing is the board is very straighty, very flushy. So, you know, Vigendas has only got ace 10. So I think it is a hand that he can get away from quite easily there. A couple more shout outs on the stream for Nolene, who just left the final, the feature table. That's her mom. Go, my Nolene. Love you. That's from her mom. And Adam Trope says, hi, what are the payouts? I'll go over them just now. They have been published out on the site. So I will go through them just now when we have an opportunity. Yeah, Nolene, who left the feature table, is sitting where Yoni is sitting. And Bruce is her partner. He's sitting in the seat next to Yoni now.
Yoni mentioning how stressful this is for him. This is his first broadcasted event that he's ever played on.
Yeah, it was Nolene's too, and she relaxed. And once she relaxed, she'll enjoy the experience. I was a very new player. Went to my first All Africa first night, bang onto the TV table, the feature table, and I had some maniacs on that table. I had a past All Africa winner Claude Sachs on the table. I had Golf 9 on the table. I had Doc Lottering on the table. I had the eventual winner Wessel Jacobs on the table, and man who's passed away, Glenn Losser. Deep pockets, who was splashing around, sat down with 20 rebuys and said, we're here to play poker. Here are my rebuys lined up and ready. So it was an experience.
That is a brutal first experience.
And I'd only been playing poker for just over a year at the time.
Wow.
But looking back, it was a learning experience. I was already 47 years old, so age was on my side, but poker, I was brand new.
Yeah. I think at the age of 21, it's sort of people underestimate you a lot, and they think you're still a child. Meanwhile, they don't realize how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of hands that we've actually played due to our online background.
That is the other thing. Most of these players, the older players, learned Hold'em the old-fashioned way. Didn't do a lot of homework. Didn't do a lot of studying that. It was by experience, learn, feel, touch. Whereas the younger players are all coming up now. They're reading the material. They're doing the training videos. They're studying. They're playing thousands and thousands of hands online every day. Myself, I learned very quickly because I played a lot of hands online.
Yeah, you are, I would say, one of the OG online players in South Africa.
So we're going now. Coral is looking for 5 outs. He doesn't find it. Very unlucky for Coral. He's eliminated while we were chatting there. Made his move, got called because he was short stacked. It's unfortunate. It's the nature of when you're very short stacked, you're going to get called light. And he got it in the suited connectors. He's good friends with John, knows John very well. So commiserations to him. But we're nearing closer and closer to the money. The question was asked about the prize structure. They are paying 10 players. Is it 13? The original publication last night that they sent me was 10, so that is correct, because that was 10% of the field, because we had 126 players, which is better. So, but I think the bottom prize is around 6k or so, just over what you invested in your 4k, and on the top is 130 odd k.
Yeah, I think between 10th and 13th, I think they're getting around 6,800 rand.
Okay, so you guys have checked obviously already for Yoni.
Yes, we have checked. And yeah, I think Thirst is a little over 130.
I think that's Yoni's first goal, get into the money, then get to the final table, and then ladder up. That should be the goals. Many goals.
We prefer to look at the big picture. We play to win. We play to
Yeah,
win.
sure, you all play to win, but you've got to get there first.
Absolutely.
And anything can happen once you get to that final table. Look at Gio yesterday. Very short stacked on that final table. Still out of the money. He played extremely well, and then he was chip leader. And then he got to play heads up.
Yeah, Gio's a very talented player. Lot of experience. Knows very well what to do with the varying stack sizes. Then when he got to heads up, Max is also very aggressive, very talented player, and he was just able to take control of that heads up match.
Yeah, Max had a very good last series. He won the high roller, and then he came run up in the main event.
Yeah, it's, he's almost been our South African version of Michael Adamo in America, who's gone on a bit of a heater recently, cashing for around $7 million just this month.
Yeah, that's huge. And we were just alluding to old Helmuth winning his 16th bracelet. I know you youngsters hate it because he's the original poker brat, the old guard that nobody thinks can play. And there he's sitting top of the pop, 16 bracelets. Cannot argue that.
You know what? I have my opinions on Helmuth. Gonna keep those to myself. But I think that he's a very skilled mixed game player, which he won his recent bracelet in 2-7, which is a mixed game. And he has a lot of experience in those mixed games, but I feel in today's elite no limit hold'em players, he just doesn't stand a chance with them.
Yeah, you know, most of his bracelets, I think 13 of his bracelets are in no limit hold'em. He's only got 3 in other formats, but his latest one was in a mixed event.
Yeah, but the fields that he plays in are certainly not, you know, at the elite level. When you go to things like Super High Roller Bowl, the US Poker Open, the Poker Masters, there's where you see the cream of the crop.
The current ones.
The current cream of the crop, and he avoids those tournaments because he knows.
Yeah, but that's a smart poker play. If you look at anything that says if you are not choosing your games wisely, then you're going to be out of your depth and you're going to lose. You don't want to go into a game where you're the worst player there.
Absolutely. Let's see how Yoni proceeds with middle pair ace kicker. I believe he will be calling here.
Yeah, he's well in front. Adam only has one out. So let's see what Yoni does there. The bet has come. Adam is putting the pressure. He's donk led out there with the pocket fours.
Yeah, Adam was the initial raiser.
Yeah, he's the initial. I was just thinking, I thought the button was here, but John, but it's not the button. Just catching up here quickly because we're having our chat. So there we go. So it was check to him, then he bet. Now it gets tougher for Yoni because he's out of position. So he's going to check again. If Adam fires again, it's going to get harder and harder for Yoni to call. And Adam's a very experienced player.
Yeah,
Been around for a while.
I played a lot with Adam
back.
online. Yeah, I believe the check back is good. His hand has a lot of showdown value. Can bluff catch with missed draws on the river.
The flush draw has got there, but it's a backdoor flush. So Yoni, I think, will think that his 8 is good now because he's going to check, and I don't think Adam can fire this again. No, he can't.
I think that played out quite standard.
Yeah, and Yoni takes in a nice pot. So that'll do his confidence a lot of good, plus 194,000. And he moves to the top there of our feature table. 78 bigs. That's brought a smile to your face, 1.9 million.
That definitely brings a smile to my face.
So very nicely done by Yoni. Yeah, no, like I say, I've got a lot of respect for the younger, newer players that have come through, and especially the international ones and the way the game's played. I keep studying, so I follow the trends in that. It doesn't suit my style, so I just adapt what I want out of it. And I continue to play the way I do, because it's where I'm comfortable. I don't want to get too far out my comfort zone. And just shake it up every now and again, get my little steals through and that when people don't think I do it. That's great. And play like that. But it still stands me well for doing this job. I think it suits me well to sit here and talk about poker.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of people underestimate how much studying there actually is in poker. I mean, Fedor Holtz, who now that he's semi-retired, he was rated as probably the best in the world. him and his group of players, they had a rule that they had to study for 10 hours for every hour of poker
Correct.
that they played.
That is 100% correct.
And that is how they managed to get to the most elite level, by putting in those hours, studying, using solvers, and just perfecting their game.
Yeah, they've taken the game to a whole new level, and we discussed a lot of this. If you've watched any of the stream, I brought it up, and Gary and I spoke about it, is the new trend to downsize the betting on the flop and the turn. So the raise might come in if blinds are what they are currently, and the raise goes to 60,000 or whatever, and there's a call, so now there's like 140k in the pot, and the downsize bet is coming. It's not 2/3 of the pot anymore. They're downsizing. They're betting 50 or 60,000 on the flop. They're sometimes betting less than what the original raise was.
Absolutely. Very modern theory is the downsized c-bet on the flop. And it used to be around 1/3, and recently I've seen trends of it going even smaller, sometimes as low as 1/5 pot. It just somewhat depends on the board texture and how that texture interacts with the person's range.
Yeah, it's a very smart ploy to keep pot control and to still allow you to see bet every pot just about, and keep your range more well hidden. So it has been a much higher modern trend. The same as the opening raises that have been downsized now to 2.2x, and a lot of them are down min clicking only and going just 2x.
Yeah, the sizing. Watch a lot of videos from the old days. Sizings openings were 3x, 4x, even as big as 5x, and today, between 2 and 2.2, that is what you'll see the current elite players opening, because there's just no need to open bigger.
Absolutely. Now there's been a raise by Adam with a suited 10-9. Bruce has woken up with pocket queens here in the cutoff. And as it looked like Bruce has just called that. Flat called to disguise, yes, he has.
Oh wow.
So actions on Yoni now with kings to his left. Oh my goodness, yeah, he's an action hand.
Well, we're definitely going to see a sizable squeeze out of Yoni. In position, you don't have to squeeze as big, but with a raise and a call, we're still going to see some size to that bet.
Yeah, and I think Bruce is in trouble here, because Bruce is flat called for deception, and when Yoni squeezes, he's not going to believe, and he's going to go back over the top, and he's going to run queens into kings here. That's my prediction on this hand. We'll see if it plays out that way.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with the flow of that hand.
So Yoni sizing his bet now. He's looking. There's 170k in the pot. The raise was to 55. So what do you fancy as the 3-bet here?
I like to go as a standard rule, 3.5x in position and 4x out of position, and then you add in a big blind for every additional caller.
So his 3-bet here to 222. So he went over pot.
Okay, I like that size.
So he'll get rid of Adam very quickly. Adam can't come along with a 10-9 suited. He's had a raise, he's had a flat caller behind, and now the 3-bet. And here is where Bruce's dilemma comes. He limped for deception, just flat calling the raise. Now it's been 3-bet.
Yoni and I were discussing last night that he was a little bit worried to get coolered, and now he's the one doing the coolering.
So Bruce has counted out a calling chips only, looks like. Bruce is 760k behind. Yoni's got him well covered. He's just called. So he's done well not to lose most of his stack here already. So let's see what the flop can bring us. Oh wow. That is unlucky for Yoni, because Bruce will check it. He's going to check, and Yoni is going to fire. He has to with the kings on that board.
Yeah.
He's protecting against an ace coming. There's a straight draw there. There's a flush draw there. So there's now 559,000 in the pot. I would imagine that if he downsizes it from his 3-bet, he could bet 170, 180 to to control it, which is what I would normally do on this board. But he could be in danger of betting a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I still like the small c-bet.
You like the 170 where I was talking about?
I still like that sizing. And if Bruce moves all in over the top, Yoni has no choice but to call.
And Bruce is not giving him anything. He's dead still like a statue looking forward, not moving at all. There are only 2 outs available to Yoni. Good news for him is none of the kings were folded. The bad news is that it's only 2 outs.
He does also have the ever ambitious backdoor straight working for him.
And spades. No, he's got diamonds and clubs. Spades are the outs.
165.
All in call. All in call.
Yeah, that hand.
Chips were always going into the middle on the sand.
That hand, there was nothing that Yoni could do there. There's just too many value hands that Bruce could have that Yoni is still beating.
Yeah. So good luck to both gentlemen. Turn is a 10s, no help.
Just hold.
That's the king.
3 of spades, no help. So a big double up for Bruce. Yoni takes a hit. Fortunately for him, it was against one of the shortest stacks at the table. So it's not as painful as it could have been.
Yeah, I think as much as Yoni is numb to those hands, through being in those situations thousands of times, it's still on the feature table, on stream, still hurts a little bit extra than normal.
Yeah, of course it's going to hurt. It's going to be painful. Like I said, the good news is that he had a healthy stack. You can dust it off. That's going to be the measure of where he is as a poker player. You walk that off. You've got to pick yourself up. We had a very unfortunate Ronnie DeSantos, who you might know well. He had aces versus kings against Lum. There was only 1 king left in the deck. Lum on the flop said, I know you've got aces, but I can't fold. Called with the kings and went run a 4-card flush.
Oh yeah, Ronnie actually came straight to me to come tell me about the bad beat.
It was brutal, and then he got it in with ace queen, flop top 2, and got turned. So
Yeah.
it's a brutal game.
Very brutal game.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks.
Shame. So Bruce gets a nice double up for him. Yoni will shed some chips there. He'll walk it off. He's still got plenty chips. Still got over $1 million. Should or just under $1 million. He'll probably have just under $1 million after that. We'll get the exact count now from Bradley, who keeps a track, as you can see being in the back here, the GFX software. He tracks every single chip that goes into the middle there, concentrates like heck. So I'll give my shout out to well done Brad for all the hard work he puts in there. It's hard work concentrating all day long. You know, he's got to focus on every single hand. Other players can switch off when they're not in a hand. Brad has to concentrate on every single hand. Brad saying he's not very clever. I shall not rise to that bait, and he's very lucky Gary's not in the commentary booth, who most definitely would have added to that.
Go, boy.
But as you can see, it's a lot of fun commentating in the back. You get to see firsthand exactly what's going on. I've got hours and hours and hours and hours on every single player in South Africa now. There's great homework here. I'm putting my homework in here. We do around 110 hours streaming minimum on every series. So we're sitting here for 110 hours examining everybody's hands.
Sure, and I guess as a poker player, one of the benefits is you sort of get to see what players do with their whole cards as a commentator.
100% I get to see what they do with their whole cards. I get to see their physical tells. I get to see everything from here.
Sure. Yeah, being this was my first Mjpt, a lot of the players I had never played with before, and there were a couple exploits that I only picked up a lot later in the day after having played with them for 5-6 hours, which if I had known those things would have helped me greatly earlier on in the day.
Yeah, well, that will come with experience as well. You're young, you've got time, and these streams are great tools for newer players to study the other players.
Absolutely, and I know a lot of Yoni and myself, our friends at home, A lot of them are watching the stream, railing Yoni, cheering him on.
Well, they must give us some shout outs. Damien's sitting in the commentary booth with me on Facebook or on YouTube. Please give us a little shout out, show your support. There was one earlier for Yoni, as I said, from Jesse Berman. And that was it. A lot of support for the other players. Okay, and you're one of your other friends that asked what the payouts were. So that's been answered already. So as you can see there, Bruce has now moved to the top of the list after that hand. It was a cooler hand. It was always going to be the way the hand played out. And look, Bruce flat called there for deception to start off with. It was just very unfortunate for Yoni that Bruce found the 2-outer on the flop. And that's the way it is. Any other way, those chips were all going to Yoni.
Yeah, that hand played out very standard. You know, in those situations, if players get emotional, they must just understand that there's nothing you can do. Sometimes the cards dictate what's going to happen, and it's just out of your control.
I thought you were going to turn up a queen 10. Then I would have been like 24,000 to play.
Right, so Greg will be under the gun. Queen 9 suited, nice looking hand, but a little bit early position, but he's going to play it with the stack he's got.
Yeah, I think that is quite a wide open. But with the big blind ante, you are able to sort of open up your range, raise a little bit wider, because there's extra incentive in the pot to try and steal.
Yoni with the ace 3 suited, same suit, he will get rid of that. Round to Vigandas. Ace K, here comes a big 3-bet. And as Gary always tells you, Vigandas, one of his trademarks is there will be a 7 somewhere in the bet size when he's got a big hand. Outing him on the stream, Gary has. So let's see what the bet size is. Oh, he's just flat calling.
Wow, he just flat calls.
That is unusual.
That isn't a common thing you would see nowadays with Ace King suited. You want to be 3-betting, you want to be building a pot.
Hence I said very unusual.
Absolutely.
It also allows the other players in behind. Like now Adam Wolf with the 10-9 suited. Might fail, he's getting a very nice price to call. 300k in the pot. Got to call 110, he's getting 3 to 1.
That's quite a tight laydown. I think such a nice playable hand. You are out of position though, which is quite a disadvantage.
Big blind's going to defend now. He's going to say, I'm getting an even better price. Got Queen 6 suited. See,
that
looking for a funky flop.
Yeah, that is a perfect defend.
Flop has come Queen high. So the AK just flatting there has let the other 2 in, and
120.
Clive's going to lead out with his Queen now. Greg looks perplexed. He also has a Queen.
No, I actually noticed quite a lot of this happening over the last 2-3 days, where players would donk lead out of position, and there's a lot of disadvantages to it. The main one being is you don't get the information that you want out of checking, letting the initial raiser c-bet. You see what sizing he uses, you see what happens, the other players in the hand, what they do. By donk leading, you don't really allow yourself to get that information for free.
And not only that, if you get 3-bet now, where do you think you like? How do you like your Queen 6?
Yeah, that puts you in a very difficult spot to continue.
You went 120.
Yeah, Greg is really struggling with this.
He's perplexed. Why would you leave 120 into that size pot? To him, it's looking like a 2-pair big blind special. That's the perplexion on his face.
Possibly.
Because he's like, why would you? He's got the Queen. He's not putting Clive on a Queen. He's putting him on that he's flopped something funky, or he's flopped a low set or something like that. Because he's like, why are you leaving that out? He's either into a major Hollywood, or he genuinely is perplexed.
I think he, from what I can see, it looks quite honest. this down.
It looks like he might. He's
Sure.
perplexed.
Jeez.
The 120 has confused him. The 120 has confused him.
See, that's another sort of disadvantage of opening queen unsuited under the gun. It's not that strong of a hand. When you flop a queen, you know, if he had something like ace queen, king queen, you're a lot more comfortable to continue
Absolutely.
with a strong top pair.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold this. Yeah, I definitely think he's going to fold this. It's just not making sense to him. And again, he's only got a 9 kicker. If he's been called by queen 10, queen jack, anything like that, which is highly likely out of the big blinds, he's also in trouble. So that's going into the muck. Yeah, he's getting the fold face on. Chips have gone down. He's not looking at chips. There goes the fold. And the AK is out the way. He's just going to show the queen. He says you must beat a set. That's what he's saying.
Did he say
exactly what I said to you.
Sure.
That he thought the suspicious 120 bet dom lead is a low set.
Something like that.
Yeah, but again, I would never bet the set there.
Of course. This would play much nicer as either a check raise, or if you're feeling that you want to trap, go for the check call.
Yeah,
on such a
absolutely.
dry flop, you know, a lot of turns improve your opponent. In the meantime, they're drawing dead.
Yeah, but again, when you open queen 9 under the gun, you are opening yourself up to that perplexion.
Absolutely.
You can see it on TV.
See it on TV.
I can't bluff. That's one thing I can't do.
Don't worry, we're gonna go out. We're
Calf
gonna
curry, I can't bluff. You did in effect there. It was a donkey bit with that. It's confused.
Yeah.
12,000.
Everybody's always, you'll see the stream. I know Moaz had a big thing about this. Now, Moaz is a very talented player. I've known Moaz for a very long time. I was at Royal Rumble in 2009 when my good mate Clinton, who was my poker partner, won the event, the very first Rumble, and Moaz was runner-up as a young new player. And Moaz has gone on to great things since then. And Moaz is saying the streaming and bringing up there is ruining his game, because everybody knows exactly what he's doing when he's 3-betting, 4-betting. So he's not a great lover of this, and he did not like the screens up at the feature table.
I think the stream is important for the sport of poker. You know, Poker Go, the new poker streaming site, they stream all the events with the most elite players in the world. And it's really great marketing and a draw to get new players interested when they're able to see, you know, on their screens, they're able to see the action happening, get excited about it, you know, bring in new blood to the sport through these streams. I think it's very important.
I think it's highly important. I started playing this game because of the old Pigs Peak channel. At an old age of 46, I saw it on TV, and I thought, this looks interesting. How do you play this game? And I learned to play it from there. And I'm hoping that our stream will do the same for newer, younger players, and even older players like myself that came in later, to bring them to the sport, to grow the sport. We have a wonderful sponsor now in Betway that has sponsored this series for the streaming, and with their continued growth and involvement in the sport, hopefully we can grow it even more. And I think it's very important for South African poker to have a streaming platform.
Very, very well said. You know, the first sort of show that I watched for poker was the original high stakes poker, and when I saw the top players in the world, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Harvey, sitting down with bricks of hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, you know, nothing excited me more than seeing that. Now seeing pots of $1 million, you know, that was sort of, that developed my first love for poker, being able to see that. And hopefully this can do the same for other kids out there.
Yeah, we spoke about Ronnie earlier. Giovanni Gaggia, who plays regularly with him at the club game, says, sorry Ronnie, what a sick cooler man, you played a great game. Yeah, Ronnie's a good player. Also new to the game, he's only been playing for just over 3 years.
Yeah, that in terms of poker, that is relatively new.
Ace King, after the raise by John. John likes to open up most aces. He's opened up ace 9 from the hijack to 58. In the small blind, Greg with ace king.
that looks like a 3-bet. And I think out of position, you know, Feigendas, when he flatted, he was at least in position.
Yeah.
Out of position, you definitely want to be 3-betting here.
Yeah, 100%.
212.
Bruce will let go of his big blind quite easily. And John knows when to fold.
Kings are good.
Said your kings are good. It's ace king. Plays similarly against ace 9. Still got 3 outs. See ya in the back. Gary's in the background here, but he's quite happy with the job being so far, Damien. So as long as you have prepared to sit a little longer, you'll be left in that seat. I think it's a seat hard to vacate once you sit in. It's a lot of fun.
It definitely is a lot of fun. And if Gary's given me the approval, that's all I need to stay.
Yeah, I started doing this as a guest the first time I came in and sat as a guest at Carnival the one time. Gary and I gelled well, and Gary said, why don't you come back for the whole next day? I came back for the whole next day, and now we've done a couple of series together. So I couldn't think of anything better. Gary's a very good friend of mine. So I play a home game with him every week. So to sit and chat poker with my mate, nothing but better. Only better thing would be to be out there playing.
Absolutely, I know as much as I've loved commentating, I definitely would have preferred to be on this feature table with the million or two in chips, just grinding out there.
A million or two chips that wouldn't be grinding, you'd be flying. So I like your ambition. Vingendas under the gun, opening with 10-9 suited. Like we said, a hand that flopped all in. There we go, there's the all-in.
Adam Wolf with the,
yeah, he's lost, he's shed a few
perfect
chips.
rejam.
Shed a few chips, so he needs to move it in. Yeah, and Vingendas will be a quick folder. So nice little plus 117k for Adam. So you see there Bruce on top, 70 bigs, 1.7 million. Yanni's still on 1.1 million, still over a million, 44 bigs.
Yeah, with 44 bigs, I mean, a lot of times online you're used to playing with 20 big blinds, 15 big blinds. There where it's really, really important, you know, your pre-flop strategy needs to be dialed in 100%. At 44 big blinds, you're a little bit more comfortable, you have a little bit more leeway. You still have to play correctly, but it's not as rushed as if you were very sure.
Absolutely, and we just saw Gary on screen there, taking care of some housework there, getting everybody to follow all the rules and that, putting in a little table, moving a chair out, having a chat with John Abrosi. They know one another very well.
Small blind, 12.
Shuffle around. So John Abrosi will be under the gun, playing 9 off. It's early for John, he'll get rid of that.
24.
Wolf, 5 into the muck. Ace 3 from Clive Curry. Little early position. Get go. Jack 7 in the muck, so Bruce on the button. 8-7. He's looking across. I've only got the blinds. He's contemplating. He lets it go. The raise there would have been normal.
Yeah, I think with the big stack, with the dead money in the pot, it would be okay to open that a little bit. It is a little bit wide, but you know it's not terrible to be opening there with such a big stack.
If you watch Ahmed and Muaz and them, they're opening 9-4, 9-3 from the button there. Eugene Duplessis as well.
Those are the very elite players in South Africa. You know, very, very aggressive style. Very similar to Max, the winner of yesterday. A very aggressive style of poker, which is very effective.
Raise up to 54.
So you're only raising blind on blind with the king. Vingendas has only got 5-4.
Let it go.
He's going to let it go. A lot of other players will defend their blind. Vingendas is not a big blind defender. We know the players out there, you get to know them.
Yeah.
You know if you're raising their blind, they're going to be a little more sticky, so your range is going to be a little tighter against them.
We're going another level at the table.
If you play against against them in certain spots, depending on your stack size. Other times you want them to have that wide range calling against you.
Yeah, I think it's entertaining with you.
Yeah, the man is very bit like, and
A little bit of banter, we always like to just listen. The table mics pick it up very nicely. You can see when you've got the headphones on there, you pick it up very clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I just saw someone questioning whether Yoni was a bit inexperienced or not, because of his age. Like I said, a lot of
And he looks
people.
younger.
Exactly.
Baby face.
He does have a baby face. You know, myself with the beard, I may look a little bit older.
24.
But yeah, a lot of these older players never seen us before. Young kids, they think you're a Lati.
So Greg Yana in the hijack with ace-7, contemplating a raise. Now he lets it go, saying just too early. Bruce again 8-7. Didn't play it from the button. They definitely going in the button from the cutoff. Yanni looking at the blinds. King 4 off on the button. John is a blind defender, so it's a wise move not to try too much from the button with him.
Yeah, I think Yoni's disciplined enough. You know, King 4, the suited variation, more likely an open. Offsuit, I think you can just let it go.
Yeah, and John gets a walk there, and the blinds are going to go up. I heard the buzzer in the background. Bradley's busy adjusting it for us, so those will change now. The big blind, amount of big blinds every player has. What's in the pot pre-flop now is 75k. Blinds of 15,000, 30,000 with a big blind ante of 30,000. So half the original opening stack is now in the pot pre-flop.
Absolutely, and that's just a testament to how sizable the field was. They got a very good field together, 126 people, especially during somewhat of a pandemic. That's a very good field to get together here.
But it's a great structure, this little slam. I mean, you're playing the identical structure to what they played, the 40k Grand Slam, but you're playing 1/10 of the price. So we reckon this is the best structure in the country.
Very, very good structure. You know, Mark, I was playing with Mark, and he said to me, he convinced me to come play because he said the structure is just so good. You get to play for so long for this level of buy-in. And early in the day, I was with a starting stack of 150,000. I was down to about 30,000, and because it's so slow and you have such a lot of playability, I turned that 30,000 into about 450,000 MRP.
Here's a comment for you.
Thanks, Jerry.
Jerry Anders, love the commentary from Damon.
70. Up to 70.
Good, your mates will out there will enjoy this.
70 total.
I don't think they actually knew that I would be
coming in
doing commentary today.
I don't think you knew. Gary caught you outside there.
Yeah.
Gary's very accommodating to people, to let people, he likes to share the experience here, broaden everybody's experiences of this, which is lovely. And like I said, my opportunity to do this came from that, from coming in as a guest originally. But going back to the structure of this, Gary and I said, if we weren't commentating, we'd be playing. It would suit my style 150%, this structure.
Absolutely, I know it would definitely suit your style, having played with you for many years. This would be a very good tournament for you.
So Greg will be under the gun. 824,000 in the blind level. Dealer's just checking.
Got dealt 3. Yoni got dealt 3 cards. Just a misdeal from the dealer there.
Let's play pineapple. Anyone knows how to play pineapple? You play 3 cards.
A pineapple is a little fun little home game, somewhat gambly game that we often play in our game, where you start with 3 cards and post flop you throw away one of the cards, and you often see very big pots.
Yeah, because you're
styles.
increasing your odds of making a hand. So 2 cards must have stuck together because of the position that Yoni's in. He couldn't have been misdealt 3 cards.
Yeah,
two cards stuck together for
he
sure.
was dealt last, I think.
Is your machine low? Looking at you.
middle of the field. So like I said, two cards must have stuck together. And these deck of cards, the spare decks up there, we register them every morning. Every card has to go over the reader and registered in order. It must be redone every day. One of these decks of cards, 1,600 US.
Wow.
Because of the RF readers that are inside. That table with all its technology software in that, around £1 million. So there's big money invested into this buy card stream.
Yeah, the streams are not cheap to set up.
And that is a brand new feature table that was built. It's got the readers to read PLO as well now. Can read 4 card.
Oh, that's very cool.
So Gary and Cole developed and built this table over the last few months. And it got a nice calf leather rail, so that's nice and durable, nice and spongy. It's a lovely table to play on.
Yeah, I went up yesterday and I just felt the table just to sort of picture what it would be like sitting on this feature table. Very, very high quality table, I did feel.
You can feel it when you press into it and that. It's amazing to play on.
Definitely.
So Giovanni Gaggia has been very vocal on this stream this morning. Hello, John Abrosi and Greg. Good luck, gents. The 2 people that play with him regularly every week at their games.
We see Adam's gone with the 3-bet jam with the ace-jack, which is the perfect move with that stack depth.
Yeah, and Vigandus's range can be quite wide from the cutoff, and it was ace-5. So he's jammed on Vigandus twice now.
Yeah.
This will not be lost on Vigandus, and I think the next time Vigandus raises from there, and he's going to raise a little tighter range, and he's going to have a hand to call.
Yeah, that possibly could happen.
That dynamic develops. So we saw it yesterday with Max Davison and Nav's Naka. Nav's 3-bet jammed him 3 times, and the next time Max had kings. As it was, Nav's had queens. So Nav's 3-bet him, and Max said to me, "We've been doing this all the time, I'm all in." Kings, and of course Nav snapped to the queens, and that was it. And it put Navs on fumes. To Nav's benefit, and well done to him, he grounded up, ground through there on fumes to get to 3rd spot, which was quite amazing.
No, that's what a lot of tournament poker is all about. It's not about how you can deal with 100 big blind stack. It's that if you do get decimated, that you know what to do, you keep composed, and you're able to take those few big blinds you have left and work with them.
30,000 to play?
Yeah, somebody coming back at you for your comment about Helmut. They said, does knowing only how to play high-level no-limit hold'em make those players better poker than someone who can play all the different poker games? So they're arguing for Helmut and saying, because he can play all the games, that he's superior to person that can only play high-level no-limit hold'em.
I'll say Helmuth is a very good mixed game player. There's no doubt about that. He knows all the games very well. He in all the mixed game, the horse games, he is always a threat to everyone. There's no doubt about that. I was simply speaking about purely in the no limit hold'em fields against the cream of the crop. That his skill just wouldn't match up to theirs. But yeah, if you took someone like Marco Adamo and you put him in a horse tournament with Phil would decimate him.
Yeah, no doubt. It's horses for courses, as they say. A little pun on the horse thing. Jared Solomon from South Africa has a horse Aussie Millions bracelet.
Yes, and I actually spoke to someone who's good friends with Jared, and I'm not 100% sure if it's fully true, but I'm inclined to believe them that they said Jared didn't know most of the games before that tournament, and he sort of learnt as he went along and just won it.
Yeah, no, Jared wasn't a favourite with some of them. He's predominantly a no-limit hold'em player and tournament player, not a big cash player.
Yes.
So he wasn't fully a favourite with some of them. He knew the basics, and obviously Jared's a great player.
Jared's a very, very good player. Played a little bit with him online, where he just, all the times I've played with him, he was just an absolute dominating force in the field. All 3 tournaments I've played with him, he won all 3.
Right, just go back to this hand now. It was raised by the 4s, and Dust called by the 8s. Of course, the flop has just brought overcards galore, so it's he who blinks first. Been checked twice to Vigundas, so in position he's now going to bet it, and I think that bet will get it through.
I think it will too.
The eights can't call you.
Eights is in a
There we
very
go.
difficult spot in that.
So
that
it's
flop.
just showing you the power of position, that because the fours have the position there, the way the hand plays out, he can bet and take it away very easily.
Absolutely, and with the flop check and turn check, you know, he's able to sort of take those cards out of his opponent's range and understand that maybe his fours aren't good, so he'll need to stab at it to win.
Well done, uncle.
Just catching up on all the streams. Lots of comments coming in this morning, which is
Well
lovely
done,
from
Uncle.
everybody. Nice to have the interaction with everybody.
Yeah, I speak only.
Oh, especially the.
It's the same argument going around now as when Durr first came on the scene as well. And he was crushing everybody at high stakes poker, doing different things and that. And now suddenly you don't hear much of him at all. He's still out and about there, but in the beginning, I mean, the moves he pulled, he made. There's a famous hand where Barry Greenstown had pocket aces. He had pocket tens, and our WSOP winner, his name eluding me right now, Peter, he had ace 2 and the flop was 2-2, and Durr bluffed him off 3-betting.
I remember that hand, and I remember the analysis that Durr gave after the hand, and his ability to read his opponents was just unbelievable. He said that he knew it was Peter Eastgate.
Yeah, Peter, I said Peter.
He knew that Peter Eastgate had a 2, but weak 2. He said that he felt he was third in the hand out of the 3 of them.
And he was.
And he was, and he just managed to sort of bully them out of the hands. But yeah, now Tom plays a lot in Macau, in China. He plays the very, very, very highest stakes in the world games.
And we don't see him because it's under the radar.
Absolutely,
from us, yeah.
it's all in private games. You know, they playing cash games, $10,000, $20,000 blinds, 20,000, 40,000, things of those level that he's played that just aren't. That the public just aren't able to see those size games.
Yeah, I believe. Meanwhile, Clive Curry took down a nice hand from the button with AK.
Wow, I said it's the best hand I've had in a while.
There's Rosa in the background supporting John.
That's like mid. That's like
Never
10
far
to
away
10.
from him. So, what are your plans for the rest of the series? You're going to play any of the others?
I was thinking of looking at the main, although unfortunately due to my age I have a slight problem with university. You know, I do have those exams coming up.
Commitments
So
there.
I have commitments to university
Responsibilities.
studies. Yeah.
Adult things.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Yeah, the main event's a great structure as well. I still think this is the best structure. The Grand Slam and of course now the Little Slam. From your blind to stack ratio, the duration of the levels now, but the main event is a very good structure as well. It's going to have a big turnout, I believe, and I think there'll be a decent pot and there'll be a lot of play in that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, Mark does a very good job with the structures of Monster Jam. They really do give the players a lot of playability for their money, and I'm sure the main event's going to be no different.
So maybe we'll see you for the main. You'll have to look at your responsibilities and see what you can come out. Yanni, is he going to play anything else?
We'll see how he does today. You know,
If he cashes this,
if he wins, it's going to be very hard to pull him away from the main.
yeah, I think so. But if a decent cash, I
We'll
think he's
see.
in the main.
We'll see. We'll discuss it.
I think if he wins enough to buy into the main and a profit, he's yeah.
Possibly.
It all comes down to bankroll. New young players working out, you've got to look after that bankroll.
Of course.
Like I said, when I first started out, even though business was going well in that, I kept my poker bankroll separately, and I didn't sat into one of the tournaments, I didn't play it. It was as simple as that, the big ones. But there were so many satellites available. I went to All Africa 4 times winning sats. I went to all the Rumbles playing sats. There were so many sats going around. They were fairly soft. You could win them online. You could win them live. So you managed to get your seats to all those events.
Let's just listen in and see Yoni's analysis of the hand and see if they can figure this one out.
It's a good bet here by Bruce again. Because any jack beats Yoni, that's the thing.
Absolutely. I don't think that Bruce has many ace X hands here. And I don't think he would have a flush here a lot. So I think his hand sort of boils down to a jack or nothing.
It's very polarized. Either has the jack or he doesn't.
Exactly. And I think the king is a very good bluff catcher in this spot. Because obviously the kicker doesn't play with the 10 pairing on the river. So he sort of, if Bruce is bluffing, he beats him. If he's not, he unfortunately does not.
And this is the second time Bruce has bluffed here. So he got his first one through.
Diamonds got there, hot diamonds.
He's saying diamonds got there, the jack got there, a 10 got there. Look, there's a lot of hands beating you. He's got a bluff catcher, that's it.
But Johnny's he's very good at being able to break down the hand, you know, go through what happened pre-flop, what happened on the flop, and the action that happened, and if it makes sense, what combos of hands containing a jack Bruce would have in the spot.
Yeah, but look, the thing is, jack would have flopped up and down, so jack would have stayed there all the way. So it's a great bluffing spot.
And he gets that one through.
Well played to Bruce twice.
Yeah, that
got
was
bluffs
well
through.
played.
He's twice got bluffs through now. But you see, it just makes so much sense because a jack would have stuck around because they got the up and down on the flop.
Yes.
So it just makes sense the way the hand played out.
But I think Yoni sort of thinks on a bit of a deeper level than that. He's thinking more of which specific hands could he have that contain a jack that would play it in that way.
Yeah, but it was blind on blind. You know,
Yes,
it can
yes,
be jack
yes.
X.
Can be a lot of hands, and that's
It's
the
not
problem.
it wasn't a raise.
Yes.
It was a limp pot. So any jack X.
Exactly. He has a lot of hands containing a jack. That's why I made it very difficult.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Yoni could actually call it, because although Yoni's good at breaking it down, but that's when there's been action before, and
Yes.
you've got your raises and your position. But when it's limp blind on blind,
Very difficult
there
to
are so
narrow.
many jack X hands that can get there. There's so many 10X hands that can get there.
I'm not sure a 10. I mean, it would be quite good if he value bet a 10 there, but I'm not sure if he would have gone for the value bet there with the 10.
No, Bruce, yes.
Bruce would, do you think?
Yeah, 100%. Played a lot against him. I'll go back 13 years. From when I first started playing the game, I've been playing with Bruce. Bruce will bet better 10 there.
That would be a very good bet then.
So pocket kings for Adam. Yeah, he's raised from under the gun +1. Raised up to 90k, 3x. It's round to Yoni in the small. Folded quickly round. And Vigandas gets rid of that. And Adam doesn't give any value for his kings.
See, like
picks up the blinds and the antes.
By him, he just profited 75,000 chips on that hand. By him opening 3x, if he had opened to 60,000, he would have had the same result, but having to risk less chips in order to get that.
Yeah, you know, that's where the debate comes in, because the modern way of thinking is you risk less chips than that.
Definitely.
The older-fashioned way of the older guys is you're letting people in now because a min click, the big blind is defending all day long. And if you watch a lot of these players, you min click them, they almost take it as an insult. They are calling all day long with 7-2. They're calling you.
Great.
And then that's great against your kings.
Yeah.
And if they outflop you, then that's the nature of the beast.
You know what? Any two cards can beat any other two cards by the river. You know,
Yeah,
but
we've seen this too often.
But what you want, if you have pocket kings, you want guys to be calling you lot, because equity-wise, you are just printing money by them calling you and sticking around.
Yeah, in a cash game, but you see the nature of tournament slightly different again.
That is true.
So you're thinking like a cash player, and I've called you on it. Yes, I agree with you in that, but tournament structure is slightly different.
That is true. I will admit that.
15 more.
You can't reload, Joe. You're out now, you're out.
Raise up to 77.
And Vigandas going with the patented 7 in his bet,
7
as you said.
77.
Unfortunately, he's going to run into the pocket kings.
Yeah, so he has a big hand coming. So let's see what Johnny does. Johnny's got 1.1. Vigandas got 1.2. And he's asking pocket sevens because you've raised 77. You see, Johnny knows him. So it's highly doubtful that John jam. He's not a jamming spot here.
No,
he's going to 3-bet. There's 137k in the pot, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Let's see his 3-bet SARS.
2-5.
How much that rise?
205.
205.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're 3-2 died.
So there's been 3-bet there to 125. Nice 3-bet size.
There were 3-2 died. You want to kill the last one?
And intrepid Gary Allen has been out there gathering information for us. He says we will be going hand for hand play at 14 players because 13 get paid. We're currently on 19 players, so 5 players away from the money. Started, I think, this morning at 29 players. Was on the list that was sent to me, but I think there were a few more than that.
I think from what I saw, there was 126 starting.
Total, but I'm talking 29 left.
And, left
this morning.
Yes, I think that is correct.
So at the next break, the 1,000 chips will be taken out of play, and the blue chips will be introduced that we saw yesterday in the Grand Slam, the 50k chips. The big stacks are out there in the outer tables. Alvin Brooks, ever smiling and friendly Alvin. Bozo, no stranger to us. Nolene, who we saw on the feature table, Bruce's partner. Clive Kikia and Moon Khan are the big stacks out there.
Yeah, and David, I was railing his outer table, and he built that stack in quite a cooler situation as well. He got it in with his queens versus pocket kings of his opponent. His opponent flopped a set of kings, and he turned a gut shot for Broadway.
Oh my wow. It's a 6-6 game. And
Very
Bozo's a great player, but he does run well.
That you know, you can be the best player in the world if you're running badly in the space of a single tournament. There can be nothing you can do in those spots.
So Yoni in the cutoff. It's a good spot to raise from with King 9 suited. Vacant Vigandas from his left. So that increased the value of his hand as well.
Absolutely. So he essentially became the button in the spot.
Yeah, and he was astute enough to pick that up. Ace 5 for Johnny in the small. Johnny doesn't like to give up the blinds. So in the small blind with the ace 5, is he going to defend here? He's thinking about it. Going through the ranges that Johnny's been playing.
That looks like 3-betting chips.
Yeah, Johnny's capable of that. I've seen him 3-bet with pocket 2s, whatever there.
That's a very good 3-bet there. I like it. With the ace in your hand, you block big aces.
235. Oh, 135. So.
What a great 3-bet by John, and showing his class. He's a class player, John. Been around a long time.
Yes.
I first played against John when I very first started playing the game. So going on 13 years now.
And I think a lot of modern theory, they prefer a 3-bet or fold style of play from the small blind. You don't really see a lot of defense of the small blind because you'll be out of position the whole hand. You prefer to either 3-bet, try to take it down pre-flop, or fold.
Yes, so it's a great play by Johnny.
Absolutely.
And he's a more traditional old-style player. Been around a while, but he's got those moves.
Absolutely. You know, with all that experience, he may have even picked up that Johnny was raising a little bit light, even though the King 9 suited is perfectly fine to raise in that spot.
But he also would know that Johnny picked up that Vigandas wasn't there. See, that's where Johnny's astute. He picked up on all of that.
It becomes a leveling war.
Yeah, and Johnny's decided in position he's going to carry on with this.
Yeah, and I like that.
Because he's not going to be pushed around. He's letting John know he's drawing a line in the sand.
Yeah, Johnny's not someone who you can try bully that easily. He's going to get sticky.
So he's found the best of this. Now John's going to continue the story. So I 3-bet you pre. So he's going to continue his story, donk leading into this. 330k in the pot.
No, and on a king high board, you know, generally the 3-better will have a lot stronger hands in his range than someone who just flats the 3-bet.
Yeah. 209,000.
Wow, big bet.
That is a big bet.
2/3 pot. The old style. 2/3 pot. I said to you, old style player. 2/3 of the pot. Now you're putting a lot of pressure on Yoni because Yoni's thinking, how good is my 9 kicker now? You know, if he 3-bet me with AK, he's got me. If he 3-bet me with aces, he's got me. Those hands come into play now. Even king queen suited are the kind of hands that Johnny may have 3-bet out of there that are beating me. So you'll go through those are the 3 hands that I'm worried about here now.
Yeah. But you know, if you're going to be calling the king 9 suited pre and then you flop a king, you know, sort of what more would you want? Makes it very difficult when someone c-bets with a larger sizing because they're telling you the story that they have a strong hand. It sort of diminishes the value of the king 9 if you're up against the value hand.
There we go.
But Yoni correctly goes with the call.
Made the good call.
And I think that should often freeze John when he gets called in that spot. Yoni's going to have a king a lot.
He's asking Yoni how much. Yeah, I hear you there. He's found a 5. It increases his art slightly, but he's not looking at that. He wants to continue his story. But when you get called, the alarm bells are going. This man has got a king.
And John checked. Yeah, when John goes for the check here, I think he's sort of saying, I'm giving up on my hand. I don't have it.
Slow down.
John giving the chat. John's very good at table chat here. He is so good at talking people out of hands, folding hands, into hands.
Yeah, I've never been one myself personally to get involved with the table talk. I just prefer to keep quiet, keep stowed.
No, you're a person that will close it off and shut it off. Johnny's someone that will chat to other players.
Yeah.
And get involved with the chat, but Johnny is one that will give you the table chatter. Whether you're engaging him or not, he's giving it to you. He's letting you know his thoughts, and he's playing a good psychological game on you.
Absolutely, and if you are good at table talk and it's effective, it can be a huge tool to use because it can confuse your opponents. They don't know what to do. It's a very good, useful tool to use if it's effective, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and John's good at it. Trust me, Johnny's good at it. I've seen him talk people out of hand. Saw him talk people into calling.
Yeah.
He's wanted them to call.
Yeah, infamous table talker Wilka Soof.
There you go.
Yeah, he's one of the masters of table talk.
You got Johnny to check there.
Yeah.
Give him the free card.
I think it's a good check behind with Yoni because if he bets and gets check raised, he's put in a world of pain. So you prefer to just pot control a little bit, you know, maybe go for a bluff catch on the river.
While they're thinking, we've had 2 eliminations on the outer tables.
Wow.
Tony Van Eden is out, so that took us down to 18 players. And Darren Lipman has also just gone out, so we're down to 17 players.
Darren Lipman was the one who busted me yesterday. So
see, that brought a smile to your face.
Unfortunate to him, but I couldn't help but smirk a little bit.
Yeah, so we're down to 17 players. We're getting ever closer to that money.
Yeah, and Yoni will win the pot. Yeah, Yoni smartly
check.
He lets John show his cards first, which a lot of people see it as bad etiquette, but it's just the correct way to do it. You know,
yeah, Johnny was out of position. He's got to show first.
Yeah, Johnny wants the information.
What did you bet?
It's not being rude. He wants the information. He wants to see John 3-bet with the ace-5, so now that's in the memory bank for future.
Absolutely. You can read that as one of your mates.
Chris saying, where is Yoni? All I see is a great white shark in scene 5. Thank you, Chris.
And the little question marky emojis there, the thought ones, the thinking ones.
Yeah, it's always really nice to be on the feature table, your first feature table, and have your friends watching you, cheering you on.
Yeah, and of course you can go down afterwards, download this, keep it forever.
Absolutely.
That's the great thing about the stream, it's there forever. The sad thing about all our footage from all Africa, all those years, it never went to the cloud, it never went onto the internet, so there's very few snippets left from all the All Africas.
That's very unfortunate.
It's so unfortunate. I had the pleasure to be on that feature table a few times. I had it those days recorded onto my hard drive on my television. I had a television with a hard drive, one of the early ones. And when that went, I could never transfer it off there. I lost that footage and it's not out on YouTube, it's nowhere. I've spoken to Michael Collette who did the productions for All Africa. It's lost, it's not there. Whereas this is out on the internet, out on YouTube, it's in the cloud, it's there forever.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate because those All Africa days, that was like the golden era of South Africa, of poker. Yeah.
In South Africa it was the big boom that came. And like I say, the footage of me playing on the feature tables for myself is gone. When I was still a brunette back in those days, as one of the players reminded me recently, said, Chess, when I met you, you were a brunette. Alluding to the grey hair and I'm now platinum blonde.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago, those games.
13 years to be exact.
Sure. A game? Yeah, I didn't even know what the game of poker was back then.
Yeah, and I was brand new to the game.
Did you wash your hands now properly?
Darren and Kramer and myself had a big catch up the other day. I met Darren at All Africa for the first time. I played against him a lot online. I was new. They all wanted to know who this Chess was because I was dominating online at that time. And here I arrived, this fat old gent, and they didn't believe it. They thought it was some young new player that was coming out. And I sort of broke the mold of what they thought I was as an online player.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, online poker back in the days, those were, watching moments like that, those are the times that I wish I was born 10 years earlier, so that I can play in that golden age, rather, of online poker.
Yeah, the size fields we had and when Fix Peak was still around, sure. Okay, good days.
Yoni might have come to look for me.
Yeah. Yoni will not be allowed in here because he's playing Brad will block him.
No, I know in 2010 you won 374 tournaments that year.
Yeah, on one of the sites, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It's a sick amount of tournaments.
That just could not be possible today. The level of the play, the field size, it's just far too difficult to ever exist today.
On South African sites, we had bigger fields then. So in terms of that, the fields were huge. We had big fields. I prided myself, yes, I think the fields are a lot tougher now. But the fact that I was playing against Jared Solomon, Darren Kramer, Ryan Brower, all of those, Eugene Duplessis, I was playing against them.
Yeah.
And I was beating them. So, I did pride myself on that.
No, absolutely, it's no small feat. For back then, you were playing. It was still very tough, but the players that they knew what they were doing throughout.
I came in young, and Darren and I spoke about it. And I said straight away, I read a lot of books, I studied, and that wasn't the norm back then. So it gave me a quick jump and a quick edge. Early on, I was doing things that people didn't expect then.
Yeah.
And then, of course, personal things happened, and I became a very tight conservative player. And that's part of your poker triangle. You can't play with scared money. You can't play when everything else in life's not going well.
That's it.
Recently, a lot better. So the game is expanding again. Now my home game with Gary and has a lot to do with that as well, with the style expanding again.
Yeah, and I see even with a lot of private clubs in South Africa, like a resurgence almost of poker. Now I feel that that lockdown actually brought a lot of new players to the game because a lot of people didn't have much to do during lockdown. So what did they do? They started playing online.
Well, they had nothing else to do. It was a worldwide resurgence of online gaming, online poker, online gambling, online everything, because people just had no choice.
Exactly, and it was very good for the sport because now that things have started to open up, you know, those players that started playing online and fell in love with the game, they've now transitioned to playing live in some of the clubs, Monster Jam, and other events.
Yeah, well, hopefully we will have. Darren was saying that he's hoping that the sponsorship with Betway and that getting the stream out there again and doing that will help grow South Africa, because he was alluding to the days when Pete did that with the All Africa channel and things like that. He was hoping that there's going to be a little resurgence. He said we need it at the moment.
Yeah, that would be really great to see that. You know, Betway is a very big partner to have, a very big sponsor, a prestigious sponsor, which is very good to see.
Right, so we're having a lovely chat here. We're going to try and stick a little to the poker commentary. We've been enjoying it. Ace 4 suited for Adam in the hijack.
Yeah, that's a perfect open. Still sticking with that 3x open. Leave that be to him.
90,000.
Excuse me?
90,000.
No thanks.
Excuse me, 90 thanks, no thanks. Folded round to Bruce. Small blind. King Jack suited. I think he'll fancy a piece of this.
Yeah, remember, like I was saying with the 3-bet or fold strategy, these sort of hands may fall into a call because they're too strong to fold, but they're potentially too weak to 3-bet.
Yeah, no, and Bruce's style of play as well, he'll flat that. You saw him flat the queens earlier.
Yeah.
And he'll play a lot of that, and he's checked already. You see, he's checked dark.
Right, check. Check on that.
But now he's opened the door that Adam's going to see bet. And Bruce just has the 2 overs and a backdoor flush and backdoor straight draws.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
see. Sorry, go ahead.
He might peel one off. You were going to say by checking dark?
No, I was just going to say with the, see on this type of board, if Adam bets small, he's able to get away with it for very cheap because Bruce just doesn't have a hand. Whereas when you go big and get called, you've now committed a large chunk of chips to the pot where you have a very little piece of it.
Yeah, and Adam's bet, big bet there, 107,000. So he raised 3x and then bet 107.
That's, as the kids today would say, very non-GTO.
Yeah, it's the older style of doing it.
Even though Adam's not that old.
No, it's the older style of doing it.
Yes, yes.
Adam's by no means an older player. He's been around for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the older players' styles have rubbed off on him. Picked up those habits.
Possibly.
And yet, and again, every player is different. It might suit his style of playing and the way he wants to play it. He wants to play big pots. Some players like to play big pots.
Yeah, it's the higher variance approach. It is. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But then again, you know, if players like doing certain things,
Bruce is one that loves to play big pots.
Who am I to tell them otherwise?
Bruce loves to play big pots. If you get involved with him on a regular basis, you will understand that he's going to inflate the pots. He's going to want to play big pots. It's that high variance game.
I may have to try and invite him to one of my cash games. Try and get him to play some big pots there.
Very, very deep pockets. Not going to bother him at all. Good friend of mine actually, Bruce, and his good lady Nalene. I've actually been coaching Nalene.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, over the last few months, and she's had great results. In 3 months, she's come from not doing that well. She won her seat into the Monty main event. She ran top 30, and she made an ICM deal top 3 in the 4K event at Monty.
Wow, that's really good.
And she's running very well. Yeah, she's one of the big stacks here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so she's still one of the notable. So I'm very happy with her progress.
No, that's excellent.
Very, very happy with her progress.
You know, having a coach, you know, personalized sort of information for you can be very helpful.
So we've worked on her game quite a lot, and I was very happy with the way she played today.
That's, you know, when the hard work pays off, which which in poker pays off, means money, it's a very satisfying feeling that you know all the hard work you've put in is actually materialized.
And we did a very different approach because Bruce said to me up front, he said, we don't like reading books, so don't give us articles to read, don't give us things to do. So I did a twice a week approach. Once a week sat down, just spoke about it. All the things that I wanted them to read, I would tell them. Go through the psychological side of it and everything. And then on a Friday night, he's got a poker room at his place. We sat there and I did hand setups. I would set the deck and we'd play them and analyze every street, every action. And then we would play random hands and analyze every action, every street.
That's a very nice way of coaching for someone who's starting off. You know, giving them sort of a bottom-up approach, getting them to understand what to do in certain situations that
come up. Which is why I set the deck deliberately for certain setups that I wanted, lessons to be learnt in that, and then doing the random ones.
Yeah.
So it's been very effective.
That's
the results are there.
Yeah.
So I had to find a novel way to do it for somebody that's not prepared to read the materials and do that. I've given them a lot of instructional videos as well. So I don't think they've watched too many, but at least the information could see through with that. And I think that practical approach has been very effective.
No, it seems so. A nice thing about the era of computers is that there's so much readily available information, on YouTube, Twitch streamers. There's so much you can learn for free, which always makes it better when it's free.
There's so much Doug Paul stuff out there, so much Jonathan Little stuff out there, so much Alex Torelli stuff out there, so much Alex Fitzgerald stuff out there. There's so much stuff out there that you can just download for free.
Of course, and all those players, Doug, Jonathan, Alex, they all extremely high-level players. So what they teach you, is gospel. If you just focus and listen and understand what they are explaining, you can progress so much just from their videos.
So we've got everybody sitting fairly comfortable. Nobody short stacked at this table. Everybody comfortable on the big blind levels. We're approaching the money. There's 17 players left. 4 to the money, and all these players on this table are relatively comfortable. So to get somebody unseated from here, gonna take a cooler.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know what the stacks are looking like outside there. If there are a lot of short stacks, we've had that there are notable big stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other notable big stacks. So if you add them to the players to this table who are all sitting reasonably comfortable, we've got 7 players on this table. So then you're already sitting on 13 players. So there can't be too many short stacks out there.
Yeah, I mean the short stack at this table has 23 bigs, which by no means is a short stack. And I think it changes the dynamic a lot when everyone has somewhat of an even stack. You can do less sort of bullying around the bubble because everyone has a similar stack to you, which is not that common. Oftentimes around the bubble you will get monster stacks, you'll get short stacks, and they're able to have a certain dynamic that allows the monster stacks to sort of run over everyone else.
To flex. Now Bruce has just limped in with the King 10 suited. Yanni with the pocket 3s.
That's a good discipline lay down. A lot of people will try set mine there. You're not deep enough, I think, to set mine with the 3s. The set mining there, it rarely gets value when you are deep and you have huge implied odds.
You say he's not deep enough? He's sitting on what, 40 bigs?
I wouldn't consider 40 bigs deep enough for...
In cash game, no?
In a cash game, obviously not. In a tournament, I think it's cuspy.
Oh, here we go. It's a good fold by him, regardless of the amount of players that he had behind him. I would have said fold anyway. I just wanted to debate the set mining thing. Because he had a lot of players to his left.
Yeah,
and he's got a limper. And whenever there's a limper at this level, you're already, what is he limping with? Because it's become so much the case of people limping monsters. And earlier, if you remember, Bruce limped queens.
He did.
So that thought process went through Yanni's mind as well. So now Adam has got the queens in actual fact. He's raised. Bruce is called. Vigandas has got out the way with the same hand, King 10.
That blocks, that's going to block a king from coming up.
Blocker, yeah, and John has folded as well. Oh, that's trouble for Bruce.
Bruce is going to get in some trouble here with the strong top pair
Yeah,
against the over pair.
top pair with a big kicker. And he's only got 3 outs left because of what Wigan does folded.
Yeah. Let's see if Adam goes for the patented big sizing here on this flop.
It will then pay him.
This time it will definitely pay off going for that big sizing.
So it's 310,000 in the pot.
200.
Yeah, he's gone 2/3.
He goes for 2/3 again.
Yeah, he's gone 2/3 all the time. And look, Bruce is insta.
Yeah.
Insta call. He's got top pair with a good kicker. He's got
On
some
a very-
backdoor hearts.
A very dry board.
Oh, there the
So
backdoor
he
heart
turns a
appears.
draw.
As I was saying it.
Oh, this is
Being
going to make
clairvoyant.
it extremely difficult for Bruce to get away.
Yeah,
Wow,
I
he just
think
rips it in.
He rips it in and calls.
And he snap calls. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very,
Snap calls.
very difficult position to be in there for Bruce.
Good luck to both players. 11 outs for Bruce.
Also, Adam's the effective stack. And the flush does not come there.
It was red, but the wrong red.
Red.
So a big double up for Adam, and that's going to hurt Bruce's stack.
That's a huge double up for Adam. Adam's now over 2.3 million.
And Bruce is in trouble now, 17 bigs.
Bruce is somewhat crippled.
62.
Yeah, still over half a million chips, 17 bigs. So he can spin up, but he's now the short stack at the table.
Yeah, and I think that like I was saying, that stack change dynamic may, if Adam decides, he's going to now use the stack to put pressure on everyone else.
But I've never seen the flop. You won't let me see
Yoni folded 3s, which should have flopped the set.
Yep.
And the river boat.
Well, he wouldn't. You can let me see a flop.
How do you know?
Because you got king 10.
You didn't game for me. You said it yourself.
Okay, blinds are up. 24 tip and 40 earnings.
The blind level is just increasing now to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. That'll make Craig even shorter.
Yeah, we're in hand 94 of the morning already.
Or, sorry,
Time has flown
Bruce
through.
rather.
Took a spike to king.
Yeah, I've made Bruce a lot shorter.
Any hearts
100k in that pot now.
100%.
That's a lot.
So it's costing 100k a rotation, and he's got 500,000. He's got 5 rotations.
Sometimes
That's with M.
An M of 5.
Yeah. See why I like that M thing.
I
It
remember.
does factor.
It does, and I think it's a very good thing to keep in the back of your mind.
You've got to see how many rotations have I got. Basically what it means is every rotation he needs to find a hand just to tread water. Otherwise he's going backwards. Otherwise he's going down to 4, then 3, then 2. So if he doesn't find a hand or rotation to just take the blinds and antes down, he's going backwards in a hurry.
Yeah, and the worst feeling in poker is when you short stack and you're just getting blinded out by these huge blinds.
They say the worst thing in poker, get blinded out.
Yeah, it's like soul crushing when you just handcuff.
That's it.
Prison, Clive, well played. Gets a walk, which is not common.
Not common, but always a welcome sight.
Absolutely.
Especially in the big blind, having to put in that extra big blind ante. It's a lot.
Yeah, so you see with the increase in blinds now, Bruce is now down to 13 bigs. He's in trouble.
13 bigs isn't that comfortable anymore.
No, and 17 bigs to the next player.
Yeah, which is
well played the last end as well.
Also, not
he's
that
in the danger
comfortable.
zone. Once you're under 20 bigs, because again, if you take 20 bigs, it's 8M. So
which is not that much.
No, it's not. It's not that much.
So you doubled up.
Under 8M actually.
But you could
So
also gone
you know,
unlucky. You took the risk.
it's going to be concerning.
20.
So Bruce under the gun, 8-5 off.
40,000 to play.
That'll go into the muck.
Yeah, that hand's not going to help him pull his stack.
40.
Now around to Yoni. He's built back from that 1.7 when he went right down. He's gone back up to 1.4. And quietly done it. We haven't seen anything. He did a very nice hand with the king line against John.
Yeah, with John, he managed to get some back from that hand, which was played perfectly.
So look, you've got your TV time.
Because he was in position, he didn't just fold to the 3-bet.
And John with the old big slick.
Dispel the Anakonikova myth, looks pretty never wins.
No, I actually felt in this tournament a lot of people, like, I don't understand why, but they disliked Ace King a lot. Saw a lot of open limping, flatting with Ace King, and I think that's also quite an old way of thinking about it. Ace King, besides what a lot of people think, it is a very strong hand. You know, you want to be raising, re-betting, getting in there with that hand.
100%. I mean, what are you really scared of? You're scared of aces, you're scared of kings.
Which you block, both.
Everything else, you either flipping with or you well in front.
Absolutely.
It's a very strong hand.
Yeah.
Having said that, 2012, I bubbled 3 major live tournaments with Ace King. Got it all in pre-flop against Ace Queen and King Queen, all 3 times Queen on the flop. I hated Ace King for a while.
And this is Yoni's second bullet. Yoni was actually for 2 bullets this tournament.
Okay.
His first bullet, his stack dwindled to about 50,000 from 150,000 starting stack, and he got it all in pre-flop with Ace King suited versus aces.
Okay.
And
cooler, that's it.
yeah, he was very upset over that, and we decided let's fire another bullet. Which so far so good, paying off.
Yeah, well, I wish him well. I like Yoni. I've played against you both, like I said, for quite a few years now. Very likable young man. Always friendly, always got the banter.
Definitely.
And very respectful, let me tell you that.
Yeah.
All-round likable young gentleman.
Yeah, most of the time when we play, we are the youngest there. We have to sort of know our place, respect the older guys there.
What's it to play?
Yoni under the gun. It's too early for that hand. He's looking. The older guy putting a little pressure on the youngster.
Yeah, I know Yoni does like to think things through thoroughly.
Yeah, the position's just too early.
Absolutely.
John in the hijack. 10-4.
What's it?
Raise.
So now Clive on the button. Cards are a mischievous at the moment. They're not nicely put in there. Obviously, don't go nicely. All the buttons over there, they will block them. Greg with the ace 7 suited.
You can see by Greg's performance, he's not that happy. But I think with the hand as strong as ace 7 suited, and with his stack, you know, that would play very well as a 3-bet jam. You know, the buttons range for opening can be very wide. You know, ace 7 suited can be ahead of a lot of hands there.
Bruce folds. Okay, there's 7 there, so shows ace 7. He's getting shown there.
Couldn't make out what that was.
I couldn't make out what that was either.
Also, another thing with jamming the ace 7 there, you generate fold equity, which means your hand may not be a big favorite, but the percentage of equity that your opponent has, by you jamming, you're able to deny them the ability to sort of realize that.
Yeah, 100%, because what you do is you're costing too much out of their stack to call you. Yes. So they can actually only call you with a premium hand, and most times the button raise is not got a premium hand.
Exactly. If you know, if he had opened under the gun and you have ace 7, that's a different story, because the under the gun range contains a lot stronger hands that ace 7 could be very well behind.
Yeah, no, like we go back to when 2010 when I was winning all those tournaments. I got raised from the button, I jammed ace 10 from the big, and he had ace king, and I outflopped him, and there was this huge furore about how are you doing that, why are you doing that, and I'm like, well, my range is way ahead of anything the button, but back in 2010 people weren't doing it.
Yeah.
And I was.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a huge, see, when people don't understand that and they didn't do it.
Oh no, then they were saying I had software that I could see the cards and all kinds of nonsense that went about, because I was doing things like that and winning hands. Yeah, I got lucky because, but I jammed first, and
which was correct. Yeah, I know that's amazing. The first thing people jump to when you're dominating them is they accuse you of something bad. Yoni with fives in the big blind. I think we should see a defend here. There's no point of 3-betting here. Folding is just too strong of a hand.
As it is, the 3-bet would take it down because ace 6 is moving away. You can see the value of that 3-bet, boys. And Clive had just opened the previous hand. So now goes to your mind. Has he got a stronger hand because he just opened 2 in a row? The psychology plays part of it. Or is he just raising a wider range at the moment? You've got to go through all of that, make up your mind. How active he's been, your feel on the table. Now, I like a 3-bet from here because the player just raised the hand.
Possibly, and I think Yoni's thinking of all the available options. He's thinking how fives play post-flop. You know, if you don't flop a set, comes through overcards, it becomes very difficult to play. But I think I prefer the call there. You know, if you 3-bet and get 4-bet, you just put in a very difficult position.
Yeah, but now it's a tough flop for him. He pairs ahead, but the board can counterfeit him so easily. So I'm going to have to check.
150,
will come.
150.
That's a big c-bet.
Well, not really. Pot's 410. So
it wasn't 410.
It is. It was.
Now it's 410.
Because the raise pre-flop was to 150. So there was that plus the big blind ante plus the yeah. Just see if that's correct. Catching up. You may be right.
So it was 260.
So it was 260 in the pot, so that's 2/3, eh?
So it's a little over a half pot. Yeah, and I like the call here. I think on 977, you know, a lot of just
that's
pure
a good card for him.
That's a good card for Yoni.
It's 560 in the pot now.
This is developing into quite a sizable pot here.
Yeah, 6 outs for Clive. As I said, 9 can counterfeit.
9 can.
Or an ace.
Or a 6.
Or a 6. Yeah, obviously. That's no help to Clive.
And if they get to showdown here, Yoni will take it down.
But the board has got scarier and scarier to Yoni though. But Clive is going to be very wary. If you call me on that board, what have you got?
Very difficult for Clive to turn his hand into a bluff on this sort of board texture. You know, if Yoni has a 7, a 9, he's not folding.
Yeah, and the 7s are going to be ringing alarm bells. He was in the big blind, it's in his range.
Yeah, of course. His range in the big blind is going to have a lot of 7s.
Yoni's actually contemplating to donkey this river, which is not a bad idea because it's a blocking bet.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for a block bet, which I actually love.
I love the block bet, yeah.
Yeah, because if you get raised, then you know you beat, and you prevent your opponent from betting a sizing, which makes it very uncomfortable for you. You know, if he checks and Clive bets 400.
There we go.
Wow,
Just
he's going to get the
ace-high.
value.
A thin value he gets on the river.
Jeez.
Wow.
So
seriously thin value there he got.
that was quite funny because Yoni and I were watching some poker last night of a high-level tournament, and a hand virtually the exact same as that happened, and the guy with the winning hand went for 10% pot bet on the river to get value from ace high, and he got the value from ace high, and basically the exact same thing that just happened. Yeah.
Next level, you're bleeding 100.
You'll have to read that out because you'll have to know who that is.
That's a bleed. Doesn't matter what you're on.
I don't know who that is.
So the handle is.
Oh, I know who that is now.
Watch the ball, go Yonala. He knows who this is.
That must be Mark Elias, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Because Mark is the only one who calls Yoni Yonala.
Okay.
That's who I'm thinking it is.
He hasn't done it on Facebook because then I would have picked up it with Mark Elias because he's friends with Gary on Facebook.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking it is. If I'm wrong, I'll be very surprised.
It is Mark. Big shout out to you, my friend. Play a lot with Mark.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see him here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, this would be the type of tournament that he would love, I would think.
He played the Monty series.
Yeah, I played it with him.
Helicopter.
There we you go. Bradley's giving us the trivia from the rear that Mark is busy with his studies. That's his homeboy.
Makes you look like you had meat on that.
So Gary's still out on his trots there. He's quite happy to leave you sitting here chatting with me. He's enjoying the time off. We've had three solid days in here already.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been very tiring.
And it was, and we had a few technical problems right in the beginning. We had a blown sound card in the PC which prevented the audio from going out on the Friday night. And wow, to diagnose that. The poor lads here, they changed every cable, they changed every connection, they checked every piece of equipment.
Shame.
How do you find a blown sound card in the PC? And it's wow. And eventually the engineer came in, Yuhu's cousin, and him, who's an engineer, battled for hours and eventually found the blown sound card in the PC.
That in itself is unbelievable that he found it.
He's a talented lad, Marcel. Shout out to Marcel, he's a really talented engineer. Between him and the team, big props, because boy, we were running around frantically. I mean, obviously client's not happy, we're not happy, sponsors not happy, nobody's happy.
Yeah.
And you know, we want to get out a quality product to everybody.
I'm sure. The Yoni and I only came here on Saturday because we decided that on Friday we were going to be so deep that we might as well just skip it and only be here for 2 days instead. I mean Saturday.
I was going to say, well, Saturday,
apologies.
Not only started at Saturday.
Saturday, we skipped Saturday and we came here Sunday yesterday.
Alright. So you skipped the opening session?
Yeah.
John closer to bed, and there you go. Bruce at the bottom, 10 bigs now. Greg 15 bigs, and then John 21. He's not in the danger zone now. The 10 and 15 are heading into the danger zone. So we're on hand 100 of the day. Cost quite a bit already this morning. Now afternoon already. You're used to tracking here. It is 17 minutes past 2 local time.
Yeah, and I found it always funny how you say we on hand 100, and I think we've been playing for hours, and then I would play online, and you know, playing 10 tables online, playing a cash game. You can play 100 hands in a couple of minutes.
Raise here by the AQ.
220.
Big chick.
that is a big raise there. Wow, 5.5x.
It's a big raise. I'm committing my stack to this because he's only got the 15 bigs.
Yeah, it is somewhat of saying I am committed without actually just open shoving.
8 billion. 220.
Even added to what? 8 billion. Like, it's a big raise.
Greg, when I
And he
see
shows
those
the
big
ace.
pink cows, I know who's fighting them in, right?
Moves up to 17 bigs.
Thank God, you thought of these big guys. I'm going back to Papa Duck already. I'm gonna hang that piece of butter roast on the middle, you take a Papa Duck.
Greg telling them the story about Pop and Tuck, how that came about. You're so poor, there's not enough meat for the whole family. You have the pop around the outside, you hang the piece of middle from there, and you take it, you dip and you tuck it.
20.
Oh, yeah.
That's the saying, when you're very poor, pop and tuck. One piece of meat hanging down in the middle of the room, and everybody the pop on the outside, you just get to dab your pop against the meat. A very old saying, that pop and tuck. Very Cape Townian saying from a certain demographic down there.
40.
Yeah, but mine of useless information. He's 5 suited by Big and Dust. He hasn't played a hand for a very long time. So you know, you're folding, you've been 3-bet a few times. He looks down at ace 5 suited, he's bled down to 1.1 million from where he was. He's going to raise now.
Yeah, I think from the cutoff,
big, yeah.
from the cutoff, it's a perfectly fine open. Very good hand. See what sizing he decides to use.
Only splashing chips while playing them into the middle.
Okay, 117.
Oh, that's a big size.
117. 117.
Pot's 100.
it's a little. Of course, he has to use that that 7 that you mentioned. So he was going 3x, but rounds down to include the 7.
Call.
Clive in the big. 77's call, he's made the call. Wants his cards at the moment. If he moves them, he might pick them up on the readers. Sweat with Vigandas as to what Clive has. Pick them up now that he's moved them. You see, he's don't cleared every time out on the top.
Jeez, yeah, it seems so.
So what's going to happen now is Vigandas has got nothing there to call with.
Yeah,
he can only bluff
it.
Get through. That's it. It gets through.
I'm 40 again, 80.
But he has only dogleg when he's hit.
That
And
is
the other players will notice that and say, okay, he's hit.
But no, I want you to have a head.
So he's using that tactic of taking it away there and then. But the exploitable part is, as we've discussed, is if he gets 3-bet over the top there now, how strong is his kicker like the previous time with the Queen 6?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It seems that he isn't really donking with a super strong hand. It's more of a marginal made hand, as saying from Jonathan Littlewood go. Which is weird, because if you get called with a marginal made hand, you actually don't really know where you stand. You don't know if you are crushed, you're ahead. Like I said, you don't get that information.
Absolutely. Then at Baron Wilken coming with another card. High Geo, well played on the high roller. Unlucky on the heads up, great modern player. Yeah, Geo's a very good player. And I've known Geo a long time. Geo won his first major tournament at 19 years old. He won the Royal Rumble in Swaziland.
That's really young.
But he was hanging around with us, with the Krugersdorp crew, Lion of Lebanon, and all the other players out there. Mark Joseph himself, and that whole Krugersdorp crew. That we missed so much. There's Godfrey, Big Mikey Robertson, all of those players out there. He was hanging around. He was the youngster. He was the designated driver that would bring them to club games and then drive them home. And obviously learned the game from them and then played. And at 19 years old, won the Royal Rumble. And gone on to bigger and greater things since then. He's won a lot of tournaments. He's won a lot of major tournaments. He's cashed a lot. The big time cash player as well.
Yeah.
Very dangerous player, Jim.
Absolutely, and a very good online player. I've watched him play online multiple times. Very solid, very strong online player.
And he learned his online game originally from Lion. Progressive. Moved on. Adrian the Brain asked high students that online. The jackpot song that Gary and Reg love so much. Not.
20 to be done.
Yeah, you missed it earlier. I was here at 8 o'clock, as I said, really like we always do. And one of my good poker mates, I won't out him on the stream, was about to leave, and he went into the queue very quickly. Bang, came back to me, just won 1.2 million rand jackpot.
Wow.
On a slot that he was spinning 1k a spin, and he had done a few rands on Saturday night, so he recovered it plus.
That's excellent.
So I was so happy for him. I won't out him, but I was super chuffed for him.
Yeah, I was in the pre-bet last night with a lot of the Grand Slam players, and I'm not gonna lie, my eyes went quite big, and I was seeing what was going on there. The sums of money that were getting thrown around casually.
Then I'll tell you off air, because if you were in there, he was spinning with some of the others.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
For tip?
I'm telling you now.
Off air.
Response end, I'm be blind.
Otherwise, you'll suddenly have a million
Right. 100.
As it always is when you want to launch subs of money.
He has gone home
everyone's
though.
Yeah, they're getting that way.
He was on his way home. He was leaving and we're back in.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Degenerate.
maybe on these blinds, you know.
Paid off, paid off.
Yeah, that's a good word that I would describe a lot of what I saw last night in the pre-bay at the roulette wheel.
This game doesn't affect
This wasn't on the roulette wheel, they were doing it on
Sorry?
the
This game doesn't affect me.
Yes.
I know. I do it for fun. That's the thing. It's not about the game. It's about us. No, we're cool. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want.
You know, they should actually give us a Monster Jam milkshake appetizer.
That's a good idea. I can do it a month.
Greg having lots of chats with Bruce there. Bruce has gone very quiet. Took a huge knock in that hand and hasn't really had any table since then. So it was very unfortunate for him that he picked up the hard draw on the turn because then he wasn't getting away from that.
Yeah, once you pick up the flush draw as well with the
top pair with a flush draw.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult.
It's almost impossible for him to get away from it there. He can, but it's almost.
In that spot, if he had instead of open limps, raised and got a 3-bet, then he could have gotten away from it pre-flop.
Correct.
But because he went with the limp call, he sort of trapped himself post-flop.
Yeah, look, it paid off for him with the queens, but then it reversed on him.
Backfired.
Pocket fives for Bigger Dust under the gun. Let's see if he comes to 7s in there.
127.
127.
127.
It's also interesting that the last open race he made was only 117. Now he's added 10,000 extra to 127.
Yeah, and he's opening from really a position with a weak chance. Well, when I say weak, it's from that position.
Yeah, that's I would say fives. I would say fives is the
question.
very, very
Is it
bottom of your range to open under the gun, if you would even open it under the gun.
If I open that from under the gun, I'm going 2.2x so that I'm not committing a lot of chips to the pot.
Definitely.
And I'm disguising the strength of the hand. I'm looking like I want to play it. I want to be called. Doing that.
That would be the correct thing to do, I think.
But we're not to criticize. Digandas has got his style. It serves him well.
Of course.
We're here to commentate on what we would have done, what we think.
The cow from my pockets away.
Well,
It's going to work for him. He's going to get it all the way through. What he does is he doesn't price the big blind there. Because it's become the modern trend that everybody defends the big blind there. We had a stage where nobody did. We had a stage where everybody did. Then it went to where nobody was anymore because everybody upsized their opens.
Yeah.
And now we've gone down to downsize openings again. And now everybody's defending the big blind again.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some people may get a little bit confused with how wide you can defend the big blind. You know, a lot of the big blind defense hands is the suited hands. You know, King 5 suited, perfectly fine. But a hand like King 5 offsuit, you'd prefer to get that in the market.
So Bruce got a few 3 looks now. He's on the button. Needs to find a hand to put those chips across the line. There's 100k in the pot every time he does this.
On the fence hand.
He can pick up a few of those out of that danger zone.
It's your 44.
Yeah, that big blind ante really encourages him to try and go off the pot, try and steal. You know, it's 2.5 bigs that are just sort of dead money in the pot. That he needs to try and go after to add to his stack.
Adam's sitting comfortably on that 2.3 million now. He hasn't had to do anything silly since then. Folded round to Greg in the cutoff. 40k to call. Jack 10. From the cutoff, he's going to open that. Let's see the size. Looks really heavy. Something?
Crazy. 100 total.
100 total. So he goes with the 2.5x, which is better.
Bruce Ace 10 suited. Flats that.
See, the problem with flatting that is if you miss on the flop, you've now committed 100,000 chips in your stack, and you have nothing to continue with.
Yeah, I would have liked to.
I absolutely would have also.
But look, he has that in position. So that is one good thing. He will get the information first from Greg.
And he is dominating Greg's 10.
Dominates, and he's picked up the flush draw. He's
Two
money's going in and he's way ahead.
Everyone, all
He's
the
91%
gamers,
favourite on
they
that.
seem to adopt that to the poker.
So
100.
100's gone. Let's see what Bruce does here. Continuation came 100.
That looks like he's going for a flat. Yeah, I think once Bruce flats here, Greg should be very much done with the hand.
King of spades, no help to Greg. He's going to continue firing
He's
at it.
going again.
If he fires again,
That would be very ambitious.
and it's going to get very hard for Bruce to call.
I'm all in.
All in.
All
Oh
in.
wow, great play.
All in.
Great play. Sniffed that out, eh?
Snap jammed on.
Sniffed it out. Eh? I mean, I think it was the size of the bet.
Yeah, I think in Greg's spot, you know, once you get called on the flop, you have Jack Ha. Bruce is very much committed.
But there's no ways. Greg's going to posture now, but he's not calling. Never calling.
He
He's
can't-
got Jack
he
high. He's
can't
got no
call.
outs. I mean, he thinks he's got no outs. He's actually got two outs, the two jacks. But
Is Greg's bet covering Bruce?
That was 2/5 and it's all in.
Yeah, that's what the dealer's asking.
Yeah, it looks like Greg put Bruce all in and he called off.
520.
39.
He's got more than we thought. Yeah, he's got a lot more.
Nothing to do.
Okay.
Over there and
Yeah, the
somewhere.
stacks are just a little bit incorrect on our side.
Came from that big all-in of his, so we'll just correct his chip count now.
It's game cousin.
Bruce is in for a little bit more.
All in
It's for 500,000.
Yeah.
Just
The kings are too good.
faithful.
That is a very nice pot by Bruce. You see, what do we know? We criticized how he played it. Played it the way he wanted, and he got a bigger pot. If he gave pre-flop, Greg folds. He got a very fortuitous flop.
Yeah,
Two clubs, and that Greg missed, and that Greg had such a weekend, and that Greg fired twice.
yeah.
And he
Yeah,
picked
sure.
up a lot of chips there.
That helped Bruce's stack a lot. He really
He's
needed
climbed
that.
out of that. He didn't need that. So he's climbed up nicely. Look, he's back to
You know me, I
1.2
always
million.
do.
He's got 550,000 plus in that.
Except for one time.
Now Greg is down to the very short
they're
stack with
still-
6 big
they
blinds
still
at the
short.
table. That's been a very difficult situation.
Yeah, he got ambitious
Nice
with the
put
jack
your
10
big
open.
chips in front, sorry. Let me know. Thank you.
He fired 2 bullets at it,
You see them, they were hiding behind
and but that was a snap jam.
That's a really bad feeling in poker when you're bluffing. Someone just snap jams on you and you just think, they really caught me, didn't they?
Yeah. Shabir Essa, who's Abdul Essa's brother, is saying poor play with King 10, calling all in. He's alluding to the earlier play by Bruce. Yeah, I think once the heart came on the turn,
Very
it
difficult.
was
Very
difficult to fold.
get
If he
away
didn't
from.
get the heart draws while he's folding.
Yeah, I think so. Like you lose to aces, kings, queens, jacks, and maybe ace 10 that they have. So that's not that many hands, specifically when you pick up the hard draw.
Yeah, now all in from
Okay,
Greg.
Greg shoved all in with the nines.
Shoved all in with the nines.
Perfect with 6 bigs. That's perfect. Yoni with the 7s. That's quite an unfortunate spot.
Yeah,
You can
Johnny
see the
looks
pain in
scarlet.
his face.
He always does that.
Yeah.
Since I first met him, he looks down at his hand. If he's got a tough spot, he raises his eyes heavenward, invoking help from above.
I wonder if Yoni's going to pay attention to how comfortable Greg looks. No, he looks very comfortable. He doesn't look scared. He looks like he wants to get called.
Absolutely. Well, when you got pocket nines and you're down to 270, you want to call it.
Of course.
You want to double up. You're thinking I'm ahead of most players here. I'll race against the others.
Of course, and especially when Yoni looks pained on his face, you know he doesn't have a monster. He's got something somewhat marginal that you should be ahead of.
Yeah, and the thing with Yoni is I don't fancy a call here because we've got 2 players behind.
That could be the deciding factor that Yoni doesn't close the action.
You know, it's a big chunk. 272,000. Yes, Yoni's got 1.6 mil.
But you don't want to be burning. You don't want to be burning chips.
Yeah, it's got 18% or so of his stack, 17, 18% of his stack.
very pained by this decision.
Adam has been moved from our feature table.
I'm sure too.
What's
he
the
does
balance,
make the
which
call.
means we've lost player out there.
But I'm sure a lot of people will be relieved to see the chip leader, or potentially the chip leader, leave the table.
Good luck.
And you got pockets, buddy.
Nice.
You know, he sees.
Good shape.
Yeah.
Not done yet. I'm good shape. All I need is maybe quads to make sure.
You're in good shape.
1 and 5 halves.
That's a good flop for the
Maybe a
diamonds as
straight.
well.
This is a good flop. Yoni doesn't even have backdoor diamonds.
Queen. Sorry, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 10.
Calling for a
10.
10 for a split.
Oh!
Nice hand.
Well done. Well done.
Great very happy.
You chose the right one.
Gosh, I was ready for you. You punished me.
Well played. Sorry, man.
It's still your turn. Let's go, puppy. He said he was looking at my chips. Why don't you double me?
Nice hand.
Oh, well. There's nothing you can do. You have to play. No.
It's 5 bigs and like I'm flipping and I dominate half of his range.
Yeah, we see Yoni's justification for the call there, that he's flipping a lot of the time, and he also dominates. You know, when he's got, let's say, deuces through sixes, Yoni's crushing him. But this time he just happened to have, you know, a very strong hand to be jamming something.
Yeah, well, you know, he's jamming a wide range there, as you said, so Yanni's calls 100% justified. The only factor that would have played in my mind if I had the sevens there is that I still had 2 players to my left.
Yeah, me too, I think.
You know, I've seen so often, now you flat, you let the players in behind, and you get beaten by marginal hands, so you isolate, and you run into a monster behind you, and you lose your whole stack.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would have factored into me that I still had 2 players to my left.
That's true.
Right, so we are now 6-handed at this table. I'm wondering with balancing what numbers we've got on tables. Perhaps we can find out from there. There's Gary there. Gary will bring us information. Because 9 will be the final table, same as the Grand Slam event.
Yes.
So if we're 6 here, then what are we, 6 and 6 on the other tables, or 5 and 5? Yeah, it could be 5 and 5.
It could be 5 and 5, but
yeah, 5 and 5 because
I feel
that
like
would make
16.
Yeah, 16, but then that should balance to 8 each. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe they're in the process of balancing. We'll see from Gary.
You find out from Gary.
Only with the queen 10 of spades and the cutoff, it's perfectly fine to open.
He's up to 80.
And you see Yoni sticking with the very GTO min raise.
Yeah, he does. Good raise.
80.
Bradley, can I ask you how many tables are still left in this event? Would you find out for us, please? Bradley's going to go run out there and find out for us, so we can keep our viewers informed.
And Clav defends with the 7-4 offsuit.
3 tables left.
40,000.
Thank you very much, is what I assumed. But they must be quite short-handed at those tables as well then.
And we see Clav donk leading again for 1 big into the pot.
Because he's hit the bottom, he's hit the middle pair.
And I'm wondering with Yoni, with the backdoor flush and straight draw, he's going to float
And
here.
2 overs.
Yeah, I like the float here. I think your hand has a lot of equity.
Yeah, it's a small bet. And there he's picked up the gut shot draw now.
That should slow down Clav. Yeah,
Well,
and he
Clav
goes
has
for the
got,
check.
Clav has only got 3rd pair on the board now. He's checked. And this is the perfect spot for Yoni to come firing now.
Absolutely. He was in a spot like this earlier where he didn't go for the stab on the turn, and it was a mistake when I reviewed it with him. And I think he should go for the stab now. Very little showdown value with the Queen Ha, and he's got equity if he gets called.
It's 300k in the pot. What, around 120? Just on a third, 100, 120. I think it's enough
Yeah,
to get rid of the
yeah. I
four.
think you can go. I think you can go quite small. That doesn't look small. Ah, no.
138.
Yeah, that's a very good size. I like that size a lot. And gets a snap fold from Klav.
Yeah, I said 120, 138 is perfect.
Yeah, that is perfect.
All right, so there's still 18 players. We were told they were down to 17. So that information was incorrect. We were told who was eliminated. So there's still 18 players, 3 tables. So they balanced them to 666. Thanks, Bradley.
20.
And that also, with the shorter hands, you know, blinds coming around faster, it puts a lot more pressure on the shorter stacks.
Oh, you're playing 6 max now.
Yeah.
That's the way to look at it.
My favorite. My favorite.
Yeah, not so favorite for me. Different styles.
It's a lot of action. You know, it's
Yeah.
very action heavy. You can open up your ranges from opening under the gun, because there's less players to get through. Get 3 bet wider.
My style prefers the 9 ring, 10 even. But
can
modern tables are not.
sit and be patient.
Modern tournaments are not playing 10 mostly. Most playing 9 now.
Yeah, 10 is very difficult to play a tournament in. It's just a lot of people at the table 10-handed.
40,000.
Yeah, Gary's back in the commentary booth here. I don't know if he's rejoining us yet.
40.
Yeah, he says you can finish the session. So he's left you in a good long session. That's nice.
Yeah, thank you.
And you've
Gary.
been able to see Yanni all the way through, which I'm sure you'll enjoy.
Yeah,
maybe
this,
take some notes to him.
I
You can
think I
discuss
will
a few
too.
hands.
I think I'll be doing that.
Because you've got first hand to watch every single thing from him.
Yeah, this is a lot better than railing him from sitting in the chair.
It's
watching.
way different, isn't it?
Definitely.
Because not only that, you're seeing every other player's cards hand.
Yes.
So you can see how he played against those.
Yeah.
He played the Queen 10 very well.
Very well.
Somebody hit the back of the game.
So he's the ace-3 suited in the hijack. He's just raised the previous hand.
Yeah, and see 6 max, well, sort of 6 max style. I think it's most certainly an open.
I keep looking at my chips, but there's the other players first.
80. Okay, 82 turn. 80.
That will be looking here, but we want to the other players.
82 turn. 40 more.
There were 1, 2, 3 other players. You're looking at my chips.
I don't want your chips.
Well, then why were you looking
I just need chips.
I don't want your chips, anybody's chips.
Yeah, all chips are the same.
But of course you're looking at the big blind stack. You've got to know when I raise there, if he jams, am I going to call?
Yeah, exactly. He's the short stack at the table.
Yeah.
So he wants to know, is he gonna be 3-bet jamming over me?
Tuck a little shout out. I'm assuming he's going, come on, Johnny. Yeah, come on, Johnny. Is he either Johnny Abrosi or he's going, come on, Yanni? I'm not sure. Greg, you'll have to.
Yeah.
He spelled it Johnny.
For Greg, it could go either way. I'm not sure.
So for Greg, I thought say it's Johnny Abrosi that he's supporting.
Oh, fine. I'll have to reprimand Greg next time we play together, but he wasn't sporting Yanni instead.
Greg has spelled it Johnny, so I would assume that it has to be Johnny Abrosi.
Yeah, I think so.
They go back a long way as well, played a lot against one another. Greg plays at our home game that we have, so...
Oh no, Greg's a really nice guy. I've also played with him quite a bit in the cash game streets.
64.
Played a lot against him online in the early years, and obviously I play against him still on a regular basis now.
Yanni just takes down.
So shout out to you, Mr. Tucker. So Yanni takes that hand down. So there you go, Yanni is top there again, 1.6, he's almost back to the 1.7 he was.
Yeah,
Clive 1.4, Bruce has climbed back nicely, 1.3, Vigandas 966, 24 bigs. So you've got a million chips and you've got 24 bigs. You're still deep into day 3, great structure, eh?
Yeah, very, very good structure.
So only Greg that's really super short here.
He's just alluding to he just needs a double up and then he's got chips to play with.
Yeah, he got his one double up already.
Yeah.
Because he shed a lot of trips to Bruce in that other hand. But he got a double up through Yanni. John's been relatively quiet, but he's gone about his business that he's still kept his chip stack going and without you even noticing. sign of a very experienced player. He's not been flashy in the limelight. We've focused a lot on Yanni. We've seen Bruce play a lot of hands. Greg played quite a few hands. Wigan has been relatively quiet. Clive has been relatively quiet. So you don't sort of notice what Johnny quietly goes about his business, puts in his raise, takes down the pot, puts his stack moving. But he has slipped down a little. It was over 1 million chips. He's down to 739.
Yeah, you always will get at the table. You'll get the very active players. You'll get those quiet guys who just slowly tread along. That seems to be what John's doing today.
Yeah, it's not his normal style. John's normally very active, eh?
Which is interesting to see why he's changing it up today almost.
If we've looked at the cards he's had and the spots he's had, because everybody says, it's not the cards you get, it's what you play. But you look at the spots that he's had. He hasn't had many spots to play because of the raises and re-raises before him.
Yeah.
He did try a good move against Yanni, 3-betting the ace-5 out of the small. And he shed quite a few chips in that pot.
Yeah, that was quite a sizable chunk.
But he played good poker there.
He did.
I mean, you can't fault the way he played the hand.
No, definitely not. I liked pretty much everything he did that hand.
Yeah, he did nothing wrong in that hand.
He just happened to run into a bit of a stickier player.
Yeah, he had a better hand pre-flop. Not much, but he did have a better hand pre-flop. He got out-flopped. He took his stab at it, and then he shut down. So he did nothing wrong in the hand.
No, not at all.
So pocket jacks for Clive. He's raised to 120. We just spoke about him. He's crept up nicely to 1.3 million. Yanni lets go in the big blind.
Did you see?
And that's it. So Yanni's gone out. It appears that we are on a break now. So there's a 15-minute break now. So everybody's going to go out. We're going to change out the feature table, and we will rejoin you after the break. Thank you, Damien, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Right, and we're back after our break. We've not changed out the feature table because they're going to balance tables when we get down to 16 players. We're currently sitting on 17 players. So the players will remain in the exact same spots for now. It wasn't deemed wise to do it now because we will be balancing out the tables once we get down to the 16 players. So with the loss of one more player, we'll go down to 2 tables, and the tables will then be balanced. Giovanni Cluttigin, what is your view on the big blind comments I made earlier? We did discuss it in there, so if you just go back on the stream, we did actually address that and discuss that, Giovanni. So Gary has, Damien has made way for Gary. He will rejoin us in a minute once he gets all settled in.
So is it
John Abrosi, the under the gun player, is folded. Clive Curry folds in the hijack.
50,000 to come. They're trying to play off the table there. Why?
So Yoni in the small blinds folded to him. He's got king threes, blind on blind. He's going to look for a spot to steal here, I'm sure.
I'm back.
Gary's back. I missed you, Gaza. That was a long break. Away you gave young Damon a fine chance to watch his mate.
Well, I played a lot of poker with Damon, and I know he's super keen, and every time I came in here, he was kind of hiding from me. He didn't want me to take the microphone away. So, anyhow, suffice to say, I listened to a bit of his commentary. Very knowledgeable about poker for such a young man. I mean, I did say to him, try not to get too technical, because we have got an audience that's spread across all sort of abilities and knowledge, etc. Particularly people who are family members who are watching people play. But they seem to do very well, so good.
Yeah, it was pretty comfortable. We had a nice discussion on a few issues. So
kudos to him, is what I say.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, he's one of the young players. Only 21 years old, him and Yoni.
Oh, they're university boys, eh?
Yeah, both turning 22 shortly. They're friends with Ariel as well. He's 24, just a little bit older than them. And they're all mates together. And they like to analyze the game, get into the game, study. So they put a lot of work into their poker.
Yeah, I tell them they watch too much TV. That's what I always tell them. But no, good lads. And Yoni is super excited, came charging down, wanted to chat about his cooler and all that. I had to kick him out because obviously he's not allowed in yet. But yeah, super excited, and nice to have some young blood back in our wonderful sport.
Yeah, I caught up with Bruce and he said, yeah, I shouldn't have played the king 10 hand and this, that, and the other. That happened some time ago. It's been brought up on the stream by Shabir as well, and all the rest, so the 30 minutes long elapsed. You make those mistakes occasionally, but he dusted himself off, he doubled up again, so he's back where he was. So, gentle start here, everybody's sort of eyeing the balancing of the tables, because short-handed now, the blinds are going around very quickly.
Yeah, well obviously when we get down to 16 we'll break to 2 tables, and then when we get down to 14 we'll play hand for hand. And then once you go down to 14 everybody's in the cash, but it's only 6 grand, and I think that's the bottom 3 prizes if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So then, you know, are you really playing for your money back plus 2 grand and wasting 3 days? Well, not wasting, but working for 3 days. So then they're all looking at laddering up and laddering up. So this could be a very long day or a very quick day. You never know. See what the poker gods bring us.
10, 11, 12 and 13 all playing just over that 6 grand.
Yeah, I thought so. So Vigandas woken up with a reasonable hand here.
Raise to 150.
So he's raised up
150.
Yeah, 150 gas. Because the blind's up, of course.
It's unusual. Vigandas usually bets with the 7. So anyhow.
He has been the whole time you weren't here. The 7 has been there. 117, 127, 217. All the 7s have been there.
Okay, so we're on to hand number 113 of the day. Our under the gun player will be What's Brad? It's that button. Greg, in picture there. And 10-8 of offsuit under the gun.
Blinds of 25.50 with a 50k big blind ante now, Gary.
Yeah, this is where they start to hurt, but the stacks are very deep out in the field. As you know, I've been sat watching the other two tables for the last hour or so.
Oh, they've got a lot of big stacks out there, guys.
Yeah, there's one guy, I actually don't know his name, it's a shame, but he was one of the voucher guys, so he's got a bounty on his head. I saw him all in 5 times, behind 5 times, win 5 times. It's actually quite hilarious.
Gotta love it, eh?
And Imran, he said, "You my friend or chip in a chair?" He said, "That's all you are." And then he goes a rotation, wins again, another rotation, and he sat there with like 5 chips. So his days are numbered, or he's going to spin it up. But if he does, then good for him.
175. Small. It's small. I won't call it.
You want to call it, right?
This one I said 175. Clive said no. Oh, okay.
So the raise is to 175. Yanni asking about the size of the raise. He's got king queen here. He's faced from an earlier raiser. He's got a factor king queens behind.
He's in late position.
Because it's jarring, so the less time,
20 minutes.
we need to move.
But he's going to fold, that's for sure.
That's
Yeah, you know, it's weird to say he's
There you go.
under the gun +2, but he's in late position because we're 6-handed, of course.
Yeah.
Just changes the dynamic.
It is indeed. So, you know, we always know that mainly in these 6 max type situations, 7 max, normally the aggressor hasn't got the best hand, but they normally win. Anytime today, Mr. Vigados.
Bruce speaking up his hand saying, I thought you were going to raise, I was getting excited. The old double bluff.
Oh, it's Clive in C1, eh? Clive Curry.
Yeah, he's got ace 9 in the...
And the big, I should expect he's going to defend this.
Yeah, he has defended his big blind all day.
Yeah, he can be a bit sticky with his big, Clive. King Queen 2.
Nothing for either player. Gut shot for Bruce. And opportunities there, Gary.
Indeed there are. That's a spadey board if you ever saw
Very
one.
spadey board, but now both players have hit the ace. And Clive has long led out on every time he's hit the board.
I'm all in.
Bet all in.
All in.
Yeah,
So what
the
did
ace
he bet? What was his bet there? That was 350, yeah?
Yeah. And it's insta all in. With the better hand, of course.
So another 4, and plus that, plus another 4 bigs. 4 more bigs. 4 more bigs, of course.
Because he announced the amount.
That's perfect.
So he's got to put them all in there. So that is his bet, and then the all in came.
What's the all in? A bar.
Yeah. Covers Clive. No. Does, yeah, he does. He does cover Clive. Doing the chip count.
$1,000,000 and 15. Right? Fold.
Sensible fold.
Yeah, it's the right fold there, Gary. Got an ace with a 9 kicker. There's straight out there, there's flush out there, bigger aces.
It's all going on, as they say.
How do you put them down?
They don't change.
Please come back.
Then they come back. You say, come back.
It's like I've got 400 left.
If I put you down, you better come back.
I've got 200 plus 100, 400. Give it a go.
So Greg in the big blind announcing up front to everybody. I put 100,000 of my chips in there. I've only got 400,000 behind. Trying to tell everybody I'm playing. I'm committed. Yeah. Stay away from my big blind.
He is close to a warning, put it that way.
Yeah, he's thumping the chest there, Gary.
Yeah, not really allowed.
It's one thing to put in the box, it's the next thing to look at.
Bruce gets out the way. Gary's back. The train is back.
Oh, my train is back. Oh my word.
King Queen here in the hijack.
Yoni folded King Queen earlier and he hit the flop heavy.
Yeah.
That'll be in his mind. Shouldn't be, but it will be.
Action slightly different. He faced a raise then. He's now it's folded to him.
Raise 100,000.
He's raised to 100,000. John Queen 8 off on the button. Those will go into the muck. Round to the two blinds. Quick fold by Clive. So Greg in the big blind. Postured, pounded the chest pre.
How much more to me?
Just 50 for you.
Just 50 for you. Called. So we go 2 to the flop. Mystery versus the king queen. King on the flop.
So Yoni hits his king.
He's gone check to him. He has it top there. Nice kicker.
160. That's what you need to put in there, China.
275 there now.
I'm talking about what's behind for his opposition. 160 is a tickler, you know what I mean? It's kind of somewhere around the right size for him to be committed. I know he's got 3, 4, 5 behind.
70.
Smaller.
Sorry?
Smaller.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
You can make it a bit smaller.
It's like, why are you betting smaller than you raised? That's that downside betting we spoke about.
Yeah.
We spoke about these youngsters doing their homework and that, so they're up to the modern trends, playing the modern stuff.
25.50.
And we saw there Greg at 7-6 off.
And Mark Elias, haha, great guess, Damon, you are correct. It is me. I gave it away with saying Yonola. Bradley is also correct, busy with studies, but we'll see you boys on the streets soon. Mark Elias.
Was it that good?
The flower pot man. You'll know what I mean. Private joke between Mark and I.
Bradley, you were being said that you are correct, that Mark is busy with his studies, but he will see us soon.
Yoni folds. Was that a flat call by Bruce?
125.
How much?
125,000.
Oh, I see. Just catching up here.
That called by Bruce. Okay. We're going to go 2 to the flop.
I did predict that flat call by Bruce, by the way, just so you know.
Check a bit. Check. $150. 150 to call.
Good enough.
Big one shows the jack. Jack of spades.
Good enough, I think. So
Well,
Greg
stop
is
here.
sitting down there on 6 bigs, John on 14. So Greg's on a life support, huh?
Yeah, Greg's on life support. He played a big hand against Bruce and lost it. John has been uncustomarily quiet, as we see Rosa in the background, as we always know, the lovely Rosa.
She's on the end of that 10 meters piece of string.
Yeah.
Never far away.
But Johnny, to be fair, hasn't had a lot of spots to play. He tried a 3-bet from the small blind, and was unfortunate the way the hand played out. But other than that, he hasn't had too many spots where he could actually play.
No opportunities for his trickery.
Because as we all know, Johnny's got a few tricks up his sleeves.
Oh, for sure. Good player though, Johnny. Lots of good results in the past.
And he had some great form for a while. But he doesn't get impatient. So it looks like we are getting new players, Gary, which means we are down to 8 players and the tables are being balanced.
Okay, so we're going to have... we're going to have... Oh, we got an all in here. Let's just see what happens there first.
John, the browser put me out. 300 and something.
So
Greg's got in with 6s here.
I called him. That push for that.
Is it 16 left now?
325.
325,000.
So John's in the big blind. Oh, he's been hijacked, eh?
Yeah. And you've committed 125.
He raised and there's been a shove.
200 to go.
225. Full.
John shows the 8s. Greg shows him the 6s.
What you show, John?
So we got new players coming, so let's just wait and see who's joined.
There's a player in the top there that's slotted in between Greg and Bruce.
I think that's the chap who was doing the Houdini act with the badge.
Nice hand.
If he was in between.
I'm with you.
I actually don't know who it is. He looks like he's spun those chips up again. Good for him.
There was 2 tables.
And then there was 2.
25, 50. 25 a minute.
So seat 3 is Andre Colin, 630,000, and seat 8 is Jury Smith, who's on 1.2 million.
A good friend from Carnival, if you recall, Yuri.
Yeah, nice fella.
He was unknown to us at that stage. We saw him a lot on the feature table. There he is joining us.
Never far from the black label. I was sat behind him for about an hour, so there you go. He's his black label in his hand.
Enjoying himself. Andre Collin is not well known to us, Gary.
No, he's Harry Houdini. He's the guy with the voucher they couldn't get rid of.
So he's taking the place of Nav's Nike as Harry Houdini in your book.
Yeah, I mean he's got plenty of chips now. Well, not plenty, but a fair few. Comes to the table with 630,000, so not flush. But he had a lot less than that earlier, so good for him. Kudos to you, buddy.
Just settling himself in. Yoni, yeah, small blind.
He didn't get a crash course.
Raised with a king 8 suited, standard play. Hold it to him. Nice suited king.
Vigendas at the big here, 9-4. 75 a call, I think that's too much.
Yeah, with 9-4 off, Vigendas isn't going to call with that. Frustrated, he flicks them over.
Move the button, please.
Yeah, so Andre is quite near the bottom. John Abruzzi is still near the bottom.
chairs. The table, everything. No, come back to me, guys.
Can you please rearrange your chips? Put the highest denominations visible.
Yeah,
in
so
front.
the dealer just schooling
Also
in a
inside.
little bit there, saying put your
25.
big denominations in front, please. So that we can see. He's new to the game, he's learning.
No problem. We all had to do our lessons.
The 25, the higher denominations visible in front.
Sorry, I had it like that earlier.
Oh, he's telling Bruce as well now. Bruce should know. He said, sorry, I had that like that earlier. Sometimes when you
Get the basics right, and it'll help you get the rest right.
Yeah.
Okay, under the gun is Yuri Smith.
Also have to put the card somewhere. Yeah. Cool.
Right on top.
Thank you, Yuri. They're right in the right place. 4-3 offsuit.
Cool.
Hey, you.
So he's just limped in there.
It was he never acted.
Oh, he never acted. Alright, now he's holding.
I was for
Okay.
So Yuri had folded.
Okay.
Wondered why we didn't fall through off under the gun.
No worries, it's okay. Very stressful being on TV.
I honestly didn't even see that there was someone sitting there. That's how blind I was. That was like,
He was on
went down to
TV
16 players.
a few times
Yeah, just
before
a
with
call.
us. Still finding it stressful.
No problem. Always nice to see the new guys on the table. So we're switching here.
Switching two hands.
Vigadas hits a 7. It'll be right up his street, his favourite number.
150,000.
Clive continuing here, 150,000.
150,000 call. So who gave you the crash code? John, did you give him the crash code?
got your blues, right?
Huh?
Who said
The
that?
dealer.
John, help him with his chips there in the square.
Yeah, he knows. Don't worry, he's bluffing you.
Got it.
He's made a lot of final tables really.
I'm talking about a pizza table for the square.
Made a feature tables.
So then why is he saying he did?
Played with you on the feature table.
There you go, Johnny calling him out, saying you're bluffing. Played with me on the feature table, made fun. Yuri just got a little red there. Can't play the fool here. Johnny's called you out.
Yeah, it's changed. It's this.
Thank you, Mr. Abrosi.
Somewhere around here.
Almost got it in there. Almost got it perfect in here.
Where is it?
See some action under the gun here for sure. Mr. Curry,
Raised to
Clive.
150,000. 150 to call.
Well, Bruce might fancy a piece of this as well.
Yeah, but disciplined. It's an under the gun raise from a player that's shown that he's fairly tight. So good disciplined fold in the middle there. Could have seen a flop, but took the disciplined approach.
Spikes an ace and then gets in trouble.
Absolutely. So Clive will get that one through.
Sorry, Clive. Move the button, please.
And a healthy 125,000 in that pot now, Gary.
2550 left.
Is it me or is this table a bit slow?
It's a little slow now, Gary. It had a lot more action earlier. But just remember, we are approaching the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're gonna play hand for hand at 14 players, but that's gonna slow it down even more.
I think a lot of ICM considerations coming into play now.
Yeah.
Players have played for 3 days, don't want to get knocked out now.
Yeah, I said earlier, you know, well, I know the bottom 3 prizes are all just $6 grand and some change, but you got to be aiming for the top. Eh? If you're just aiming for a min cash, you're in the wrong game.
Absolutely, you got to get there, and it doesn't help just scraping into the cash and going out then. You got to be building that stack continuously.
We play for trophies.
The 25,000, yeah.
It has gone a lot quieter, Gary. Less banter out there, less chat. Players slow, everything is slowed down a little bit.
If Vegan does folds.
Phone.
Almost everybody's in afternoon siesta mode.
Vegan does is folded.
No phones allowed. Right.
Jack 8-3.
And have some action here. The Jack by Yoni, the 8 has been hit by Yuri. And we know he doesn't fold easily.
So we shall see.
He checked from the small blind because Yoni was the pre-flop raiser.
One more, then we're going for hand for hand.
So Yoni looking at the sizing now. He's got 2 players, 2 diamonds out there. He's hit top pair.
$110,000.
110 into 350. 460 in the pot.
Yeah, the downsized bet. Is enough. I'm surprised Yuri folded that second pair very quickly there, Gary.
You want to use your phone, you're more than welcome to step away from the table and do your call. But not on the table.
That's my mom, I'm not sure. No phones and all.
$50,000 to call.
So we haven't seen Andre play a hand yet. King 7 suited under the gun. He hasn't had anything to deal with. Bruce King 10 under the gun +1, 2 earlier position. He's become a lot more disciplined now as we got closer to the money.
He has.
Playing those hands earlier.
We haven't seen Yoni's cards here.
Can I put that back down?
Put it here.
You got a seat.
He's only taking his time here.
So Johnny's working up with a reasonable hand here.
All in.
There you go. 5 Curry's got 6-5 suited.
When you push him, if you have a look. So far you look 50% there. 95% job, baby.
That is nice.
Johnny's not lying, eh? It's the best that he has seen in a long time.
It is. He's, like I said, he hasn't had a lot to play with. Greg on 8 bigs, under on 12, John on 13. And then all the millionaires up there.
So Bruce right of screen will be our under the gun player.
What I love on that board is the chip average. Hey? I love the chip average on the board.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I have.
What? No, you got way more than that. You've got a lot more than that.
No, this is about that.
No, that's a lot more.
Okay. I can't count.
1, 2, 3.
So what has Bruce got here?
No, you got a bit more, yeah.
Got a raising hand, we don't know what it is.
$200.
It's a big raise.
Raise to 200,000.
125 in the pot, so
Big
it's
enough?
over the pot size raise. Making a statement with that raise.
Yes.
I'm not folding this hand. Also looks like a 10 jackie raise. 10s or jacks. People tend to raise those much higher because they're like post flop, don't know
Protection.
quite how to play them, protect them early on. Small blind has folded, big blind folds as well.
No custom.
No customers.
So Andre not interested
That's
either.
how much, man.
Okay, show
They had ace. See if you can show them.
Which ones are they? They all look the same to me.
Looks like an
Bruce playing the fool there. So Yanni on 1.8 million chips.
He's doing very well, youngster.
Bruce on 1.7.
Greg needs to make a few moves here.
He's been putting his chips regularly across the line, Gary, while you were away, and
Who's that, John?
he had a double up, and then he got a few
Got
through.
Peter Big Age just
And he
before the
played
fight.
the hand that he tried to rep, and Bruce jammed on him on the turn, and he had to fold, and he did a lot of chips in there. He lost 500,000 chips in that hand.
That's going to dent your stack.
And that's what pushed Bruce back up the standings.
So Yoni with a queen 7 here. They're going in the muck under the gun. Vegan Das will be following, I'm sure.
He looks like he's sitting, but he's still.
John Abruzzi, ace 7 suited, not as good as his ace 10. He's under the gun +2, so mid position on this table. Might fancy a little step into the pot here.
Yeah, I don't think it's the shove, I think it's the raise.
For sure, it's a little step. That's what I said. It's not a big step.
Yeah, and I think it'll be, he won't overcommit himself to this, because he's only got 665 behind.
It's in about 80k, you mean?
The blinds are 50, so he's going to have to go at least 100 to a min click. So 120 something maybe.
You're right, yeah.
Raise to 135,000.
He's gone a little heavier.
Can't be 840.
135,000. That's what I said. Or did it sound like I said 800?
He's a bit of a comic, this guy.
He
eh?
is. He's being entertaining our dealer. He's been laying down the law as well as far as cell phones, etc., where the chips must go, whatever.
There's nothing wrong with the dealer owning the table, you know. That's what their job
100%.
is.
And he's giving them comedy at the same time.
Well, that's a matter of opinion if it's comedy. But, yeah.
In his opinion.
Better than the last hand you showed.
A little bit lower.
Ace 8.
John's honest. He showed ace 10. And he says to Bruce a little lower than you last showed. And he says, yeah, just a little lower.
25.50.
Okay. So we're off and running again. Vegan Dust will be under the gun.
Now, what's happening here?
I'll put your plan all empty.
Okay.
So you put 2,000.
Do you wanna, or did you wanna struggle?
Now the last 8 is 5,000.
All right. Beginners.
What was that there? Giovanni says, gentlemen, what was your view on the big blind comment I made earlier?
Yeah, you made a comment on the big blind earlier that, and I'll get to it for you.
Okay.
The big blind count is incorrect. You should include the ante that goes with the big blind. So,
Oh, yeah,
when we
yeah,
say
yeah,
there's
yeah.
10 bigs, so we had a whole discussion and I discussed the whole everything and I said that's that. So we have actually discussed it,
Okay.
Damon and myself. The international trend is you still work on big blinds.
Yep.
The big blind ante doesn't get counted into it. If you're going to do it like that, then you're working on M's. You include the small blind as well.
Indeed. I mean, it's all a matter of opinion, isn't it? You know, it's what suits you, what your clock inside is as well. You know. If you want to do it a different. Oh, here we go. Money in the middle. Jack 10.
Jack 10 suited.
So
Yuri
Andre's folding.
Yeah, because there's an original raise and then a shove.
I don't know, if Bruce can fold here.
Bruce folds because again it's the way the action's gone, Gary. There was an original raiser and then a re-raiser. Then you look at ace 10 and ace jack and you think I'm dominated.
Possibly.
Weren't actually at all. And he gets that still through, eh? He gets it through very luckily. Fortuitously chose his spot. The players to his immediate left were more worried about Yuri behind them. So they got out the way and they both actually had hands that had him crushed.
Someone said to me outside, if I said 9 o'clock, would you take the over or the under on this tournament finishing? I said the over. Did you really think it's going to go till 9 o'clock?
No.
I said it's got the potential.
It does. We are down to 16 players.
No, you meant to.
So where the blinds are going, Gary? Maybe the under?
You don't have to.
Yeah, possibly. I just said to them, you know, prepare yourself. You know, yesterday with the same structure, we just spent like the best part of 2 hours trying to burst the bubble.
Yeah.
And then an hour and a half it heads up.
Yeah, but then it's just going to take more time.
You know, so that in itself is 3.5 hours. And we still got to go hand for hand and get down to a final table. So it is possible.
Highly possible, and there are more chips in play here.
Indeed there are.
126 players, as opposed to 42. So a lot more chips in play. 3 times the amount.
Don't have to, don't like them. I know. They will tell me.
Greg, let's go with that in the hijack. Andre's going to fold that. Bruce 10-8. Going to fold that. To Yanni, now blind on blind again. He's raised virtually every time it's been limped to him into Vegan Dust, and Vegan Dust will pay attention with that.
18.9 million chips in play.
Sure, a lot of chips, guys. That is a lot of chips. So if you have 9 players on the final table, the average is going to be over 2 million chips. Which is substantially higher than we had in the Grand Slam.
Wait, 225.
So again, Yanni 2 to form is raised. When limped to him. Vegan Dust looks down at Jack 9 off. 75,000 to call, 225 in the pot, 3 to 1. And he may take a stand now, Gary, because it's become every time. There you go.
Yeah.
Players take note of these things. Eh?
Vegan Dust is not one to give in early, yeah.
No, but he has let them all others go. Oh, and that's a great flop for the 7-8 of clubs.
Sure is. Straight flush draw.
Yeah, flops the gut shot straight flush draw. There's Nothing for Jack 9 there. So Yoni has checked with, I think, the view to check raise. In case Vigendas has a stab at this. Because he doesn't want to go anywhere on that flop. Oh, he hadn't checked it. The option is still on him. Okay, he's going to bet that draw. He did raise pre-flop. And then when he does, Vigendas will have to get out the way. There's nothing for Vigendas there.
Not really. Well, there is a bluff.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a play.
It would be pretty sick if he just went all in. So there's the top of the pops. 10 big blinds for Andre in the danger zone.
I've got a funny feeling here. It's not a while. Got a feeling about this hand.
Being clairvoyant up front.
He says, you've got ESP. I knew you were going to say that. The old ones are the best.
Absolutely. So let's see if Johnny's prediction's right. He says, I've got a feeling about this hand. Of course, he's just set himself up to make a massive bluff with junk. Nine deuce, that's going into the muck. We're pulling ace 4 from the hijack.
Yep.
Too early. Bruce will fold 9-5 off. Sure.
Nothing to be gained there, Bruce.
Yoni's got out the way. That's the only thing that Vigendas looked at.
You only had king queen there.
Where are you going?
Folded out of turn.
And John, he wasn't there. He was not at the table. So Johnny, he says, I had a feeling, and he got a walk. There, Yoni rejoining the table.
I just have to say, you have a funny feeling.
And there's Damon in the background, catching up with Yoni. Mark in the pilot seat here next to me for a while.
Railing is bro from another mo.
That one comes to me.
Right, Mr. Clive, it's on you. Seat number 1, a Queen Jack. He hasn't seen any cards for a while, so these look very attractive.
There they will.
50 to goal.
He's just limped in.
Greg's got kings, he's going to shove it in.
He's been so Harry casual the whole time, just sitting back like that.
700 and something.
Well, we make it 629, so we shall see. See if anybody wants a count.
Oh, John might. John might.
Johnny's like,
Nah.
really? Seriously?
That's not dead.
There's Boza coming to check the stacks out.
Now what we must make for sure here now is that Greg needs to be quiet, because there's other players in his hand still.
There's still Yuri to act. There's the limper, Clive. Bad news for Johnny if he does call is that Clive's sitting with one of his outs.
Yeah.
John counting out his stack to see if I call here, am I committing my whole stack?
6 or 7 handed, this is a monster.
Think we can knock those down?
And they're the blinds.
Given the prize in also your bond up 30,000, 60,000, and a 60,000 entry. 30, 60, 60.
Lines up next time, 50, 60, 60.
excited.
Sorry, can you give me that mark, please?
So Johnny's in a really tough spot here. There was a limper, then a shove for most of his chips. He's thinking
he's going to fold this.
It would be the disciplined fold because you could be racing against ace king, ace queen, but if you're up against the bigger pair, you're crushed.
He called.
Yeah, he called. Okay, I thought he folded.
Yeah, I thought he was going to fold.
So yeah.
What was I go all in with, eh? What do you want me to pull with? Good luck, boy. Oh, I didn't put your key. I couldn't fold.
Good luck, guys.
No help.
No help for John there. There's only one jack out for him, and this picks up a straight draw on the turn. That is no help for him. Oh, the case jack. Wow. One outer on the river.
Sick game.
It is
a savage,
such a sickly game. One out on the river. Goodness gracious me. We do see it all here, Gary.
Sicko.
Sure.
700,000.
But you can't fold jacks ever there. I can fold it. No, you can't.
Johnny was saying I was touch and go to fold. When you watch the stream back, Johnny, you were very, very lucky, my friend. One outer. He was hoping, he was saying, do you have a pairs when he was asked. He was hoping he was flipping against ace queen, ace king. So, and Johnny has chipped off significantly.
Sick. You know what? I don't know who could put him on there. You know what?
Just listen, guys.
So he never put him on kings because he shoved.
Guys, listen.
All in on the call, I need the dealers to stop and wait, do not show cards.
Okay, hand for hand for the bubble.
Sorry?
Playing hand for hand for the bubble.
Okay.
So every hand will count 2 minutes off the clock. If there's an all-in and a call, do not open your cards, please keep them closed. In case there's an all-in and a call there, we're going to do it simultaneously. Okay. You know how it works.
Wait, so we'll be notified if there's an
Yes. So when your hand's finished.
They don't do that online, that's so nice. Thanks.
Yeah. No, they do.
They don't.
They stop play, they say...
It's hand for hand, but you don't know someone's all in on the table.
Oh, no, 100%.
Right. Dealers, your first hand of hand to hand.
Well, I don't think we need to add to that.
No, Gary, it was all explained. You told everybody earlier that they would be hand to hand, and we have arrived at that moment.
I don't know what it is. It stops the blinds. It wants to be continuous, so it's cool. I mean, it can take a while to take. Absolutely, it's an advantage. Absolutely.
Can take it now.
Who are you? I'm beep beep, I'm a G.
So everything happening here, Gary.
Yeah, I know you are not. I know.
So the celebrations are dying down somewhat. Just for our friends on the internet waves, we are now going hand for hand. I think it's been explained a few times. So essentially, it just gives both tables the same
I was
opportunity
nearly
to cash.
clank, I'm a tank. But then I went with the latter.
Can you please note you said you're a good player online?
No. I played against online. You play exactly your style of play is similar to how you play online.
I keep it the same, yeah.
It is.
I'm not a live player. I don't play a lot of live poker.
Play a good game.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Johnny, everything you do or say at a poker table gives away information.
And has been sucked up by Mr. Brozy.
He's just sitting there making you talk to him. I'm not really a live player, this and that. He will use it all against you, young fella. Watch the stream back. Listen to your Uncle Gary and your Uncle Mark.
So you put in 60.
So we are in the first hand of hand for hand. And Vigendas will take that one down. And meanwhile, blinds went up. They are 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. 150k in the middle, which was our starting stack, Gary.
Indeed. We have hit that point.
We We entered yesterday in the Grand Slam and we are now there in the Little Slam.
That Lolly once.
Seems like yesterday.
Shocking, eh?
Oh, it was.
Shocking, but you know what? I now met her.
Oh, really? Is it a girl?
It's a woman from Victoria.
Oh, really?
Good idea.
So unfortunately, we don't have a view of the outer table, so we will be just giving you news as it comes.
62 call.
We will know when the bubble bursts, Gary, and that's the most important piece of information at this point. And play will open up a little after that, because like you said, those first 4 spaces don't pay much.
120.
No.
Raise to 120.
So Yoni bets 120 with the 7s here.
Vigendas folds the 7.
Yuri folds as well. Andre with King Jack here. In the big blind, I think I like at least a call here.
Yeah, it's only 60,000 to call, even though he's only got 385. It's too strong a hand to fold.
I mean, you know, it's also a shoving hand with that stack.
I reckon it can very much be a shoving hand. If you could see what Yoni was holding, I think the chips would be in the middle already. Take
You
a
will be
race.
considering they're playing hand to hand, of course. And this guy is the Harry Houdini, trust me. Wow.
That's ICM.
That's all it can be. That's a big hand to be laying down there at the big blind when you've already committed 120,000, losing your big blind hand.
And you only got 6 bigs.
Yeah.
I think that is ICM.
That has to be. But you know, with the greatest respect to some of these youngsters, I mean, 6 grand's a lot of money and they've already invested 4, and maybe someone's put their in and they want to put at least a little bit of a return so they get another shot again. You know, all sorts of factors, you never know.
Yeah, or maybe their first big live cash or something like that.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for my big live cash.
Raise. 130.
So Vigendas has just limped in.
Is there a 7 in his hand? Oh, there you go.
John Ambrosi has folded. Yuri is called.
Yuri called.
Yeah, because he's got calling chips in front of him after Vigendas. It looks like they've just both. So it was raised by Vigendas. Okay, now we're catching up here. Dealer didn't announce. Clearly, we've now got 2 players to the flop.
We don't know what Yuri's cards are.
Not a bad flop for your 8-7. Flop the up and down.
Yeah, not too bad.
Vigendas double checking. He's going to continue. He was the pre-flop aggressor.
175 to call.
So Vigendas continues here with his up and down draw. still in the tank, yeah? He eventually folds, and Vigandas will take that hand down.
Hand number 4, you can shuffle up a hill.
What's located?
Yeah, yeah.
Strong.
Strong enough.
Well, Bruce.
Yeah.
You guaranteed to run in the money, eh? As a married couple.
And you know what? We both hit nicely in the freeway on Friday.
Oh, what did you play?
She took 127, I took 130.
This is just to fall
On the
off.
machines. So this, I told you, this money is not going to make any difference in your life. You know me.
Bruce about 1.6.
Really? Thank you.
So John just letting Bruce know, you're guaranteed as a couple, married couple, to make the money, Nolene and you, because whoever gets knocked out, at least one of you cashes.
No, we didn't do as well as, what's the name? You hit 1.3 this morning. What? 1.3.
Wow.
1.3 in the casino this morning. He was 300,000 down. He came back and he $100, $1,000 a spin. Hit 1.3 this morning.
So a lot of the back chats we were just listening to there, sometimes you don't need to commentate, you can just listen to the players.
The story of the 1.2, 1.3 million slots win this morning.
Is doing the
Scary.
rounds.
Scary.
I got more frightened by other stories, players who shall remain nameless, that dropped large sums last night. It give me heart failure, Gary.
Well, you know, it's all relevant. If you got 100 million in the bank, then it's like giving $10 to the guy in the garage forecourt with pumping tyres.
I suppose so, Gary. I still wouldn't like to drop a bar in a night.
Well, none of our business. H5 of clubs, the only pair of cards I've ever flopped a straight flush with.
8-5 of clubs.
Flopped a straight flush in a tournament.
And loved life thereafter.
Got paid. The other guy had a full house.
Sure.
Yeah, it's most unfortunate.
Tournament or cash game, Gary?
Tournament.
Pity.
Yeah.
It's always good in a tournament, but better in a cash game.
175.
So Vigandas' chips are a mystery to us. Bet and call. Called with the middle pair. Oh, well, the bottom pair, eh?
Looks like it. I wonder what Vigandas has got.
He was the pre-flop aggressor. Check.
760,000 in the pot.
2 doesn't change anything.
That is like a good rate.
I think this could go bet fold. No, check.
Check.
Let's see what Vigandas has got. Go back to Vigandas. King Jack.
The Jack is good. Jack is
King
good.
Jack of clubs.
Hand number 7.
And number 7 already, Gary. Dealer.
Oh, this could go on a while,
Davey,
trust me.
Yeah, Big Davey announcing. We've seen it go. Look a lot. We went on the bubble yesterday. Oh, well over an hour. An hour and a half?
Yeah. I think Davey said he's taking 2 minutes off the clock every hand as well.
Yeah, for the blinds. So 14 minutes will have already been deducted from the clock.
Which makes my clock obsolete.
Begins.
John goes the under the gun, will fold that. Sitting quite comfortably now on 1.6 from where he was earlier.
Yes.
With the fortuitous one outer on the river. So Yuri is not putting his cards nicely in the box. His chips, I think, are encroaching to the side, and then he's putting them off that.
Yeah, I've been tracking which boxes are being read and which aren't. And I don't think there's any faults. I think it's the human error.
Yeah, where they stack their chips and then where they put their cards.
I think they call it an ID 10T error. IT 10T, idiot.
Oh, I'm the idiot for missing that one.
There you go. Right. I am actually thinking I'll change the deck here and go and brief the players regarding their placement of the cards. Let's just keep going for a little while. See how we go.
150,000. 150,000.
Okay, raise to 150,000.
So you only two to form every single time it's linked to him raises, irrespective of what he's holding. Vigandas is a seasoned campaigner. He'll pick up on all of that. And at some point he'll make a stand and go back over the top.
He's not afraid, that's for sure.
Re-raise.
There it comes.
King 4's not looking so good now, Yoni.
The moment the re-raises are out, is really not looking good. I said to you Vigandas would make a stand, we don't know what he's holding. But it was coming.
375.
And Vigandas just gives him that look, eh? Yeah, you've been at it the whole time.
Vigandas goes top of the pops.
He does indeed, Gary. 5 bigs at the bottom is what it is. I know maybe he's just trying to grind it out to the money there. We have no idea on the outer table if there are any short stacks.
We'll go and have a look in a moment because we're going to change the deck.
Will you bring us
I will
news
bring you
from the outer
news
table?
From the front.
We will send you forth to
John,
Ricky forth.
And multiply.
Can I have your blind? Yes.
So Gary's going to go out, change the deck on the feature table. At the same time, he will bring us news from the outer table as well. So Clive with Jack 10, under the gun +1.
Raise to 120.
There is Gary out at the table.
Gentlemen, we're not reading all of your cards. A bit of discipline. 2 cards.
I've been so disciplined.
I'm not talking to anybody in particular. 2 cards inside the red dot, the black dots. And if you have any chips inside those black dots, please move them out now. Deck change. Please check it. There's too many chips inside the boxes, and also discipline to separate your cards and put them so we can see them. If they're on top of each other, then they don't work. No, it's up to your own table as well. You've got to put 4 cards in there. Okay, thank you very much.
So Gary just briefing on the table there, where to put their cards.
Right, hand number 9, you can start up the deal.
call big blind.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Blinds are 30-60. Blinds are 30-60.
So Gary will also get us news from that outer table, stack sizes, etc. 7 players there, of course.
Somebody just bust. It's gonna make my life easy.
Clive under the gun, folding with 3-2.
Razor fold.
Andre gets rid of that. Bruce ace-10 in the hijack.
Raise.
He'll fancy to raise that.
250.
150,000 is the raise.
No.
I did 150.
150.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's my fault, sorry.
I'll give you your plug.
Sorry.
Not the thing you
I genuinely thought,
Ace 9 for Vigendas on the button.
I haven't raised in a while.
Vigendas will look there. Facing an earlier raiser, ace 9. He could be against the bigger ace, which is exactly what he is up against. Still got 2 players to his left.
You get out of this.
Makes the call in position. So we go 2-8 to the flop. These are 2 big stacks. Flop is 3, 5, 6. Bruce is reaching for chips immediately, continuing.
150,000 to call.
Vigendas looking, got no backdoor draws. Nothing, he's ace high. He's facing an early raiser. Those are going into the muck. Well played, Bruce. Picks up plus 300k for his trouble.
Hand number 10, shuffle us again.
So Andre Collin, now very, very short stacked, under the gun. The blinds are approaching him fast. He's in the big blind next hand, putting the big blind ante as well.
Razor fold.
So he finds pocket 8s. I think he's got to get it in here. Etienne Kruger, Andre Collin Maboiki. Support for Andre. Well, your Boiki, oh, he's folding the snowman. He's definitely folding his way to the money, is what he's hoping. Yeah, I think those needed to go across the line, but I'm not here to criticize. I don't know what his circumstances are. Maybe it's very important for him. Maybe it's the first time he hasn't cashed, so I'm not just talking financially, just from a poker point of view. Maybe he's really wanting this. Cash that first big live one.
Hand number 11, you can shuffle up again.
It's folded round and the big blind got a walk, and the 8s would have got through there. There was nobody to fight with anything. Yuri Smith also approaching the danger zone with 8 bigs now. But Andre the immediate danger. He's got 5 bigs and he's putting 2 of them into the middle now.
exactly as it stands till we get to
So this is hand number 10. When I get to hand number 21,
That's what we
we're going to go to the next blind level.
Oh, should we playing 21 hands 11?
2 hands, 1 hand is 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll ask now.
Yeah.
Ace 8 under the gun. That might be too early a position. Bruce will get rid of that. Discipline. Queen 3-fold. 10-7. Now hijack for Big and Dust. Gonna fold that. John Ambrosi 8 Ace 3 in the cutoff. 2 spots further on with the rag ace. So this is suited. And Ace 3 plays easier and better than Ace 8. All your straight possibilities and the flush possibilities as well. So Johnny's going to raise that up.
Raise. Raise to 150,000.
The raise is to 150,000.
laying down big.
Clive says he's laying down big. Andre in the big blind, 4 deuce off. That's going into the muck.
That's not what I want to hear.
Well, we've fixed up a bit on the feature table. The bad news is there's no small stacks on the floor.
Okay, no small stacks, but Gary, Andre's in serious trouble. He had 3 bigs.
He's been in serious trouble all day.
Yeah, but the previous hand he had pocket 8s under the gun, 5 bigs, and he folded. Not criticizing. Said I don't know circumstances. Maybe he really wants this first live big cash or whatever it is. But he's definitely folding his way to the money.
Trying to.
If you if you fold pocket 8s under the gun when you've got 5 bigs, and the big blind's on you next, and you're going to put 2 of your bigs in.
Probably not the smartest move. Maybe he had a read on the big.
As it was, it would have got through. The big blind had Jack 9 off, and it was folded, and the big blind got a walk.
Sure.
So Yoni under the gun, Jack, Queen Jack.
You have to realise what minimal fold equity you have.
Absolutely.
Make that decision.
Because now he's got 3 bigs, nobody's folding 2. It's going to be 2.5 in effect because he could put another half in now for his small blind.
Vegan Dust with the 6s here.
He raises.
Raised 135.
No longer has 1,000 chips to make the 7s, Gary.
They make a plan, trust me. But Clive should be thinking about this. Short-handed.
On the button.
Just the blinds to come.
Fold. Andre 10-4 off, those go to the muck. Bruce 6-5. Those will fold. Big and Dust will get it through with the 6s.
Best hand one.
And number 12, you can shuffle up and go.
So 2 players on 1.9 million up at the top there. Yanni and Big and Dust. Bruce on 1.6, John on 1.6. And then we drop down 11 bigs, 8 bigs, and just under 3 bigs now.
Oxygen. Danger zone.
Absolute fumes.
$30.60, 60 on the big blind ante. The clock is paused. We are playing 2 minutes per hand, which will be taken off the clock once we have Benito the hand to hand.
Thank you. Big enough. Call razor fold.
Suited King 9 under the gun.
Under the gun though. It's just taken down a hand.
Ace forward for Johnny.
Might be a bit early for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yuri's on 8 bigs.
There's a raise from Yuri.
He's raising it up here with his 8 bigs. He's not shoving it.
95.
Raise to 125.
145. Alright.
Through everybody so far, it's just up to Yoni. It's 8-3 off. That'll go into the muck. Yuri will get that through and get a welcome 150k.
Very nice. Didn't see his cards, but it's very nice all the same. So we're seeing the guys on the stream are seeing the Kings v Jacks hand now, the big suck out.
Okay. Yeah, the one outer on the river.
Seem to remember cheering or gasping or exasperation as that Jack came.
50-60.
We might see some comments come in now from the public. There's Rosa always.
She's watching that hand on the
Yeah,
stream.
she's watching it on the stream. Hopefully she's listening to the commentary there as well. And if she is, she will tell Johnny that it was a one-outer.
Yuri folds. So Yuri's box picks up the cards that time. So
Might just be like I said, that's those chips that encode sometimes into the area.
Ace-4 suited, Andre. Time to get it in, sir. You have 3 bigs. Time to get it in, sir. This is your moment. Suited ace. It's not going to get any better.
And if there are no short stacks on the other table, Gary.
No, he needs to spin this up.
Going to take an extreme cooler.
Like I keep saying, you can't fold your way to final tables. Yes, well done, young fella.
Put it in now. Bruce with 6-5 off.
Well, listen, whatever happens here, Vegan does has to call it.
Yes. Yoni can't call small blind with that.
Vegan doesn't even look at his cards.
10-8 suited, he's calling all day long.
Oh, of course.
Yuri very interested in the outcome of this. The other short stack at the table.
205,000.
What?
Oh my soul. I would not have predicted that, Gary.
Yes.
I would not have predicted that.
I wouldn't have even looked at my cards.
No.
I've got 1.8 million behind. I would have just put the money in. You don't even look at your cards.
And having looked at them, 10-8 suited are hands that crack. Big hands. You know, and it's not a lot of chips to call. Anyway, he's out there.
Well done, Andre.
Laren, yeah. He got it through. Picked up
told
150k.
Told you this kid was Harry Houdini.
Well, he picks up 150,000.
Oh, another rotation.
And most unlikely Gindas, he normally would snap there. Yuri with pocket fours. He's saying it's from 2 earlier positions. Small pair. There's my small stack.
Clive folds the 72 off.
Bruce folds. Yoni on the button.
So what little tricks has Yoni got for us this time?
Fancy raise to 125. Let's see.
Is that his standard, is it?
It's been roundabout.
Raise 120.
120.
Okay, I'm 5 short.
You were miles out.
I'm so sorry, Ika. Did you take me out the back and beat me?
Yeah, another thrashing for you.
Oh, again?
You rascal.
The fourth
Johnny.
one today.
John Ambrosi to play. He gets some chips in the middle there. Shows your cards, Johnny. They're on top of each other, mate. Okay, we're sweating with the young Johnny then. There's your ace,
the
Will.
ace. Problem is now,
bet fold.
If you've been called by a big ace or by another ace, if it was a big ace, John would have 3-bet.
John checked. Checks back to deception. Does Johnny take the bait? Check.
Does that sound like it's raining on the roof outside here, Gary?
Good for the gardens. Fill my swimming pool up, I'll be very happy.
You're a long way away from your home, yeah, Gary.
Well, maybe it's going my way. Someone answer that phone.
So Yoni must bet it now. He checked on the flop. So he's put in the deception to John.
Is it Monday today?
It is indeed, Gary.
Lose track of his streaming events.
Tomorrow's Tuesday is the big day for the Kevin Khalil Memorial. There's a golf day in the morning for it, and then there's the tournament in the evening, starting 6 o'clock.
Is that when it starts?
From what I recall on the feature thing, because of the golf day in the morning.
Must be a turbo or something then, that's not, otherwise it's going to go 2 days.
It is scheduled to go into the second day, starts the next morning, early.
Ah. Well, I'm hoping to be able to play in that.
Yeah, I think I would like you to play because of our association with Kevin.
Yeah, but that means that Hugo's going to have to commentate. I mean, and to be honest, Hugo doesn't know much about poker, so maybe he can tell us about woodworking stories. That'll be good.
You know,
tell us some woodworking stories, the little rascal.
That's not the biggest thing that concerns me about Hugo sitting next to me. Is the fact that he never shuts up, and I won't get an opportunity to talk.
Yeah, be careful. He's bigger than me and so next to me.
I'm tucked behind you and safe, Gary.
Probably throttle me.
Hugo,
to be fair, Hugo does know a lot about poker, and I have seen him take down a few tourneys. So,
yeah, and he doesn't say a lot at all. I was said tongue in cheek. Hugo hardly talks. You've got to prompt him to talk.
He's like a troll, lives under a bridge and eats people. Okay, back to the action. Aces for Mr. Clive Curry.
Under the gun.
The excitement has risen at hand number 40.
Yeah, you could feel the lift in your spirits when you saw those aces, Gary.
I've jumped out of my chair in enthusiasm.
220. Am I correct? 220,000.
A heavy raise.
Oh, I don't think Andre's calling with these.
No.
He's got a little spare in the tank for a minute. Ace-7 for Bruce there in the muck as well, I'm sure. That's a hefty old raise.
That's a hefty raise.
My money is on Clive showing these aces. How about that?
Yeah, buy some more credibility. There's nothing for anybody to fight with so far.
John can't wait to fold here.
Yeah. Johnny's folding that too. Round to Yuri.
8-7, goodbye. Show us your aces, Clive.
160k is a lot of chips to call off a small stack.
But I've seen you recall with less.
I have, but now off this stack on the bubble.
I wonder what would happen if you scanned his t-shirt with your QR scanner.
Folds them in disgust. Let's see. Does he show them? No, he does not.
There's the thing. Sometimes you got to be wrong, eh? Law of averages.
You look at Yanni now, 2 million chips. It's our first 2 millionaire on this table. Double millionaire, should we say, not 2 millionaire.
Too many.
Cash tournament, sorry. That's got another.
Did I sound like a cancel?
Correct. Wait. Still a card here. Left field. Oh, no, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's a new hand, sorry, I didn't see it.
Never mind.
Queen 10 for Andre. Under the gun. Blinds are coming. Chuma.
Yeah, that rain sounds like it's getting very heavy on the roof there now, Gary.
As long as my little thatch roof isn't leaking and I've not been invaded by insects, I don't mind.
In your chalet.
Maybe all the peacocks will be inside tonight.
Yeah, there were a lot of them there this morning.
21, I counted them all.
And a lot of males.
Including the ones down the hill, but
220.
they were doing their February thing.
Yeah, a lot of nice wildlife around the chalets there.
So what is Johnny's bet here? Pocket fours. Looks like 120.
Yeah, from late position.
Vigadas has folded. Johnny with the jack 8 is considering because he's on the button, but he's going to fold these. Johnny knows the story. No divine intervention, Johnny. They're going in the muck. I just don't see Johnny wasting 120,000 on Jack 8 offsuit.
Yeah, unless he's going to 3-bet and try and steal the hand. That's what I'm thinking, Gary.
Well, if he does, it's a good move against the youngster. There we go.
It's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
He's noticed the youngster's active.
Little trickster, Mr. Johnny Ambrosi. Clive will get out of the way. He's at his aces.
Here's Johnny's experience.
208.
So a nice move here by Johnny. Let's see.
Playing in the big leagues, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny's no stranger to all formats of the game. Big, small.
If this kid re-raises him, I will be super impressed.
Yeah. If he 4-bets him now, that would be impressive with 4s. Look, he's got a lot of chips, so it's not like Johnny can bully him from that point of view. And he knows that, so it's such a smart move by John to say, I'm prepared to tangle against your stack. I've got a big hand here.
Well, certainly the message he's sending out.
Johnny 3-bet him once before when you weren't in the booth with ace 5, and Johnny had king 9 suited, and he called, and the flop came king high, and Johnny fired it, and the youngster called him, and then went check, and then yeah, that body language is heading towards a fold there. Look where the hands are going. Well played, John.
Good fold, he says. Good play, Johnny Ambrosi.
You old trickster, you.
Yeah, you little rascal.
Very nicely played, John. Just using the button. He hadn't played a hand for a while. Your alarm for the blinds is obsolete at this point with a hand for hand.
Yep.
Bruce under the gun, jack 5 off. Round to Yoni, who just folded the 4s. King 4. Big and does queen 10. The hijack. Look how many players behind him.
Hey. 135.
135. John folds. Curry on the button.
There's 135,000 raised.
7 deuce off in the muck. Clark Curry Jack 10 in the small blind folds. King Queen for Andre in the big, yeah, Gary.
Got to go in, isn't it?
I would hope so. And he has a few bigs. These 4 bigs that he's got left behind, Gary. There his train's out. Off to the outer tables to catch his train. So he's taking his time here because it's an all-in or fold. It's on the bubble.
Time call. He's called time on you, Jeff. 30 seconds left.
So one of the players is called time. Yeah, time has been called. He's got 30 seconds to act now. Down to 20 seconds. And he puts it in the middle eventually. It's up to Vigandas.
There's 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there, every time. There's 5, 6, 7. 135. Yeah, I'm giving up to 135, right? Meant to be there. Big thing, I can't be there. 135. There it is.
155.
Another one.
160. 160, sorry.
160.
That guy's unbeatable. That's good.
On their backs, boys.
He makes the call.
Right, let's see them.
So we'll go to the flop cam.
King Queen.
Andre is well in front here.
He's
So
unbeatable.
good luck to both.
Luck needs to run out. Wow. Open-ended.
Up and down straight draw for Vigandas on the flop. And he finds it straight away.
He's a straw.
He's only got 2 outs to chop now, and it's not there. And Vigandas eliminates Andre Colin on the bubble. So we are in the money. We are in the money officially.
You got it in that way.
I feel as if I jinxed you because you
Round of
survived
applause
the
to everyone,
night.
even friend, you're all in the money.
But it's the first one best table. Best table is different.
So well done to all the players. 3 days, they're all in the money now.
Alright guys, so we'll play one more level, then we'll have a 1 hour dinner break. The 1 hour dinner break will be about 5:15. The blinds are 40,000, 80,000, and 80,000 anything. You can come up and deal.
4080. No. He was the big blind, so now he was big blind. You are big blind. You've got no small blind. So it's 80 for you. Somewhere there.
So the blinds will go up because of the 2 minutes that was added or taken off the clock for every hand that we played to hand for hand. Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. There's only 160,000 in this pot because the small blind is missing. Andre Collin was eliminated. So therefore, we have a dead small blind, literally and figuratively, from the tournament that is. So now, the next 4 places, so Yuri's going to now open his range, and you see it straight away, King 6 suited. It's raising from the cutoff. Because players need to ladder up now quickly, or chip up quickly, because the next 4 spaces pay the same amount. Place 10 to 13, all play just over 6k.
He leads for half pot again. 4. River Jack.
Bruce called.
So it's
Gone
ace,
check, check.
5, ace, jack, jack, 5, 6.
7 changes, nothing. King high still ahead.
All of his 2 pairs, his first 2 pairs, I counterfeit it. But I lose 2, and he checks the river.
Yuri going to bet it.
What's the most bet? Because he's not going to fucking check a boat. You can't check a jack. So if I find some value, snap through. Ace king.
Yuri's betting with the best hand here.
Snap through. And I was just like I lose to one hand. I lose to one hand, ace king. And I lost half my stack. A few hands later, someone opens 8 eggs.
Bruce makes the call, setting up for a move on the river.
Snap through for the ace. I was like, what the fuck?
Deuce doesn't change, he checks.
Like, what the fuck even is that? So I went again. I was like,
My man, language.
sorry.
Go on, check. The king high will win.
I actually beat that.
Let's see if we actually beat that.
Bailey. Yes.
Yuri is surprised, he thought he was losing.
Against you. No, but I was on this side, you were big blind. On this side.
There's kids watching this.
14, eh?
There's kids watching this.
There's no kid. This is gambling.
It's PG rated, my man.
Gilo's quite
And
correct.
there's ladies watching this.
Must watch his language on the feature table.
And you're not married. So you might be taking away the points. Okay, yeah.
That's right.
No, like blind shot.
Then I removed it.
You got a dead button, my man. 88.
Where's the button?
Dead button.
Dead dealer button.
88, eh?
So Yoni is in the big blind, 80-80. And I'm glad to see Happy Brad back in the booth, dancing to the background music in the casino.
80 to call. 160.
No, that's 180.
What?
That's 180. 175, 180.
Long day, my man.
Aye. 180.
It's a long day.
I understand. It's okay.
Counting chips from 9 o'clock in the morning.
John has raised with the ace-8. Yuri king queen suited. He's gonna call. Other players get out the way. Up to Yoni in the big blind. King 4 suited. 100 to call into 560. Being an online player, that might be a call. Makes the call. So John has flopped huge here. Ace-8, flopped top 2. So 2 other players in the hand. These are clubs out there. It's going to go bet and both players should fold.
150,000.
Nothing for King Queen of Hearts. Such a pretty hand, he says. Yes, it was, but unfortunately you didn't hit it all. Nice hand. John just shows the ace.
The other one is paid by any chance?
No, but I'll beat board. You don't show your cards, you only win.
John buying future information says you don't show your cards, you owe me one, I'll show you two.
80,000.
Showed him both.
80,000 anti. Beginners, you the big blind.
When you get into the habit of no winning.
Yes, really.
When you get into the habit of throwing cards, it's no good. Hard to get out of the habit, you know that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I'm a stock trader. Yeah.
That's my blind.
For you.
There's your tip.
So move to the next hand. John will be under the gun, taking a nice pot there.
Yes, sir.
Last one.
80.
John, two block. Ace 8.
Fold it round to Yuri in the hijack. Queen 5 off, going to the muck. Clive's hand, of course, is muck because he wasn't at the table. Now Yoni in the small blind. Has raised every time. And then the last time, Vigandas took a stand and repopped him. So let's see if that deters the youngster from doing what he's been doing all the time. Just called. So the repop by Vigandas has done its trick, has slowed him down from doing what he was doing all the time. No help for either player on that flop. 8-6 still in front. Check, check. Ace comes out. No player can put the other one on. That's the way the action's gone so far. The 4 card straight is there now. So he who blinks. Check to Vigandas. No. Still on Yoni. No, it was checked. Vigandas steals it with 6 deuce. Well played, sir. Plus 80k for Vigandas. So Vigandas on top there, 2.2 million, 27 bigs. Down to Clive Curry with 8 bigs and Yuri Smith with 9 bigs. Bruce with 13 bigs. The players that are more on the danger side. So Yuri under the gun, queen deuce.
80 to call. Raise a fold.
Gonna fold that. Fold it round to Yoni on the button. King Jack suited. He'd like to raise with that from the button. Makes it 170. Oh, and he's running into a much bigger hand to his left.
Three raised to 370. Sorry? 160. Then there's a re-raise for
Up to 370.
up to 370.
The original was a min click. And now there's a big 3-bet with Big and Dust. And now the history between the two will play out, and Yoni might call this. Because the last time he raised Big and Dust 3-bet him.
100. Exactly my point.
Sorry.
Huh? No, he did.
How much?
I didn't.
He hasn't called it.
He must call it.
Oh,
He's raised it.
see, I was talking to the guys.
I made a 160 and he made a 370.
Yes.
So 210 to call.
So full 210 out. So that's it. Nine.
No, it's fine. That's his bet.
Yeah.
So 210 to call for Yoni here. And of course, of the way that history's been playing out between these two players, he might call this. And he'll be in a world of pain.
I was trying to tell him that that was not the right idea.
Gary back from his sojourns out into the outer fields.
Well, we were going to do a draw for a feature table when we come back from dinner break, but the decision was made not to. After I stood and waited for a while, but I was watching the tables. I wasn't on camera, but I was watching the outer table as well. So Imran's out, by the way.
Yeah, Gary, and here's a little comment from Etienne Kruger, just backing up what I said. Put it into perspective, this is Andre's first ever live tournament. He won 500 and satellite seat, and hence the min cash would have been a good win for him. Still proud of him, well done.
Indeed.
That's why I said we don't know his circumstances.
Well, we were not criticising him.
No, we were just making a comment that there were certain hands that he needed to play. Otherwise, unfortunately, you do run very short in the blinds eventually.
Well, there you go. And who was that? Who gave us that message?
Etienne Kruger, obviously.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you very much, sir. It's nice to have some background.
Yeah, I did say it might be wanting his first big live cash.
I did greet him as he left.
Ronnie Dos Santos giving support for Bruce. So come on, Bruce. Sounds like an Aussie thing. Come on, Bruce.
Good day, Bruce. How you doing, Bruce? What's your name, Bruce? It's another Monty Python sketch.
Yeah. We're talking about the parrot one this morning.
Yes, you are being fine.
The one with the Bruces is great. How you doing, Bruce? Rule number 1, Bruce. What's that, Bruce? No pufters.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Probably not too PC these days.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm just repeating a comment from
the Monty Python.
From the Monty Python team.
Not Gary's perspective. It is merely Monty Python. And rule number 2.
Yeah, the same.
Get you into more trouble, guys.
Give me a walk. Give me a walk, he says.
Only in the cutoff with the King 3 suited. Hold. Vegan dust on the button. Ace 4. He's gonna raise.
Raise 270,000.
Yuri's like, look at this man. John in the small blind with King 10. Johnny going to re-raise here again.
I think he's calling. I don't think he's re-raising. We'll see. Actually, they do look like raising chips. You could be right.
Just over a million. Just over a million. In case you wonder. Now you don't have to wonder. Now you know.
965. Sorry, 400 and 400 and
One.
It's been a long day. You are long day.
is 400 and
This I put
you put 170.
this 400.
Yes.
Oh, we lose another player. Then it's 12. So maybe not different.
Strong play by Johnny again, Gary. Been doing this quite often. Been 3-betting out of those blinds. Not flatting.
Vegan dust taking the blows as well.
Yeah, Vegan Dust has taken a few. Johnny's taken a few.
Got a couple of short stacks and one guy, Brucey, there approaching the danger zone.
Yeah, Bruce is heading towards the danger zone. Yuri's in the danger zone.
Indeed he is.
And you say on the out of tables, still pretty much everybody well stacked.
Pushing
I did
chips
the
around.
same earlier on.
I overraised the point.
I thought there was
I counted 5 instead of 4.
And it's his story and he's sticking to it.
Yeah, Johnny, we know that you
You
knew
don't make
exactly
mistakes
how
like
much
that.
you were raising there. You raised to make him fold.
Which is good. That's what we like. Keep it coming. Keep the chips coming.
So Johnny, yeah.
Lands are 4080.
Hijack. Jack 10 off. The team he wants to play all the time. He's looking for spots to play all the time. He doesn't like to be inactive.
This is yours, huh? Wow. The voucher. 5 voucher. He held on to it the whole night. 5,000 and voucher. No. 5,000. I took the 500.
Oh, that's...
You took him out, you get it. He left it money. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's genuine. Nice. Price for your supper.
So Vegan Dust gets the 5,000 Betway,
500.
500 Rand Betway voucher for knocking out Andre.
If you bet on one.
He hung on to that a long way.
Get a walk.
It's a pity.
Clive getting a walk with the King Queen. He's saying pity. He had a reasonable playing hand.
You know what? Robert take the walk.
He's done 9 bigs. He's also in the danger zone, so a walk is welcome, Gary.
I'd say.
I need to be in a meeting. So I'm a little desperate to. I didn't think
I
we
believe
could play all day.
we've got about 20 or so minutes to run and we're going to have a dinner break, I believe.
Okay.
And it was rain outside. I was speaking to Imran who went to get in his car and he couldn't actually see his car.
Oh, that's right. But you could hear it on the roof. It was raining quite hard.
He said he went out to the door and his car is parked nearby and he couldn't see it. The rain was that heavy.
82 calls.
So that means my car's probably disintegrated. It's probably washed down the drain.
As you said, I hope our thatched roof chalet is waterproof.
Yeah, cheapers.
Bradley thinking of all the creepies that will come out.
165.
I just recently upgraded my car, of course.
Yeah, you're
Got rid of that terrible BMW racing machine.
The gas guzzler. Bradley is horribly upset that you got rid of that.
Carbon fibre insides and yada yada yada. And upgraded it to a Nissan Qashqai.
Upgraded?
I did upgrade it to a Nissan Qashqai.
How do you upgrade from that BMW to a Nissan Qashqai?
My doggies can get in the back now.
Oh, that's the upgrade.
And I can chuck tools in the back.
And your number plate was so good on your BM as well, Gary.
Yeah, I didn't cancel the number plate. So
Gary's old number plate aces.
it was indeed aces. You're absolutely right. From my beautiful wife.
Meanwhile, we had a reasonably big hand develop here.
Don't tell everybody about my number plate. I think there's a few fines to actually.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Goodbye.
Yoni has outflopped Vigandasia.
This could be a sick one.
It could be a sick one. Because he's outflopped him, but the 10 or a king.
Vigandas is licking his lips inside that
Yeah.
head.
The 10 or a king on that Turnal River, and the fortunes will be reversed.
Yeah, that'll be the old counterfeit. Let's see what his size is like here. 500 in the pot.
Like I said, there's been a lot of to and fro between these two players.
Vigandas is put more chips, put more chips.
Yeah, Vigandas is licking his lips. He thinks he's so gold, yeah. Here's the downside bet.
142.
What price Vigandas raises?
Yeah, he's going to raise that, Gary. And look, it's coming heavy, and then the youngster's going to go over the top of that.
Well, set of tens, a set of sevens is the only thing that can be.
Yeah, he won't put him on a set of sevens because he's holding.
Yeah, what I'm saying is
Yeah,
it's
for
the only
Vigandas.
thing he can do. He can put him on a set of tens, really.
Yeah.
Or he puts him on aces, which is difficult to do.
Yeah, when you're holding one and it
Or
comes.
ace 10.
That's the hand the only other hand you worry about, yeah. But normally when you flop two, you pretty much think you're good. There's a big hand developing here, Gary. There's already
All
1
in.
million in
He's
that
all in.
pot.
All in.
All in. How much?
So this could take a while.
1.2 million. That is how much? Thereabouts. Okay, so the dealer's taken Vigandas' re-raise out. So it's how much more?
Vigandas has got to put him on exactly the hand he's on, or ace 10. Or the set of tens.
Or ace queen, ace jack is what he's hoping.
Yeah, but he's never going all in for all that money, is he?
Yeah.
With that.
800.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know about you.
825.
825
Spot
all
on
in.
from Bradley. Gets a
You know
fist
that,
bump from Hiro.
you know that is the second time Bradley's got it right this year. That's
Okay.
impressive stuff for Bradley.
You
He
know-
normally averages once a year.
Well, Gary, even a broken watch is right twice a day.
Please, Lord. Come on. I've got 2 pairs.
So here we go. It's going to be a bit of nonsense.
Hold up. What's up? What's sake, man? I can't go out.
Okay.
What's sake?
For the language, we apologize to the viewers. I'll talk over it.
Don't counterfeit me.
Don't worry, you're winning.
Don't counterfeit me. Please, man. Please. One time. One time. One one time. Hold up. Hold up.
Deuce is no help to Vigendas.
Hold. Thank you.
9 no help to Vigendas, and a huge double up for Yanni. A huge double up for Yanni. Very unlucky for Vigendas there. The way the hand played out. He's counting what he's got left. He's still got chips left. He's got a million chips left still, Vigendas.
Sorry guys, sorry about my performance. Sorry, Ash.
He has rejoined the table and apologizing for his exuberant celebration.
Should be apologising to Vigendas actually.
Correct.
That's what it is.
TV time. There we go. Clive calling him out on it.
Sorry, apologies. Sorry.
Thank you, David. Right. So nice big pot there for young Yanni as one.
A massive pot, Gary.
That'll put him as chip leader, but you know it's not how you start.
I was expecting there's something on that run. There's something miserable on that run.
I usually hit the table when I lose.
So I think we're not far from the dinner break here. And, I think David has allocated an hour. I'm not entirely sure. We will find out. When we come back, we will change out the feature table so that the other team down under get a shot at it. I think we're down to 12 players now, if my information is correct.
That's from the outer tables when you went out there, Gary?
Yeah,
we're
we're 6 here. Yeah, 6 here. And 6 down under. Queens for Vigendas. We're trying to get a few chips back. Look at Vigendas, like nothing ever happened.
175
Back on the horse.
Race 175.
Zuri with 9-7 of clubs here in the cut-off. I think this is a fold, young man.
It's too much of a percentage of his stack. It's from early
Clive will
position.
get rid of those quickly.
A lot of players behind Bruce that are going to the muck.
Those are going to the muck. So Yanni with the ace-6 in the big here.
And just having taken the big...
That's not big.
Yeah, that's good. That's a place. It's 175 to you.
Cool.
Huh?
Cool. Is the total 175?
Yes.
Cool.
Call.
Yes, defending there with the ace.
And how much Vigendas would like to get a few chips back.
Oh, he will so be wanting chips back from him.
He's got the 1 over here, and that's the only live card he's got at the moment. So let's see what the flop brings.
2.7 million chips now.
Doing very well.
There is the king, which could slow everything down for Vigendas. And Yanni has hit the 6. So
175.
quick bet by Vigendas.
Well, Vigendas is repping an overpair.
Yeah, or ace king, because the king is there. He's hit the king.
275 to
He only just needs fold here. Unless, of course, he doesn't believe Vigendas.
Yeah, if he thinks it's a standard C bet and he's bet middle pair, he puts him on ace queen, ace jack, something like that. Got a lot of chips. He might peel one, Gary.
Oh, that was close. You almost took this out. By swinging around, you almost took it out.
He's taking his time, yeah. 275 to call. Potty 745. Makes the call. He's peeling one. Well, that's because of the newfound wealth that he has.
Pots up to $1 million.
Yeah, $1 million pots again, Gary. Jeepers. Maybe a lot of those from here in. Jack is no help to Yanni. Queens are still in front. With that king out there and the call coming, does that slow Vigandas down? Working out how many chips he has left behind.
Less than is in the pot.
Check.
Only asked him how much do you have. Vigandas told him. Yanni's checked.
All in.
Vigandas moves all in.
There's absolutely nothing to think about here. You're not bluffing Vigandas or anything. All his chips are in the middle. If you think your six is ahead, with a king and a jack on the board, these go in the muck. Thank you. There we go. Well played, Vigandas.
Well done. I knew that. I knew it.
I'm never folding a king there. Like 0% of the time when I fold a king.
I knew it.
So
Johnny says I've never folded a king. I'm pretty sure Vigandas knew that.
So he's getting $500,000 back of the chips that he gave over.
Chase me off. I had a king. Well done. I also, I thought, no, I didn't have a king. I put him on the, half there. I knew it. I knew there was coming. I knew there was coming.
Blinds, please. 40-80.
So we're slowly moving towards that dinner break, Gary.
Yes.
Players will
I
get
don't
a
know
lot
that
of
I'm hungry.
No, I'm not hungry, Gary. We ate earlier.
Maybe I'll go outside and canoe around the car park.
Yeah,
see if
with
I can
all
find
the
the
rain.
remains of my car.
I'm actually enjoying this feature table. I'm enjoying this feature table.
Got the walk
I'm
face and
having
that.
fun. Yeah,
Yeah, but slow, but it's like. I'm sorry, I know I'm acting slowly, but it's just that like, yeah. You come down to the wire.
player, you could sum up everything faster. That's what he's saying.
No, I understand, but
And when you're going through your head, you're already working out. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can all work it out. We know you can work it out. That's what he's saying.
No, but it's not like sometimes you just have to take some time just because.
Just because.
Yeah, 100%. When I had the ace king, when I had ace 7 earlier, when I took time, it helps induce a call.
Oh, okay.
Like 100% it helps induce a call. Like when I tank and tank and tank and then I go all in. Instead of just going I'm all in. It like you understand. It's just
The
one
problem
play.
is I give you those 30-second stickers.
Yeah.
Which we're going to bring in, I'm sure.
I should, I
Small
agree.
blind.
I agree.
Okay, action under the gun, Yuri 10-6. Hello and goodbye to those.
Yeah, and while we were just listening to the table chatter, Bruce was telling Clive and both of them saying how they're enjoying being on the feature table.
Nice.
It was a unique experience and nice to be there.
Nice.
When you first get there.
Very well done. We like to see all our new players up there.
Yeah, talking of new players, how was young Nolene doing out on the outer tables there, Gary?
She's doing okay, last time I
all the
saw.
sharks. She's swimming amongst all the sharks out there.
They seem to be doing okay.
Holding her own.
Raise.
She's over 1 million last time I saw, but it's been a while since I was out there.
Split your cards so they can see. Yeah.
Bruce giving him a lesson on putting
Bruce,
the cards.
table captain. Good work, Bruce.
Wigan does 8-3 in the small.
No, that
Like I
is.
told you,
That's a triangle.
the dynamic between those two has been a lot of that. Those big hands have been brewing there. Betting, 3-betting, raising, a lot between there. So there we go. John Ambrose has crept over 2 million with that hand that he got lucky with, and subsequent nice 3-betting.
Yeah, good old Johnny.
He pulled a few nice moves there, Gary.
Yeah, always nice to play with Johnny.
Ever the gentleman at the table.
Oh, he's done it to me a few times, trust me.
Well, the 3-betting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
We've had a couple of battles in the past. Battle royales, in fact. I think we're probably about even, but he'd probably have a different story.
But he's a gentleman.
Yeah, he does. And yeah, shout out to Betway, major sponsor for the events this week.
John,
All your
I do your
casino
blinds.
and sporting betting needs, log on there. Get yourself an account.
You're so
Jason and
close
the
to
boys
your
that were
shot,
here
just
earlier,
touch your
looking
step.
after everybody.
It's community money now.
So Ace Deuce suited in the hijack.
There's a
Bruce
raise.
hasn't played a hand for a while. So you'll see the instant muck from Yoni.
175.
You'll get some respect because not haven't played a hand for a while.
That's good.
John folds 7-4. Yuri King 5 suited, same suit. Gonna ask how much.
Doesn't want to get in a diamond race. I think Yuri's just a bit frustrated. He's not getting any cards. So now he's in the big. He just sees a suited king and needs to defend, which is there's nothing wrong.
There he goes. Comes along. He just doesn't want to see diamonds like you said, Gary.
Well, he does, but he doesn't. He doesn't know that yet. That would be brutal, eh? 3 diamonds on the flop.
I was in a hand once where our good friend James was the dealer, and he dealt 4 flushes. Dealt them. 3 diamonds on the flop, and 4 of us were holding 2 diamonds. Fortunately, I had the nut flush, and I picked up, scooped all 3 other players' chips.
Sure.
200.
You ask him, he will tell you about that hand many years
So
ago.
8-3 king. King for Yuri.
Yeah, and Bruce has continued after Yuri checked, and Yuri's got top pair there. He doesn't have a lot of chips. I had Yuri bet. Was it? That's the graphics. No, it was the other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
Yuri checked.
Yuri checked and Bruce bet 200.
200. Yeah. Yuri only has 325 behind. The bet is 200. That's most of his stack. He's hit top pair.
Money goes in.
Actually, he has to put it in, Gary. And he's not loving his kicker. When you call with King 5 at diamonds, you're wanting 2 pair or you're wanting diamonds. You're not loving life too much when you hit top pair.
Do you know, I think his chip count could be wrong.
Yeah, because he made the call. Oh, there comes the deuce. So Bruce has now hit a pair and gone all in.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a misstep.
Call.
Uh-oh. So, aces and 2s only for Mr. Bruce.
And there are only 4 of them left. So Yuri, strong favourite to win the hand, and he does. So we'll have to do a chip count here.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it covers here.
Yeah, I think so too.
So they're saying Yuri covers him, so Yuri's chip count slightly wrong there. So Bruce has been eliminated. He played very well. Cash, good lady still in the tournament. So a good outing for the two of them this weekend.
Yeah.
So we have had another player eliminated. We're down to 5 players on the feature table. We're approaching that final table, Gary.
I think so. I don't know how many are on the outer table still.
6 the last time you were out there, but it was some time ago.
Yeah.
I've got nicer stuff for you. We'll get for you. We've got nicer stuff. Bring it for you.
So Yanni under the gun, 2.6 million chips. Phone on the table, sir.
Cut down your chips. We're going to take half a million at least.
Oh, tripping up.
I thought you meant just taking it away.
Dave will chip up some of the smaller chips into the larger 50s
Oh, sorry.
during the dinner break.
Begin those folds, that in the cutoff. Ace queen for Johnny on the button.
It's 200,000.
Pot size bet. He folds. 5 with a queen 9 in the big. In for 80, another 120. Yeah, that's a call.
Clive's a wise old fox, he knows. Mr. Curry. So pot to stack ratio here, 520 in the pot, 400 behind for Clive. Money, I was supposed to say his money's got to go in, and there you go.
And he's bluffing, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, of course.
But it's hard for Johnny to call now.
Yeah.
He's got ace high on that board.
Picked his moment.
Raymond about you.
Tell him about you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to fold you, Toby. I'm going to tell you. I'll have to show you and fold. You show me, I'm taking off.
Someone have to show you and fold.
I had no option.
And Clive shows him the bluff. Johnny taps the table. Johnny will acknowledge the good play.
Nothing wrong.
Tells him well done.
John, I owe you a cool drink.
That's big of you, Clive.
Right. Most probably the last day before dinner.
I'm sorry old Bruce got knocked out there. I like Bruce.
Yeah, he's always good value at the table. Bit of a character.
Yeah.
I'm going to drag him along to our home game, Gaz. He'll fit in well with the lads.
Yeah, he'll have to
Jokes
learn
and
our
laughs.
language, of course.
Yeah, trust me, no problem.
Okay.
Trust me, no problem. He will fit in 100%.
Vegan Dos has got queens here.
Veganus, that's 80.
So what was that? Is Yanni in the small? In the big blind?
Yeah, he has to be.
Oh,
Because
Vegan Dos is under the other
because
gun.
Bruce has been eliminated, so the dynamics changed there.
175. Raise to 175.
There's the bell.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wilson, you are now on your 1 hour dinner break.
Big
1 hour dinner break.
Dave announce.
Ace Jack for Clive.
All in.
There's all in. It's going to be all in call, that's for sure.
Call.
And call. So on the dinner break, we have an all in and a call. Good luck to both gentlemen.
We got two alcohols. Now put the ice.
So there's the jack for him. Gives him a few more outs.
Queen for you.
That's that.
That's that. And the queen is game over. And a
All
full
done.
house for Vigandas. And
Clive's
Clive's been eliminated. Well played, Clive.
Sorry for Clive. Good work, good play. He's made a cash, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to disappear for an hour. So
Yes.
my guys are going to switch us off gradually, and you'll see us fade away. I really wish it was that easy. And we'll be back in an hour.
welcome back to everybody after the dinner break. And Gary, interesting final table.
If it doesn't finish, then
I'm exhausted. I've been running. Yes, it is an interesting final table. Seat number 1, Yuri Smith, 2,195,000. Alvin Brooks in seat 2, 2,420,000. The unmistakable Clive Kikia in seat 3, 1,740,000. Number 4, we're now calling him Lucky Jack, John Abrosi, 1,900,000. Seat 5, chip leader, 3,010,000. David Rosenthal. Seat 6, Yoni Lipschitz, 2,400,000. Seat 7, Vigendas Summits, 2,650,000. Seat 8, Johan de Graaf, 1,745,000. And last but not least, the glamour at the table, Nolene Flowerday, 1,280,000. Button is on seat 9, Mark.
Yes, Gary, very interesting final table. A lot of seasoned campaigners there, a lot of big winners there. Bozo with a big chip lead. Always going to be the man that's there to win. The only player over 3 million chips. When I say big chip leader, there are in the 2.4s there around about him. But what I'm getting at is in his blind to stack ratio, he'll be feeling fairly comfortable, Bozo.
Awesome.
And nice to see Nolene. She's got back-to-back final tables now. She
Very well.
made final table at the last event she played at Monty, the 4K. Came in the top 3. They made an ICM deal there, and yeah, she's on a final table again. So impressive from her. New player to the game, and all the others are seasoned campaigners. Yuri we saw at final table at one of the carnival events. So the rest, of course, very, very seasoned campaigners. A lot of fun tables. Yanni, his first final table.
I believe so.
In a big event. They said it's his first live game. He has played a number of other live games, smaller ones, etc. But this is his first big live game.
Sure. 100,000.
So under the gun player Clive. Let's go over the 8-7 off. He's still stacking his chips. John Abrosi, Queen 3 suited. He's going to fold that. Bozo, 10-7 suited. Then Legranu, under the gun plus 2, too early. Because we're full 9 players. Yanni gets go of his. Vigendas is going to fold from the hijack. I'm sure Queen 8 off. Round to our butcher. Johan de Graaf. He reaches for chips straight away. We can't see his chips. His cards, he likes to put the 2 cards on top of one another. Then the card readers can't read them. They're respected up now. Queen 9.
Up to 2.
Nicely done. Once he stacks them on top of one another, we cannot read them. Nolene, let's go of A7 on the button.
Yuri Smith has fold.
Alvin might fancy to defend with a King 10 suited.
I would be defending there. Alvin with 2.2 million behind. 105 to call. Should standard here.
Yeah, he defends.
You'll see a flop. And we'll have 2 players to the flop.
Flop.
Is 9 King.
Slow down card with the ace there, of course. King is good for Alvin. He takes the lead.
And I see Nolene's rueful look. She folded an ace, but there was a raise before and she had a rag ace. Players behind her.
Johan's going to continue here.
He's got to continue the story. He has hit as well.
560 in the pot. 300 going in, we think.
130,000. Call.
Snap call there by Alvin, eh? Non-believer immediately.
Yeah.
That snap call will slow Johan down unless he improves on the turn, Gary.
We shall see. Queens or 9s, that's all he's got.
3 outs, of course, from those that were folded.
2 hearts on board.
Alvin checks.
River.
Yeah, slow down there. The ace now. Johan will feel, Alvin will feel a lot more comfortable about his king now, Gary.
Yep.
He's got bet fold.
1.5 million pot, profit of 585,000 for Alvin, and a good start to the final table. Takes him up to just under 3 million.
Yeah,
and if I recall rightly, David Rosenthal, our chip leader, is just over 3 million.
Here we go.
3,010,000 in fact.
So Alvin has closed up the gap there, and Johan slips down to 12 bigs. That's all it takes now, Gary, with these big blinds.
Amazing.
If you raise your C-bet, you've done a lot of big blinds.
100.
Sure.
At 100k a big blind. You can do 8 or 9 big blinds very quickly. I mean, you only got 20. It can hurt. So John going to be the under the gun player.
Well, technically, you got 20 big blinds. Yeah, well, we all short stacked. All, none of it. Well, those days not short stacked, but you can still play. Now it's short stacked.
Folded from Johnny with his Jack 3. Down to Bozo. He'll get rid of that.
Okay, raise 255,000.
So Johan raises up to 255,000 here with 2 blank cards. Nolina's going to fold this. Jury also folds. Round to Olvin with a naked king here, not going to get involved. And small blind. He's having a look, but I don't think he's going to get too interested in this. No. Around to Clive in the big. And Clive is more likely to be sticky in the blind than Olvin for sure. But given that his chip stack is at 1.5 million, which isn't the biggest on the table, I mean, the best we're going to see from Clive here is a defend or a fold. Time to fold, Clive. Cricket balls out, I see.
Yep.
Are you okay? Okay.
Four.
Yeah, I didn't think he was doing anything else, to be honest.
No.
7, 8, 3.
No help for Clive there in the big blind.
Clive checks. No. Clive's all in. So this is a bluff of note.
All in call. So he's bluffed on the jamming the flop there. Snap call, but with a spade draw.
Oh, massive. Johan's ahead here, of course, with the queen kicker. Looking for 9s here, and there's only one left.
Oh, only 1 9 in the deck unless he picks up. Oh, and there's the flush.
Good night, nurse. Sorry, Clive.
Yeah, he's going to double up Johan, and he's going to be on fumes, Gary.
Yeah.
Just to make sure, in case you never saw that.
And he gets the 9 on the river, but it's the 9 of spades, which was already too late. No good.
Clive, where did you put the spades? The spade was a 9 on the river as well, so I think Clive is on life support.
Very much so, Gary.
Welcome to the danger zone.
905,000.
Back up. So Facebook is back up and running. It's still the ads at the moment. In the break, players will catch up. A little bit of support here for Yanni Preshalin, who we've seen play before Pile. He says, make it happen, Yanni. Obviously play together.
Yeah, Preshalin, nice lad.
A very nice young man.
Yep.
Always dressed as very flashy, Gary.
Love the hair.
The hair and the shades.
Yeah,
Those mirror shades.
He's proper, full on. Lots of style.
He had a lot of support, remember, when he was on the feature table in one of our previous events.
From his young posse.
The Monster Jam and at Carnival. So they're just working out all the chips here quickly. And that cricket ball is going to need to assist.
The antidote. So Johan spins it up, having took a couple of punches early on.
Yeah, he took a big punch from Alvin and now he spun it up nicely.
Little point to note, Bozo in the zone with his headphones on.
Yeah, he's in the zone here. And sitting nicely in the middle there. Nice view of the table around him. You'll be happy with there.
That's where I can keep an eye on him.
You're two naughty boys next to one another. Is what you're saying, Gary?
Well, they're all the naughty boys are up there. Okay, so dealer, let's have another hand. David, we're speaking about, right a picture there with the black-red Jordan hoodie, will be our under-the-gun player and first to act. Jack 5 off into the muck for David, I'm sure. Yoni with the ace 6 here. Vegan Dust follows him into the muck very quickly. Johan looks down at ace jack suited, getting a bit of run of cards here. What was his last raise? 500 or something, wasn't
Yeah, something like that. But now he's got 2.6 million chips now.
So it's 250 in the pot.
Okay, raise.
330?
Up to 255,000.
255.
Just over the pot now.
Okay, so Nolene with the suited 9-8 connectors here. I think she's already got out of the way. Yuri folds with his king 6.
All an identical hand.
Yep.
5 out the big blind.
These small blinds, huh?
Yeah, small blind. Sorry, just big Johnny to get rid of, and he folds. Get 8 deuce.
What an easy game.
Raising people fold. A tougher big blind to steal now, Gary.
Yeah, I'll say. Clivey, gotta get some traction, brother.
Yeah, 3 bigs down for Clive. Almost 4 bigs. 380,000, blinds are 100,000. Like you said, David's totally in the zone there. See him, headphones on, concentrating.
Not engaging.
Not engaging anybody. So Yoni under the gun.
No phones on the table, buddy. I'm dishing out the cards. I can't see what.
Folds Jack 8.
No phones on the table, buddy, please.
Big and us. We're gonna fold. Johan's a quick folder. Lean shall fold that. Yuri Smith, King 4 suited in the hijack.
The setter can use the headset. The setter can use the headset.
Alvin 9-3. Does Clark put this in from the button? Queen 4 suited, Gary?
Yep, he does.
No, decides not to because it's Bozo's big blind.
Well, what's going to happen, of course, is now is that he gets a couple of free looks as well.
And
So.
pick up a better hand than that.
Yeah.
Four. Paper raise.
Let's see. I don't think David's going to be limping with this.
No.
Dave will be raising with this, and Johnny will be going back from whence he came.
What in?
Told you. Max pressure. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, there won't be many limps or free looks at David's big blind.
It wouldn't matter what he had there. Johnny's never limping in there and getting away with it. Not with David on his left. And Johnny wouldn't have been happy to see Johnny on his left, trust me.
And you're only chirping Clive there. If I'm not allowed phones on the table, your cricket ball mustn't be on the table. Oh, Clive.
Are you picking the wrong guy there, Johnny?
Yeah, definitely.
Especially as he's just took a slap with his chips.
Yeah, not the right person to go at the moment.
And also, with respect to Johnny, you know, you can't be chirping people a lot older than you there.
Yeah, and senior poker players on the tour, Gary.
Yeah. This is your first rodeo, boy. You gotta pay for your lessons. But Johnny's done well to get to here with his chip stack, so
Yes.
congratulations on that front. I did speak to him off camera.
Good, Gary. 7-6 suited in the hijack for Alvin.
Yeah, I spoke to Alvin's brother just now, actually, 5 minutes ago, and he said, David and Alvin on the final table, wouldn't it be nice to see them both there at the end? And I said it would. I said, but there's plenty of other people will be rooting for other people.
Yeah. But
Like this.
That would be Harold's dream.
Yeah, look at this, 7-6 suited, raises up to 300k. Bozo's small, he's going to get rid of that. Vegan Das, no, Yoni is in big blind.
He's got nothing to fight back with. Unless he gets very sticky on his big blind there. 200k to call though.
Are you flashing? They're taking a mental picture.
Alvin will engage him, that's for sure.
Yeah, Alvin is one of those guys, you know, who can make you quite uneasy.
Yeah, and you know, I always say Alvin, the man with the most smiley person in the room and that, but now with the mask on, you don't see that anymore, so he's going to come across a lot more intimidating. That friendly smile is gone.
He's still an assassin.
Yeah.
So there we go, 161 is the hand number, 50k on the small, 100k on the big, and 100k in the big blind ante. We're going to be seeing Johan de Groff, right of picture here, under the gun, in the orange t-shirt. He will be the first player to act.
The target again was embarrassing. That was pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, small blind 50.
Listen, you can see you've been playing poker for long.
This is a misspent youth.
Yeah.
Yeah, shot. Yeah.
Johan under the gun, King deuce off. Needs a quick folder. Yuri will get rid of that. Alvin, the Doyle. Doesn't like that at all. The Afrikaners have got a saying for the ID grills gekry. He didn't enjoy that, and he got the little shiver up the spine. Someone walked over my grave.
He came up and squeezed me, and he said to me in Afrikaans, he said, "You're a big man with lots of meat, buy a place."
Bozo queen 6 on the button, suited. He's going to raise.
Up to 225.
His first foray other than the all-in when it was limped to him. Folds the 5-4 suited.
Vegan Doss's big blind will be going to David here, I think.
Yeah.
As per plan. Nice hand, David. Picks up 250,000 chips just for turning up.
Just for putting in a few chips across the line.
There you go. Lots to learn there for the younger players. Okay, Nolene will be our under the gun player.
Yeah, she hasn't had anything to play yet. The blinds are approaching her. She started on the button, so she's had a lot of free looks, but nothing to play with. She's the shortest stack at the table other than Clive. Clive is on fumes.
He is indeed.
So the man from Pietermaritzburg is going to be looking for a hand very shortly. Because those blinds will approach him. Quick sharp. He has three looks before they reach him.
Then smoker's coffee. Yep.
So all we to be folding these round to Clivey. They're definitely going into muck.
Yeah, those aren't. That's not the hand.
Johnny Boy, Jack 6, no good. Around to David, I suspect. He won't be trying too many of his tricks with old Bozo on his left.
Nope.
Ace 9. David will come in for a raise here in the cut-off.
Yeah. Late position.
Raise. Up to 230.
Yoni doesn't have any fighting cards, so they'll go in the muck. Looks like Vegan does. Well, Queen 8, he might decide to defend
Been
here,
nice,
but he's already given up his big blinds, so why not give up the small one as well?
Yeah, and there's somebody
Bradley
behind
Johan,
him.
King 4, goodbye. Bozo picks up another 250,000 chips.
It's $500,000 in 2 hands.
That looked like a strike one there, Johan. Was that a strike one?
Johnny's feeling the thing.
Strike 40,
John Golding is saying to Jan, is that strike 1 because he's still in blind? Bozo says, no, about strike 50. He's not scared at all.
Just watching David go to work there. It's good, huh?
Yeah, he's
solid play.
Uses the position extremely well. Picked up $500,000 chips in 2 hands.
And not so much position, but also reputation.
Absolutely. Yanni won't want to cross swords with him too easily.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
the other players know him.
Yanni would have been happy to be on his left, but you know, I'm not going to start coaching over the mic. But there are ways to play players on your left as well from the right. And David is certainly giving a good account of himself.
100.
So Alvin a bit early for him to be playing those cards. I think if he'd been in a late position, he might have done.
Yeah. Clive's looking down with despair. That's not, yeah. Frustration. He's looking for that one hand. So I've got 2 more looks before it reaches me.
Yeah, Johnny mid to late position here. Suited Jack Queen. He'll know Bozo's on his left, and he's got Johnny can be aggressive as well.
He's gonna raise. It's announced raise.
The pot size?
Yeah, I think that must be round pot size.
Just over.
240.
Just under.
Just under. So David gets out of the way quickly. Johnny will have to do the same. I think it's actually good that Johnny sat next to David. Nice, somebody nice to be like look up to, a mentor from.
Yeah. Can't see Nolene's hand at the moment, but she looks like she's counting out calling chips. She has called.
Oh.
So we'll sweat along with John, not knowing what she's got.
So Johnny is the top pair there, the queen kicker.
He has that top pair, she's checked.
500,000.
Nolene's going to fold here, I think.
Fold.
Yeah.
Quick fold. A little venture there.
With unknown cards. So she's on 9 bigs, Clive on 3, so they're the 2 players in the immediate danger zone.
Yeah, I moved it.
Johnny 19 and 21, for the next player up, they're approaching that danger.
That's all the years you've been beating me. Don't know why you've been beating
What did you
me.
think I was fucking better than you? That's not the case.
Johnny and Bozo know one another for many, many years, so there'll be a lot of friendly banter there.
Little bromance.
These chairs are funny, huh?
Yeah.
You gotta get used to them.
That's the weirdest thing. Yeah. Shouldn't you do chairs like this in an office? That's gonna be crazy.
It's the floor, they've got to put rubber on the floor.
Still not found it, Clive.
No. One more free look. So he knows that he's almost pretty much committed to the next hand to putting it in, otherwise he's all in the big blind virtually, because he's got 3 and he'll be committing 2 of them to that big blind and ante.
Deep trouble. So this is a playable hand for Johnny.
Yeah, it's a very, very playable hand.
Hijack.
Hey, Johan's eyeing him out, Gary. He's looking
me?
to Johan. He had his eyes steely focused on Yoni when Yoni was looking at his chips and that. Mark of an experienced player watching the younger player. saying, what are you doing when you see your cards? Can I pick up anything?
You only raised to 200. The min click.
Yeah, min click.
That's interesting.
So lean 10-6 off. Nothing to do. 7-4 off. It's a min click.
It's a min click. I mean,
yeah.
Personally, I would have seen the flop.
For a min click, yes.
Thank you, best poker player.
Defend pretty much anything with a min click. So this is Clive's last free look before the blinds approach, reach him. They are imminent.
Incoming.
You can't do that again.
And it fell out.
No chance.
And it fell.
Not in 100 times.
Because the totally guy right there. Oh,
Let's go back to Clive with the camera. Thank you.
Alright, so let's look at Clive's cards. Yeah, this is his last free look here before the blinds reach him. So this is important.
We didn't even see them.
Yeah, under the gun. They must have been really bad. Because any sort of playable hand would have been going over the middle, Gary.
Yep.
John folds Queen 10 from early position. Boza 8-3 off. Johnny 7-5. Dust, Jack deuce. So now goes around to Johan on in the cutoff with ace 9. You'll fancy to raise that. There we go.
Up to 275. All in.
And insta all in by Nolene.
And I wanted to warn you, Armstrong. It's too late now.
So Johan will ask for a count. Going to be over 600,000 for Johan to call. I don't think he can call with ace 9. Gary?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a lot of fold equity there. Very aggressive with the suited king queen.
I think she's playing on the reputation.
6, 6.
He hadn't played a hand yet.
6.
Just called the 1 in the blinds. You have a 600,000 to call. Ace 9.
1, 5.
He has 2.3 million behind. It'll leave him 1.7 and change. 0.6 and change, in fact.
He's going to fold.
Fold.
Don't show, don't show.
No. Well played, Nolene. And it was an insta all-in, Gary. She'd made up her mind because I saw she sneaked to look at her cards before it got to her. So she had already made up her mind that if there was action to immediate right for that or not, she was putting it in.
So Clivey's going to be putting his chipperoonies in the middle now.
Yeah, most of his chips.
John Ambrosi is going to be our under the gun player.
You take it, then you give it to him. You go from the
gentlemen.
Very good boy.
Okay, small blind up.
I'm going to try that, Have you try your, when I do that, they go cool.
John, when I do that, they go call.
So John Ambrosi under the gun with ace queen here. We'll see him fire from here.
Definitely.
Certainly be betting the pot.
So, Clive's last few chips are in danger. He might already be pot committed, and that's what John's looking at.
Yeah, easy.
He might even go bigger than that just to isolate.
Raise. Up to 250.
Yeah, pot size.
Pot size.
Is there no one that wants to put John all in, please?
Alvin. Ever the comedian.
Johan likes those cards, but he doesn't like them that much.
No. Not from an under the gun raiser.
He must know that Clive's going to shove here, so if he hasn't already shoved with the blinds.
On to Alvin.
250 total.
Really nice on my plan.
Old Clive.
We don't know what he's got. Sure.
It must have been extremely weak because he's got basically 2 big blinds left. Less than, just under 2 big blinds. It says 1 big blind, but he's got 180,000 blinds or 40-80. 50-100, sorry, 50-100. Quickly correcting myself. What I meant is you'll have 80,000 left over. It's nothing. It's nothing. So he's gonna put 50 in now. You'll have 130 behind. So if he goes all in, he's getting snap called by whoever. He's got to find a decent hand now. He's got a full rotation to find it again after this.
These will be in the muck sharpish.
100.
Those will follow suit. Nice looking hand from Vigendas, but from a little early position.
He'll,
That's
I
what
was
he's
going to
looking
say, he should just get rid of these.
Yeah, it's from too early. Here's the snowman.
Raise up to 250.
Standard. Noreen might like a piece of this.
No, there's been too many players behind.
I don't think Yuri's played a hand yet.
Not yet. Gonna cut off. It's an early raiser. Oh, he's gonna fold that. Cannot find it, says Clive. No, he cannot find anything there. John in the big.
Put him on strike one.
Put him on strike one.
Yeah. If you want to show, if you want to show. It's good
8.
enough. Right, it's 7.
What did you show?
8.
Just one.
Of diamonds.
Eight.
Not an 8. 8. Pocket 8.
So Noreen with that shove earlier went back up to 14 bigs. And Clive has literally got his nose out of the water here, just.
Yeah, he's got a full rotation now to find it, otherwise he will automatically be all in with the next big blind and empty. He'll actually be under.
So from early position, that should be going in the muck.
Yeah, from too early. Whole table to get through.
Same.
One's already folding. Noline's already folding. Deuce, 6-5.
Here we go. Yuri's got a hand he can play.
In the hijack. Been folded to him this time, so.
Standard bet is 250 for opening. Let's see what he's going to do.
Up to
220.
Raise up to 200.
What a cheapskate. Where's the 250?
220.
Clive didn't find it, obviously. Jack 10. What? That's only because Yuri opened. If he gets to him, it's Jack 10, that money goes in.
Jose gonna defend here with Queen 9.
He's having none of that.
They're not just taking my big blind like that.
Message sent. Those are flops nice, and Yuri flops nicer.
Those are checks. No, he's not checked yet. The option's on him. When he tapped the side, they thought he checked. He did check. I thought he had checked. I thought I saw the tap on the arm.
160.
He's making it very cheap for David to
Yeah,
come
he's
along
downsizing. Dangerous games to play with Mr. Rosenthal.
See what price, a 9 or a queen?
Sure. Well, that's a very good card for Yuri. because now it only leaves Bozo with 2 outs. And mine's out of play now. And there are not many 2s that Yuri can give Bozo. Only ace deuce.
Yeah, ace 2 suited, that's it, really.
So there won't be a scare card for him that. 910,000 in the pot.
220,000.
So make that 1.2 million though. 1.1.
He's down betting a lot. He's keeping it very small. He's pricing David in. David's calling. You know, the way it's betting, you think he could be betting a flush draw. Oh my goodness.
Told you, didn't I? He's going to bink the queen on the river.
Yeah, he down betted so much that he got himself into trouble.
He was disgusted with himself, gone off for a rant and a walk.
Yeah, he let Bozo get there.
Goes up to 4.2 million.
And the message is, play games with Bozo at your peril.
I told you he was going to get there. Well, we're not criticising Yuri, you know, at the end of the day, if he decides to bet small and try to control the pot, that's his call, you know. But like you say, you know, you run the gauntlet.
Yeah, I wasn't criticising, I was just saying, against a player like David, if I'm that far in front, and I think I'm that far in front, I'm pretty much wanting to not price him in.
No, price him like the pot all day.
50, 100.
Exactly
because he's so dangerous.
100 big blind.
You know? So I said, you play games with him at your peril. Because you're not milking him when he's calling and coming along. He's got something. Or he's setting something up.
I had a funny feeling that Queen could drop. If he had the ice cream. No, but why did he check the river then? Because hoping he did. Why did he check the river?
I'm not going to explain the reason, but we know. You check because he bet all the way and you wanted him to bet so that you could then repop.
Of course. Deception, always. How's Clive doing? Let's find out right now. There we go. That's a good hand, mate. Still be live.
275.
It's the raise by Vigendas under the gun. Clive skate. He has
Ace
my
of John.
chance. There's already been a raise by Vigendas. Clive folds because of the raise before. Bozo with ace 10.
I've got a funny feeling David will just get out of the way here.
Yeah, because of the raise and then the all in. You never know with Bozo. He's also capable of going all in and isolating.
No, given the action, it was, I think, a solid fold.
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. But I'm saying he's capable of the other one. I've seen him do it.
Are you folding? You calling?
No, he's got, it's this. This is 275. He's got this.
Yeah, plus you remember that the ante belongs to everyone.
King Queen. Bozo was ahead with the ace 10. He would have got Vigendas to fold. Oh, there's the. Oh, but look at that. Flops the gut shot straight flush draw. 5 no help to him.
8 already club.
And
Bang.
there's the club. Mr. Kiki doubles up.
Binks
More
on
than
the
doubles
river.
up.
Binks
'Cause
it on the river.
He'll get the ante as well because he paid the ante, so he's entitled to the full ante. Plus the 180. Oh, nice double up there. More than double up. He was up to 5 bigs. 500,000 chips from 180 to 500,000.
Could have asked for a much better flop there.
He could not have asked. And that's the reason of putting the suited connectors in. You know you're live.
Yeah, for sure.
And he'll be very happy with that.
So coming up to 11 minutes past 7 in the evening, 19:11. It has been raining outside.
Yeah.
So Johan will be our under the gun player for the next hand. All the excitement dying down as Mika Kikio is collecting chipperoonies. And we'll get to camera 5. There we go. Oh, no, we lost him again. Back to 5 for Johan de Graaf.
Ace 4, early position. In the muck they go. And Leans follow suit.
Jury's not back at the table yet.
He's
still
walking it off.
Still off chatting with Phil Helmuth. Alvin folds. Clark, yeah. We saw his cards just now. No, we don't see them again. How peculiar. There's Jury back. Got himself a black label, he'll be fine.
He has. He's got one in hand, Gary.
Does he?
I swear, it's under the table,
Yeah.
but it was there.
Has he got one? Did he stick it in? No,
Yeah,
there it is.
there
There
it
it
is.
is.
He's got it. You were 100% correct, Gary.
He does like a black label or Jury.
Zamalek, as Umpo says.
That's what they call it.
Yeah, Zamalek. And the other one was the Soweto Pepsi.
He's a good lad, old Jury. He's just a bit biffed that he didn't play that hand differently, I'm sure. Vigendas, 7-3 in the big blinds. So Yanni has just defended or completed his small here, so it's a check. So first time there's been no raise.
And then, like I said, there was a lot of action between those two players previously.
Vigendas brings a 3 like a good thing. Vigendas will bet this and Yanni will have to get out of the way.
125.
Yeah, quick fold.
Hand 171. So he's still taking the under on 9 o'clock mark.
10 past 7. No. No.
I was just checking.
No.
You heard it here first, folks. Mark's backpedaling. He's not taking the under on 9 o'clock.
It could still happen, but I wouldn't put money on it.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Hence I wouldn't put money on it.
Yeah, because if this gets down to 2 or 3 players and Bozo's still at the table, there'll be no deals.
Absolutely not.
He'll be smashing it.
So Nalene King Queen under the gun. It's a nice hand, but it's from very early position. Let's see what she does with it.
She should get rid of it.
Gonna prey on her reputation, maybe.
That's a big blind.
Say Johan's a big blind. She adds extra chips to it because of that, and look at Johan's face. Playing the comic.
All right, we're on to Jury.
50. Up to 450.
Yeah, that's a big raise, eh? She made a statement there because they said it was Johan's big blind. She added the extra chips.
Did you see she pushed her chips forwards there just to say I'm going to put them all in?
Yeah, she's playing the psychology there. So they're going. There's 7s for Bozo.
What is Davey going to do here?
Does Bozo put it all in here? She's raised to 450. She's got 965 behind. It's asked for the count.
David trying to engage her there.
She's told him immediately how much she's got. She's alluded to everybody that I'm putting it in. It looks like a 10s or jacks raised because of the sizing. Bozo's so good. Let's see what he does here. He's watching her, seeing how comfortable she is.
Well,
Well played, no need to get it past Bozo, boy. Trust me.
Especially the
It's the
pocket
size
pair.
of the raise, and she's sitting there looking so comfortable. She's not giving anything away. Pocket fives for Vigendas.
Well, he's got 2.3 million behind.
Also folds.
Johan.
She's gonna
Jack
get it
two.
through. She's gonna get it through. Was the
So-
sizing? It was the sizing that got them, Gary.
Yeah.
It was very interesting sizing.
Hey, choose one of them. Choose anyone.
She said choose any one.
Choose that one. She said one.
I say it's king every day.
Hey, can I pick?
It's queen.
Queen.
None of you were right, and
Yeah.
you were all fooled. Pocket sevens, pocket fives, all fooled.
Well, Bozo was putting her on ace king, didn't want to take the flip because he thought she's not going to fold if I shove.
No.
So, yeah.
Okay, blinds. 50, 100.
Hendrik Ferreira, great stream, and Giovanni Gaggio, who's followed all day, says good luck everyone.
Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
small blind 50. Big blind 100.
So jury is under the gun. Top left of your picture there, behind the dealer. Let's see what fortunes have brought you today, sir.
Okay, next hand blinds will be up 60, 120. Next hand blinds will be up.
Sure, blind's going to bite even more, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. Five three for Clive. They'll be in the muck. Johnny's got eights here. Let's see a little raise out of Johnny. So +3 for people at home. That indicates he's under the gun +3. So on this table, being nine-handed, you know, you're sort of early to mid-table.
240.
Announce the raise.
40. 240.
Bozo gets out of the way.
Johnny out the way.
Round to Johan, who also folds. Jack 10 for Noreen. In the big blind. Looks like she's going to put the 140 in and have a little look. She won't know, but she's got two overs here as well.
Yeah, but defending a big blind. So show them I'm not going to just fold every big blind.
And that's how to do it.
Oh, and she hits top pair.
Binks a 10. Bang.
Oh, and all in.
Pressure.
No,
Pressure.
no playing. Bang. Done.
So
Johnny
flip-
can't call it
Let's
eight.
flip the camera onto Johnny. Thank you.
He's saying,
And
oh,
he
you're
got
on
a
a flush
flush
draw.
draw.
That's what he's hoping when he's got eights. And there would only be one out for him if he called. 1-8 was folded.
25. 1.3. 25.
Johnny's thinking, I really, really want this, but I'm going to fold.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Why can't we lose?
Because he's got top pair and a jack kicker. That's why.
If she had checked, he would have seen bet. She could have come back over the top. But doing it this way, she's really confusing him. And he may call because he thinks she's on a flush draw.
Too much money to be putting in for a flush draw.
You see, I know it's a flush draw.
So let it go. Fold.
Careful.
She shows him jack 10.
Did he call?
Serious?
No.
Okay. Last end. I mean, you happen to be in front, but.
Okay, blinds are up 60, 120.
I wouldn't have shown that if I was
No.
there. She gave away a lot of information.
60, 120.
Not a chance. Anyhow,
Blind,
we move on.
Because men raise.
No, it's not about. Well, no, it's not that. I'm just thinking. 40 guys.
No, there was 500 in the pot. No, there was 600 in the pot. And what is the bet?
No, all in.
Yeah, but what was the bet?
Over a million.
Over a pot?
Put me all in. Just about.
Okay.
No, I'm not calling that.
Yeah.
Okay, 60,000 small.
Well, I could have done the same with aces, kings, jack. Already.
Dangerous.
That's very dangerous because this now I'm going to do is we're going to wake up to probably the overplay.
Trying to coach her there.
Nice head.
Trying to frighten her.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. That coaching is the frightening part. Trying to intimidate, say, yeah, you do that again, you're going to get caught, and he's trying to put off her game. That's the pretend coaching.
You happen to play draws. So what happens if I had ace or king on snap?
Then I'm going, I don't mind.
What can I say?
Move on. Folded round. Boza. The Dolly Parton.
I also got away with minimum. Well played.
So I fancy Vegan does to play these.
Yeah, and from the cutoff, he hasn't had much.
No.
He's going to fold it. Johan doesn't miss a chance. On the button, Jack 5 suited.
No. Right, what happens to you chop either?
275 raise up to 275.
Means out the way. Round to Yuri.
Raise up to 275.
Oh! The American Airlines. He looks straight away, the look to Johan.
So what he doesn't realise is he's going to repop this and Johan's just going to snap fold. He's got 1.1 million behind. He's near the bottom of the pile. Does he shove it? Or did you do the standard?
Would you ever flat it, Gary?
No, not a million years. I would.
It's just so dangerous, eh?
Yeah.
I know a lot of players that do in that spot, and you just open yourself to get that bad beat story.
Well, it looks like he has. Johan is now thinking he might hit a flop here. So maybe this is genius from. So ace of diamonds in hand for
He's
Jury.
going to check it.
And the five for Johan.
All in.
Bet all in. Call.
Okay.
No.
Did you call?
This is count. You bet 500. So.
Take the 500,000 now.
I didn't have that much. What's
The story is be quiet, guys, and let the dealer do his job.
Yeah, Johan bet 500,000 on that flop, Gary. So he flatted and got what he wanted.
Johan raised on the flop, pre-flop.
Yeah.
And then
bet 500 when
yeah,
it was
bet
checked in.
Bet 500.
And then he said call because he knows there's only 400 luck more.
And that was what deceived him there.
Yeah, that
so
flat call.
Johan's no diamonds working for Johan, so Jack's some fives.
pretty much dead on this.
8 no
Jack
help.
or a 5.
River.
8 is no help. And Yuri gets a big double up. Played them deceptively. I said to you, would you ever? And you wouldn't like to.
Not
The
against
players
Johan,
that
no.
they are, Yuri did it and it paid off.
Counting the 500, he wants to know the balance, but that is already paid the 5.
Oh. No, I never took the 5.
That's
Okay,
the 500.
okay. Let me take the 5.
That's what
then.
I'm
Okay,
saying.
cool.
You must just count the balance.
There we go. Alvin assisting.
Alvin doing his articles for accountancy.
400.
Looks like an accountant peering over the glasses there.
Nice man.
The lovely man. Lovely family.
Nice family.
You said you're going home.
Well, I'm going home tonight.
So then,
Either with money or without. We got to end it.
let's take the table, go to one of those chalets and play.
Okay, small and big 60, 120.
So big dent there to Johan.
Just take my chips, Johan, and throw them away.
Clive says, you take my chips and you throw them away.
You didn't do it on purpose, Club.
Jack, I made a mistake. I made a mistake in the first game. But he didn't have the flush draw yet to fold. It was a big mistake. But no flush draw, you have to fold.
made a mistake there.
That's what I'm saying. No flush draw and then you fold.
Meanwhile, after all that action, Clive under the gun has to fold. So the blinds are approaching him again with these 5 bigs. Boza with 7-4 suited. He hasn't played a hand for a while, but it's too early a position. Let's go. Yanni with ace king here. Under the gun +3.
300 in the pot.
Raise.
So I think this is the first time Yanni's actually raised.
240,000.
Yeah,
Raise up to 240,000.
Not too much to get involved with. Did raise one hand very early on. That was it. It's been a while, a long while
Vague
ago.
recollection. Vegandas looking down at chips here, but he's folded already.
One's out the way. Nolene will be out the way.
Yuri queen 6
off.
I think they're going in the muck, and we'll go around to Olvin. 6-4. He won't like these in his big blind, but you never know with Olvin. He's got 2.7 behind. He could defend. Nope, he gives it up.
Nice hand.
Blind 60,000, 120,000 with 120,000 on the big blind ante. Johan de Graaf, welcome to the danger zone.
Yeah, 9 bigs, Gary. I love that. You're giving those deep parts.
No, I've got a tape recorder here. It's not me. It's a little jingle on my jingle machine.
Is it part of your
Let me push the
jingles?
button again. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. That's my other jingle. Gotta have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think we have a bit of fun, yeah, guys.
Yeah.
One of the things we were told by Darren is that we bring entertainment. He says he likes the banter, the
Just
humor.
enough humour. Just enough humour.
And
bordering on humour. I don't
Yeah.
think we're that funny, but I don't think we're going to be a double act on
he
stage.
said entertaining. He didn't say funny.
Yeah, he did, to be fair.
120.
Okay, talking of entertaining, Johnny Ambrose, 10-5.
Raise.
David has stuck this up to 120, can't see his cards.
265. Repeat that. Alright, so.
He's got a lot of chips over in this.
Vegan dust with the jacks here.
265. One more brown.
Did he just flat that? Yeah.
He's just flat call.
Speculative.
Clive hoping to find a little squeezer there.
They haven't changed, Clive.
Just wondering if are they good enough to put across the line.
Not with two players who've raised on a call.
They've got to be super good to do that, yes.
145 to you.
Sounds like Clive wants to get involved in this pot.
He does.
I
and
would
he
rather
doesn't have a
realise
lot of
my
chips.
fold equity and just C5 with all of it, huh? Maybe that's me.
That's me, guys. I'd fold unless I had a super good hand. And I'd put it all in. If not, I'd fold here and wait to put it all across the line and have a little bit more fold equity. This could come along.
So we've got two players in the dark and pocket jacks.
Flop.
Queen 5-6
Take a bet.
on Clive. Bless you, Gary. Must be something in the air. This sneezes just now as well.
I think I must be allergic to umpo. Must have been a cat in a former life or something.
Clive counting out what he's got left there.
Well, he just hit the queen, his money's got to go in. He hasn't. Oh my word. He's got a 5.
5-3.
Clive's going through his process here to give the impression he's got a queen. You'll soon find out if David's got one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and does he have enough to make the jacks fold?
125k. Dave gets out of the way. Quick,
Very
quick.
quick.
215, 215.
I don't know the vegan dust can fold here.
215,000 is that all
We'll
in?
just take a camera on vegan dust. Thank you.
Gonna count it out.
215, 250. Okay, go.
Pair of 5, pair of jacks.
Clive's response was, oh, something.
Yeah. Not happy to see the call, and when he saw the jacks.
He needs a 3 or a 5.
3 or a 5, and the hearts are out of play there now.
Good night, Clive. Well done, sir. Safe journey back down the road, Clive.
We will see Clive back here later in the week.
I don't think he's coming back for the high roller. He was due to be home today. I spoke with him earlier and he said he's probably going to head down the road.
Yeah, I think he's going back definitely for tomorrow, but there was talk already, I heard him talking on the table now, that he is going back, but he may still come back for the high roller.
Okay, he was dubious when I spoke to him earlier, but if
He
it's
may
Jack,
change his mind. You know, Clive, he loves to play. It'll depend on how business is down south.
well, he's got to go all the way back down to King Shaka, then drive all the way up to Pietermaritzburg for a day, to come all the way back from Pietermaritzburg down to King Shaka and fly all the way back here, and then get here, of course.
So we may only see him for the main.
Yeah, it's a long trip,
unless he comes late entry into the high roller because of the structure and only comes in on the Thursday.
It's possible. But then he'll bring his good lady with him.
So that is another possibility.
We're putting boys under pressure, everybody. Sweaty, got it.
Vegandas. Nice hand. But if the man had the queen, you're still calling.
Meanwhile, it's folded all the way around. Yoni under the gun +1 folds. He's about to fold. He does fold. Begin does. Under the gun +2. Let's go. Johan de Graaf with his short stack. Ace-10 of spades. Puts it all in. Nolene's folded. Yuri will fold. Alvin, Jack-7 suited. In the muck. Only John. John's got Jack-6 off. That's going to go in the muck. So Johan will get that round.
No small blind. If there was small blind, I'm calling, but I don't just want to take John's chips.
So Johan gets that one through. Welcome 300k back to stack. The big swings here now. 300k in the pot every time you take it down.
8-9 diamond.
What did you have?
8-9 diamond. Wasn't a bad flop. With Clive in there. I think I'm pulling with my 8-9 diamond.
So Yoni's our under the gun player. Johan got that one through, Gary. Picks up the 300k.
I've noticed that these cards are sticking together for the dealer. Did you see that?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you never know what the players are touching.
Yeah, it's getting a bit sticky, and I don't want to slow the deals down at the same time. monitor that. You only get some money in the middle here. What is Johnny playing with here?
But that is what I had, indeed. Yes.
Hold it on. Yuri in the hijack.
I don't really feel too bad about that.
I would have thought. I put you on the queen, but such a shitty thing.
Post-match analysis about the Queen 9 versus the King Jack when the Queen fell on the river. All of them's got nothing to fight with. On to Johnny. Might have like a look at this. A small blind.
If he's in the big blind, he'd definitely be calling.
Yeah, that's his only reason he may fold. Buzzer gets rid of the ace.
Show one. Right, Joe. Like Boza. I remember Boza for 20 years ago and showed me one shot.
The extra space. You fold it to win it, the extra space.
I'm surprised he called.
Make a flush. If you make a flush, you fucking stand. Don't say that.
If I make a flash,
You fucking stand. Thank you. That's the ego.
yeah, king's that.
I gotta have a hand.
Buzzer fishing for information. They're engaging.
So small blind, 60. Blind, 120.
I think he got enough from Johnny there.
I would think in general, that's not a profitable play.
But you can that is
Begin das under the gun.
Like applying for lessons from anyone at this point in
No,
my life.
I'm quite aware of it.
Wait, am I wrong?
But I hope you call me next time as well.
Oh, but next time on the
Let's play cards, guys.
Folds it around to Alvin.
With his monster. John with another monster.
Yeah, same one.
that on the block.
On to Boza in the small.
Four.
Slim
Interesting.
Take a raise.
Johnny with an ace here.
Should be raising here.
He should be raising, but he's gonna think, why is Boza limping to me? Does he want me to raise? See, look at the look heavenward. Every time Boza does something unorthodox like limping to, which he doesn't normally do, it confuses the players, Gary.
He checked.
Yeah, because of that limp.
6, 7, 9. That's not a bad plot for Boza.
Yeah, he's going to bet it straight away, and there's nothing now for the ace 3. He's going to say, why did I let you have a free flop?
Four. 140. Four.
Sorry, I'm not
Johan out of the danger zone.
Just
Johnny Boy heading to the danger zone. Doreen hovering above the danger zone.
the rest all 20 bigs and better.
With a scan.
Okay, 60. Small blind 60.
Johan flicks those away in disgust. He's looking for hands, looking to get involved. Very queen 9 suited. Too early a position, let's go. Alvin, queen 10, he hasn't played a hand for a while, Gary.
I think he might play this one.
For the simple fact that he'll get too early for him as well. Let's go. 9-6 in the cutoff for Johnny. Bozo on the button. 7-5 suited. He'll like those.
Let's see. 3.9 million on the button. Let's have a little move here. What do you reckon? 250?
Yeah, 250, 260.
Right. 300. 210.
So you bet the pot, basically.
65. 265.
No, he's changed. It's 265.
You're only with ace queen here.
It was 265, Gary. I said 260.
Total.
Is that what you said, was it?
Yeah, so it's
Nice.
265.
Good
Been
call.
corrected. Ace queen, yeah.
All in.
Sure. Max pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play Bozo post flop out of position.
Snap 12 for Bozo.
There are the chip counts.
1.4 million is 11 bigs. Wow. Price of poker's going up. So it's been a long day, boys. 7:45 in the evening, just coming up. Shout out to my wife, who I know will be listening. My #1 fan in the world.
Your brighter and better half, Gaz.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Is she going to join us at any time down here?
Oh, I hope so. We will see.
It would be nice to. She always brightens up the commentary booth and any other room she walks into.
You see, you've got a fan, my wife.
Definitely. I think every single person in this box that knows is a fan of Shelly.
Yeah.
Because nodding his head. Shame, and Kevin loved Shelly so much. Eh? And you weren't allowed to pick on Kevin when Shelly was around, eh?
No, no, no. Oh dear, we shed a tear that day, trust me. Someone climbing on our scaffolding, we thought we'll be having an earthquake.
I think somebody is bouncing on the scaffolding. And I'll fold it all the way around. Bozo in the cutoff. Folded. He's not there currently. Yanni asking can't. Chip stacks to his left. Wanted to make a move off the button, decided against it. Vigan does ace 9, blind on blind.
No shame in giving a walk.
You want no shame in giving a walk.
Ace 9 in a small blind, limp to odds. I don't think there's any walks going on there.
No,
trust
there's
me.
a raise coming.
He owes me one. 2-7.
He owes me one, and Vigan does 270, finished.
Yeah.
There's the 70. The 7 is in there, shows him ace.
Yeah, I'm back in the danger zone now. John Abrosi is not far off it as well.
Guys, with blind and antis on now, you have 1 or 2 quiet rotations, and you head south quickly.
You're right. So big shout out to all the people out there, and there's a lot of you, trust me. Just looking at the two platforms that we've got running without looking at the third one. What else would you rather be doing on a Monday night?
Yeah, perfect thing.
South African poker, some great poker being played today. We've had a little bit of comedy. Johan de Graaf is going all in, as I said, comedy.
Yeah, 9-6, he's putting max pressure on Nolene. Going all in, he's taking the fact that it was folded to, and she's looking at him.
Nooit, het is nooit een corner. Sorry? Fold. That's my favorite number.
Yeah, she folded.
I think she had to fold her anyhow, irrespective
Yeah,
of what
it's
Johan
too much.
does,
It's too much. And Johan with a good steal, he did what he knows he has to do there. It's folded to him in the small blind. He's jamming any two cards there. Unless she wakes up with a monster, she's folding.
And he's still 30% pre anyhow.
Yeah.
Irrespective of what he's got in his hand. Oh, hang on. Large Dave has appeared and the train's leaving.
The train brought Dave in.
Obviously that was the train that dropped Dave off.
And it's now leaving.
That's where he's been.
The freight train,
The fat controller. Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh, Bradley was shocked and horror at what you just said.
That's good. Have you never watched Thomas the Tank? You haven't got children, obviously. Thomas the Tank Engine's boss was called the Fat Controller.
Yeah.
I don't make this stuff up, you know. Look it up.
Yep. My grandson watches it.
You all think I'm having a pop at Dave.
Trust me.
Not at all.
I've watched enough of it with my grandson.
I've been trying that.
He's now moved past that.
Everybody out there is Googling the Fat Controller now.
Listening to Bradley, I like Barney. Oh, that purple dinosaur and the songs that came out about it.
Yeah. His name was Sir Topham Hatt because he wore a top hat known as the Fat Controller, a fictional character in the Railway series written by the Reverend W. Audrey and his son Christopher.
So Nolene raising out of the small blind here. Now this is rag ace versus rag ace, but she's the initial raiser. Ace 4 suited versus ace 3 suited.
But Jury has not been showing a propensity to be calling with these small aces. Having said that, he is in the big blind.
And it's a race from the small blind. Her reputation of not having played many hands is asked to see how many chips she has left behind. Clubs versus diamonds.
Here we go, this is going in the muck.
He's like wanted to fold and then thought, no, I don't want to. Wanted to fold that way. He's in pain here.
Told you.
Yeah. Shows the ace.
I felt the pain for you.
Yeah, I felt the pain for you. Picks up the blinds there. He's big blind and anti. Saves hers.
But she seemed very confident. But
Might
she
take
always
a while,
seems
this
confident.
This hasn't finished
Only fucking loose player, yeah.
I love the way they're talking about her in the third person.
Yeah,
she's
Johan
sat there.
and Yuri and all of them are discussing her.
Oh yeah, she seems very confident. She, Nolene, is over there.
Yeah.
She is the cat's mother. She's got a name.
But all complimentary comments that Nolene always looks confident and
Yeah, but I mean,
good.
a little
But
bit,
yeah, no.
a little bit of decorum here, you know. A little
Condescending could be called.
Just go out there and give them all a bloody slap.
Yeah. Send the monitor out. Gary, go and sort them out.
Yeah, we need a fat controller. That's what we need. I would qualify in that, by the way. I think I could make a good fat controller.
You know, clearly I haven't controlled the fat on it.
Boom, boom! I need a symbol to go. Cha-ching. Okay, Jack 10 for Bozo. He's raised it up here. My favourite hand. Quick fold from Yoni. Vigadas with the monster 4-2. They're not changing Vigadas. Johan is forced to fold this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
In the cut-off, but he just got away with it with 2 hearts just now. You want it again. Noreen will get rid of those.
Bozo's raised already, so you like the look of the cards.
So Noreen is folded.
Yuri 9-8 suited.
See, I like those cards.
Yeah, I like them very much. You like them enough to call.
If he was playing PLO with that Bozo's hand as well, it's almost a full rep.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but... Alvin Brooks with the pointy ones.
He hasn't played a hand for a very long time, and he's going to look down. This is a luck first one.
They put him on top of one another. I'm all in.
All in.
That'll be respect.
I'll show you because I like you. Otherwise, I won't show you.
Martin, you get ice.
You made it so cheap.
You made it so cheap.
Simple, so easy.
Easy with aces. It's always easy.
That's my favorite streamer. Anyway.
Easy with aces. You got any of you guys watching?
What's that?
Easy with aces.
Thank you, my brother.
He's a streamer. Easy. He's always supposed.
Are they supposed to slow it for you more?
No, my brother.
Nice hand. Nice hand, Ella.
I can't take a chance with you. You'll get that queen on the river.
Goading Yuri a little there. Oh, Bozo 9-8 suited. He'll like those. Under the gun maybe too early. Let's see. No, not for Bozo. He'll play those from anywhere.
Right. 265. 265.
Hold it all the way around. To Alvin now in the small blind.
John, how much you got left? That's it. That is.
John with king deuce off. Can't defend his blind with that, with his stack that he's got left.
I have ace, so I was thinking I can either ship it or I must fold. But thank you both for making up my mind.
What is that to tell?
Yeah, if you didn't raise there, I think I was putting John all in, but now I'm worried about you.
Snap fold. Didn't happen, just the double right my blind and I'm well.
You know, I only have 2 brothers. If I went all in now and both, then I'm 1 brother short.
So, under the gun player is Yoni Lipschitz, and he will be folding this. Viganas following suit, early position. Johan also gets his Jack 6. Here we go. Noreen will be raising this up, surely. Wow. Folded ace queen there.
That is very strange.
Okay.
Whenever I cover part of the full one.
Squeezes him out, but fuck all of them.
I had a good hand. I just can't play. You get a walk, look. Your reputation is receding.
You're gonna be with the what
You must blame Crafty because he called me Tats when I took
that is like a character assault. I should have to prove him wrong now. He's not racing. Darts.
Pump it up a little bit more.
I've never been called darts.
Just a little bit more.
I've never been called a dart poker player before.
I didn't say you were
It's the first time for everything.
Medium,
Right?
medium rare.
Sometimes it's just better to listen to them than us, I think.
Yeah,
Mark.
that's what I was seeing, Gary. I was sitting back listening. And I'm still stunned that an ace queen would be folded. I don't know if you misread it. I'll have to check that one.
It must have been a misread on the reader. Because it was a snap fold, it wasn't even a think about it.
Yeah.
Ella? Scott ICD is busy packing his chips now. You know, look at his cards and his own top.
You don't mind, you can
Albert.
just call me gentleman,
Albert.
it's fine, I don't mind. Because I haven't been getting cards, and only cards I get you raise on my bloody big blind.
The game is so slow between you and this gentleman. Yeah, it's fucking tight.
Sorry, bro, I can't, Johan, ik ga definitief proberen.
Wat
Vraag
dan?
verskoning, bro.
Like you said, it's totally entertaining, Gary.
Yep.
It's just me, eh?
John Abrosi, 8-6 on the
Doesn't-
button.
it's got nothing to do with me.
Shoving it, get through the blinds.
The first one is cock. And the second one even more cock.
There's no swearing on the table, eh?
That's easy.
Alvin, correct him.
That was not a cut, right?
And that's was the first one. Like, the only way for the second one to be good is if it's three.
Because Alvin will police you.
I done.
Well, he's old enough. He's got the seniority, and also if you don't behave yourself, if he can slap you, Harold will, and if Harold don't slap you, I will.
There you go. There's a pecking order, yeah, is there?
Yeah. Got to let the Brookses get it first.
The Brothers Books. Gentlemen of SA Poker.
Yeah. Don't be put off by that nice, gentle old man act of those two. Trust me.
Okay, small blind 60.
Now they can both play. And who is gentleman on the poker table? Shall we leave it at that, guys?
Indeed. Lydia is watching. Lydia. Oh, let me turn the volume down on that. Sorry. So Lydia's also watching. My wife's watching. Giovanni, Hendrik Ferreira's online still. Jeez, crikey, there's so many people online here. I don't know how to list them up. Anyhow, to all the guys and girls who are still listening out there, don't be afraid to put a comment on our feed on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, and just say where you are. We all like to know.
You don't have to look at them, so it's over.
Far and wide, our audience.
Come on, show boys. You got to show boys. Show boys. I want to see how cold it is.
Calvin Nolene for the win. Okay. Sport for Nolene.
Good for them. Those are still leading the way here. Vegandar's second place. Alvin and Yoni's dropped down to fourth place here. Yeah, he was up for second for a while.
Might be it, shall we?
So Nolene will be under the gun.
We've got a pretty big audience out there this evening, Mark.
Yeah, I see so on the two platforms, and
I'll
that
just
doesn't
check it out.
take into account the restreaming on YouTube, and also the amount of people that put it up and watch together as family or friends. A lot of viewers out there.
Yeah. And Twitch, that never really gets used, is currently sitting at about 23 viewers at the moment. And normally there's never anybody on there.
Yeah.
So great.
A lot of
Great to have
interest.
you guys along.
A lot of interest in this event, Gary, because of the great structure and everything like that.
So welcome to everybody once again. Just drop your name and well, we'll see your name when you come up, but just where you're watching from. Any feedback on the stream? You know, we're always interested to see what people think out there. Of course, the stars of the show are on your screen, not us behind the screen. But the workers behind it are, of course, our tech team, which is Umpul, Bradley, and Hugo. So well done to those three guys today. They've been working super hard. And they were here at 8 o'clock this morning. And if my clock is right, that was 12 hours ago.
Yeah, 12 hours they've been on duty. So there's a big hand brewing here. Nolina's raised from early position, 375,000. Alvin's got ace queen. And he folds. There's a reputation, eh?
Big fold.
And he's saying big fold. Passes them across to John Abrosi. John's eyebrows go up.
It's not the card, it's the player.
It's the, you know what? It's
Yeah,
not-
that's
it's
not
as
the,
such
it's
a
the
big
player.
fold. It's a
Reputation.
Not the cards, it's the player.
It's a good fold. You think I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
Take it us for sixes.
Small blind.
Where's the razor? Why are you looking at my chips? Look at her chips, man.
Oh, Johan is so amusing.
Oh, he's a piece of work, eh?
375.
You think he's gonna steal my pizza? He's looking at my pizza. He's not with the right.
My card. 375.
So we're coming to the end of this level, Mark. So the blinds will be increasing very, very shortly. So we'll keep our ears open for that, tech guys. By my reckoning, we're about 4 seconds. Oh, there we go.
Okay, next time plans will be up.
Our new 45-minute level.
Blinds will be up 80,000, 80 and 160.
How much? 375.
Yeah, 375.
175.
Yeah. Two actually, not one.
255.
Yeah.
I think that's too much of Johan's stack, even though he likes that line 6 suited. So Nolene will get that through. I'm very interested to see what she raised with there, because we had a big fold from
Yeah, it would have been a big ace, I'm sure.
or a pair.
Well, your wife is here, bro. That's alright.
Bring your mother with you.
Big fold by Alvin. He said it was the player, not the cards.
So Noline's built a bit of a reputation.
Yeah, she's got solid reputation at the table.
Other kids on the fighting him chicken all the time. I said, well, get a wife, or else put your mother in.
Oh, Bozo's laugh. He's such a cheeky little so-so.
He's really enjoying the banter there.
Okay, blinds are up 81, 60.
You wasn't talking about you, he was talking about
So you'll have heard that by the dealer. The blinds are up 80,000, 160,000. 80,000, 160.
One blinds are up. It's 81, 60 now.
The 160
Thank you.
big blind ante. So you're putting in 320,000 of your chips.
So what's that, 400,000 pre-flop?
Flop in the pot.
Yeah.
160.
Johnny boy, time to go. What do you think? Too small? Too early?
Raise
He's going to just raise it.
up to 360,000.
A classic case of
Don't want to
you don't need to put it all in.
Yeah.
Interesting that Bozo folded so quickly there.
Johan's got nothing to fight back with. Nolene's got nothing to fight back with. And he'll get it through. And he did it without committing his whole stack, Gary.
Well done.
Decent.
You always said you don't have to put all your chips across to get the same result.
It's true.
Big nine.
Sometimes you need to put your old chips across because you've got to frighten the other people off.
Yeah,
but,
depending on who it is, eh?
yeah, for sure.
320 total.
Yeah, just saying to me.
Anyone that says there's a right and wrong, man.
Imagine we all played the same, how boring this game is.
Yeah. The best. Someone explained this to me. It's the most true thing. There was no bluffing in poker. There was no luck in poker. None of us would be playing. It would be the most boring game ever, and we wouldn't be doing this.
And there we have it. Words of wisdom from Boza, explained to you many years ago for those that didn't pick it up. If there was no bluffing in poker, if there was no luck, we wouldn't play. It would be the most boring game out.
How profound. I'm sure someone told him that.
Yeah, he said was told to him many years ago.
Yeah, I was far too smart for him to have made up.
Bozo will have words with you after.
Unlike his dad, he wouldn't dare. He expects me to give him carrots, don't worry.
Ray.
David and I are very good friends.
Up to 400. Ray, up to 400.
Fold it round. Quick folds all the way around. Bozo takes that pot in, raising the ace-5. So there it is. Bozo 25 bigs with 4.1 million. All the way down to Johan with 6 bigs, Nolene 11 bigs, John Abrosi 11 bigs, Yuri Smith 11 bigs, and 16 bigs just above that. So they're all, the blinds are catching the people now.
And they'll be looking to make some moves for sure.
They have to. The patience game, the nature of the structure was so wonderful in that, but all tournaments eventually get to that point, otherwise they never end, where the blinds catch you and you have to start making moves in that.
And Johnny picks up another monster, short-handed.
Pocket jiggities, as you said, Gary.
Told you I stole that from Brad Owen.
Yep, that's correct. You
Who's
did
the
say
online
so.
vlogger. Look him up. There we go. Money's in.
Yeah, putting max pressure, all of it in. 1.9 million. Saying if you call me with better hand, good luck to you.
Rosa in the background doing commentary.
Yeah, she's interested. John's all in. She's.
Here we go. This has got to be a call.
Sorry? Call. Okay, call. All in call.
Hold on, Brad. Let me see my cards first, if you don't mind.
Alvin still to play. He folds.
So we're the classic race, Gary.
So we've got both players in the picture there, so we could.
Hold up. We have a race. Good luck.
And it's stacks, Gary.
Classic. The classic.
And it's stack for stack because they're virtually equally stacked.
Like it's a good thing.
There's the king. So can Johnny find his magic again? 2 outs this time, not 1.
Jack on the River was Johnny's song. No sickness
He can't
this time.
find it this time.
We'll have to have a count here. It's pretty close.
Yeah, I think he'll have about 100,000 left over if our counts are accurate, and Brad's been very accurate today. What a legend, he says in the background. Self-proclaimed. Less than 1 big blind, according to our stats. Because of course those 1.8s and that are rounding it off. It's not the exact counts.
Oh, you're right, Mark.
When it says 1.8 on the graphics, it's rounding it off. That's what we shall see. The dealer will do the proper count. But it's a big double up for Nolene. Takes her out of the danger zone.
I've got 1.850 here. What, how much?
The dealer do it, guys.
1.87 is there.
1650.
1.87.
1720. That's what I do. Just double check. 1650. Oh,
1720. 1720. 1.7.
50.
Yeah, 1.7.
50. Let's take the 50 out.
Taking a little while to work this out, but it's important to get it right because it could mean Johnny being eliminated or still having a few chips left.
Is it 720 or 750?
So let them take their time and get it right.
Yeah.
30,000 change.
Okay. Is this all the workshops, huh? Yeah. Nice one.
Or Davey in now to audit. I said it might take time. Everybody might be wondering it's so simple to take, but it is important.
Yep. Johnny does have a few chips left.
And that is the important thing. The difference from being eliminated and having a few chips left.
Chip in a chair.
I've seen people come back with that chip boy, that's for sure, so don't ever write somebody off. But he's left with absolute fumes. And he's actually in the big blind, so he's going to be all in blind. He is going to be all in blind because Alvin Brooks was the big blind.
That looks like a small one. Not even a small one.
That's for the anti, but you don't even have a big.
It comes to the 8, to the end.
It's quite correct. It comes to the ante.
I don't want to play with you guys, eh? I don't even leave a person chips.
I want to play with you guys. You don't even leave a person chips off.
He only plays for the anti, yeah.
Very dry, Alvin. A little quip from the wings.
It's a bit weird. So the big score 80 or what?
Only Johnny could wake up all in with 7-2.
Yeah, shame. You never know. Dobby would like that hand.
Oh, Carl will be home rooting for this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's on you, Fred.
Vigendas with AK.
This will be an interesting little race.
Yeah.
So Vigendas is going to raise here, depending on size.
He's got a lot of players to his left.
That pot's got to be wrong, isn't it? No, it isn't wrong because of the blinds. Isn't it?
Yeah, but he's going to do this the raise to what the blinds are. He has to, guess, with all
Yeah,
the
that's
players
right.
behind.
Yeah. He doesn't have a choice. Doesn't matter that Johnny can't make the blinds, he's still going to make them in raise.
370.
Alvin's got nothing to call with, so it's going to be...
Got one of Johnny's outs.
Yeah. So Johnny has at least got 2 live cards.
Then 40 goes here straight away.
And he laughs when he sees the 7-2.
40 goes here.
Oh, yeah.
You want that or not? I have to tell you the bad news.
I'm telling you now, 7-2 is going to win this.
Such a shitty.
He's going to spike a 2 on the river or in the middle there.
Oh, it flops up and down.
I'm telling you now, 7-2 is going to win this.
6, no help. Oh, no help to Johnny.
No, you must meet 10, John.
Well played again, Johnny. Another final table, another cash.
There's Johnny's train leaving.
Yeah.
Spot on side.
Please can I move to this one? Okay, I'll tell you.
You can get away with that one because we're good mates with Johnny, you and I.
Upstairs, can you hear me?
So he won't take offense to that.
No, not at all.
If it was somebody we didn't know, it would be brutal.
Can you hear me?
It's just amusing that that train noise should appear when it's John's leaving.
Yeah. No, I couldn't hear you properly. Okay, we're moving a player from seat number 5 to 4. That's David, yeah.
That's fine, it's up, I'll just move over.
So both are wanting to move boxes.
I don't want to sit directly opposite you because then I have to stare with those in the eyes the whole time. I think
Yeah, he's on the big line.
You guys don't mind, eh?
If you swap them around.
What?
I don't mind because there's no one sitting. I'll take it out for you. Thanks.
And Dave is moving as well to 4, okay? Dave? Divya? Ralph? Ralph? Dave is moving to 4, okay?
Yeah. Or just take that one out as well. Then you're all good.
I need 75, buddy.
No, but just take that thing out and then it's all good.
Then.
Just
take the place
Take
to
a
right
glass
side.
house here.
You can move seats during the tournament. I can move the screen for you, but I can't move your seats. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, can we just move this?
No, that you can't. You gotta have between the two of you. Carry on. Okay. Hold on. Not that one. Okay, that's small here, right? You button.
No,
Huh? Yeah, you button.
Yeah,
and then
small
that's
is head and
yeah.
big
Okay, now it's the same thing.
Big blind. That's small.
Don't give that to John.
So Gary's just out there directing, getting everything straight.
I'm under the gun.
Yeah.
Taking some of the screens out because just as long as the screens between the players. Alvin's got a bit more room there now. Bowser's got some more room. Meanwhile, it's folded all the way around.
Sorry.
Gary's
Why are you
okay.
shouting at me, Kay?
It's up to Yuri in the cutoff.
And you only figured this out now?
Suck, we never
still
met.
love you, brother.
Suck, we've never met, okay?
160.
So Yuri in the cutoff. Small blind is absent, which was John. Thinking about it. He's gonna raise. Because he in effect is the button now. There's only 2 players to his left is what I'm getting at. Alvin of course retains the button if he stays in the hand. So it's just alluding to the fact that he's only got 2 players to his left.
2, 5.
Gets out the way now. Works out.
That's what we all see.
Bozo.
Okay,
Let's see what he's got to defend here. Raises to 325. Jack 6 suited.
That's
Bozo will defend with that all day long. So there's a little bit of history over that one hand. Yuri was upset with that Bozo got all the way there to the river, but he kept the bet sizing small.
On the rails just now for something foolish like that. Then you have an issue.
Guys, we're playing slowly here.
Oh, please put your chips there.
Okay, flop.
So flop is King High has hit hard for Yuri. Nothing there for Boza. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight. Gary, you back from your journey out there?
I just gave Buzz a little bit of advice or two.
Yeah, and you heard him calling him a rascal. He said, you're only discovering that now, Gaz. It's like you don't know me.
Yeah, I told him he was a little rascal.
I'll go through the same kind of move again.
But this time I'm just gonna go do that. So
late bio.
maybe I'm just gonna shut.
So you remember the team for us? Did you say something?
He said he's all in.
He's all in.
Okay.
Guys, can we get a move on in this game? Every hand takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, Bozo shaking everybody up, speeding it up. He's getting bored with this, the speed of the game.
Al, please move the button next to you there. Thank you.
So you're on 6 bigs, Gary, and the blind's approaching him. And Johan won't want to get blinded out. He knows better than that.
He'll start firing, for sure.
And David fully will feed with his favorite one, listening to Gary Pokertones.
David's followed us for many a moon. Always nice to hear him online.
80 both. $160
We can dust under the gun. 8 deuce. So Johan's got this and one more free look before the blinds reach him. He throws that away in disgust. Yuri with Queen Jack in the hijack. Yes, just limped in. Bozo in the small blind.
You won't be interested.
No, doesn't want to get squeezed between. Yanni with 10-9 in the big. Checks.
Yeah,
All the small ones. Queen
Little
high ahead.
cards. Yeah, queen high ahead. Check, check. 8 doesn't change anything.
No glimmer for anyone. Queen still ahead.
Yeah, the only thing the big blind is can rep those small cards because it's in the, very much in the big blind's range to have those kind of cards. So if you only bets here, you'll get Yuri to fold in all likelihood. Players are so wary of the limp nowadays, though. That's because it became so overplayed with players with big hands and things that they are fully aware, and they're always so suspicious of the limp. But Yanni's going to rep that small flop now and the turn. Reached for chips. Looking at the chips, that's giving all the signs that he wants to bet.
I think you should bet it. Looks like a good move.
And he got him to check. Yuri actually spoke him into checking there. Yes, you should bet. It looks like a good move. Oh, you gotta love it, I guess.
Did he check?
Yeah, he got Yanni to check.
He still says he's got the option.
Oh, he's still got the option. I thought he checked. I thought he tapped the finger on the table then. He did. Action is on Yuri now. Because we look where the dealer's looking. He checks behind.
3 on the river.
3 on the river is a blank. He's confused, Johnny. Now you should bet.
Smashes your range, right? Smashes your range. You must be.
He's like out-psyching him here to like trying to talk him into betting.
Bozo's not happy, he's pacing, look.
Yeah. Bozo doesn't like this. It's taking too long. He's getting impatient. Check.
I will laugh if Jury bets here. That'll be classic.
He's looking at the chips. I know Bozo's getting impatient with it, but that was max entertainment value from a psychological point of view. And using table chat. The bet and fold.
200 and fold.
There was a nice little interplay there, Gary. Yuri being very entertaining.
Yeah, I quite like that. It entertained us a little bit.
Yeah,
Come sit back in your seats, please. Lurking Dave is back lurking.
So Johan under the gun. It's his last free look before the blinds get to him.
Ace 5, this is going in.
Yeah, I think so, Gary.
Small blind 8. All in.
There it goes. All in. Nadine will get out the way. Yuri. Into the muck.
What's Mr. Brooks got if you can get off your phone?
He's mucked already. He's looked. Bozo's in the muck. Yanni, 10-8. That's getting folded. There's only Vegan Dust left now. It's way too much to call with 7-5.
Cool.
And Johan will get that through. Buys himself another rotation. Just in the nick of time, Gary.
As they say, sneaked in under the wire.
Yeah, because with 9, he's got up to 9 bigs now. And Yanni's creeping down, even though with 2.3 million chips, think about that, 2.3 million chips, and he's heading to the danger zone.
Unreal. Price of poker's going up, mate.
So Johan posts the big blind at ante now. 320,000 chips, so he just won. Plus he got the small blind as well. So he took in 400, puts 320 straight back in. Nolene under the gun, 9-6.
160.
That goes into the muck. Yuri Smith into the muck. Alvin folds. Goes at 10-6. Cut off, that gets folded. Queen 4 on the button. That's going to get folded.
Me? Wow,
Gary's gone out to go and change the cards again, so you'll see him in screen soon. Doing his admin duties.
It was the sickest end I've seen you play in a while.
Bozo, you won there. Well played. That's the sickest hand I've seen you play in a while as he gets a walk. Ari Raz, Yono, you can do it, Yono. He's giving more support for Yoni. So round to Yuri. Can't play that. Queen Jack for Alvin. Under the gun +1. We're down to 7 players, so it's getting shorter handed.
400.
Raises to 400. Bozer's out the way. Yoni's out the way. Vigendas. 10-8 on the button. Fold. Round to Johan. All summits we got there.
1.5. Yeah, but just behind the blue stack. What's behind the blue stack? Some pinks and some red ones. I just want to see the pink stack. Would you like me to mix it up for you? I just want to see the pink stack as well. Ah, fuck, man, Johan. Call, man.
Johan just messing around with Alvin. Nolene folds. Alvin will get that too.
The symmetry is bothering me.
So Nolene is now currently top 22 bigs. 3.7 million. Bozo 21 bigs, 3.5. Then it goes down from there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You're very tight now.
Giovanni Gaggia, absolutely loving this. Brilliant commentating, guys. And so lekker to watch this kind of stream in SA. Thanks, Giovanni. You've been a follow all day, putting comments. Appreciate it. And Ronnie DeSantos, take it down, Nolene.
That's beautiful.
And Nolene was the chip leader now, Gary, when you went out there with the swap places with Boza. But the blinds have now passed her, so that'll probably reverse again. Both of them just under 4 million. Gary getting his exercise in, running up and down. It's a long way to that feature table, Gaz.
I'm back, sprinting like a young gazelle.
Like a young gazelle. More like a wounded wildebeest, but never mind.
Chasing a young gazelle.
Easy game, eh, Johan?
Johan all in, takes it down, shows ace queen. Ace king, ace king. So there you see it, guys. There's the leaderboard. That's off the screen.
Ja, ek zeg net, maar ek het 'n ander pel wat dit ook doen.
Ek probeer dit doen, maar ek kry dit nooit so mooi reg nie.
Alvin, ons speel 'n home game, né? Ons het so bakkie. Net vir ouens wat vir die fans speel. Altyd ou so 1500, 2000 chips vir hom. Wat kan dit? Nie in waarde, chip.
160 to go.
So Bozo falls under the gun. Johnny Jack 6 to the muck. Vigendas 5-3.
Best poker player.
Best poker player.
Thank you very much.
Alvin's woken up. I think he's took some happy tablets.
Yeah, he's in a very chirpy mood now.
Has he got talking chips? Does he just want a big hand or something? What's going
He
down?
just took blinds down, that's it. But he's suddenly become very talkative. His stack hasn't increased. Just the volume's gone up. And he's been very entertaining.
Someone set him off. Alvin is a happy man all the time, as we know.
Right.
And the pace of the game is slowed significantly.
350.
So Johan raising from the cutoff with 7-6. Lean with Queen 10 suited on the button. Two players to her left.
I don't like a limp here, so she should be folding or raising. And to be honest, with the blinds to her left, you know, there's nothing that says you have to play.
She's looking at Johan, trying to get a read him. Johan's been around for too long to give away anything.
Call.
It's just flat called.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. Yuri's not going to call. Let's have a look at Alvin.
Alvin's
Oh,
gonna-
she gets away with it.
She does get away with it, but now she's got to play post flop against Johan. Alvin's now looking if he's priced in. 1.1 million the pot.
He's got one of Nolin's outs here, of course.
Yeah.
So, Nolin with the 2 overs and the flush for the clubs. 2 live suits for Johan and 2 live cards, of course. That'll help.
Yeah, that'll help. He's picked up a gut shot.
Yep. She's got a bet here. Bet your top pair.
He's checked.
Reasonable kicker. 1.1 in the middle. Put 500 in there. That'll close it down.
The pattern just doesn't stop. I get chips and I give it to her.
350.
Small bet. He's got a gut shot. He's nice. That's what he's trying to work out. Am I priced to try and go for this gut shot? No. Shows him the queen. He knows. You know, he said obvious. He shakes the head. But the comment, he's been giving her chips all day long, and that's fact. A lot of his chips have ended up with no lean.
This is fortunate for one person and unfortunate for another.
It's just the trend. Sometimes it just goes like that, eh, guys? Or
Yeah.
like somebody that's always raising your big blind. It's not that they're targeting you. They just pick up hands and it just works out that
I
way.
remember in a high roller, and if Cole's listening online, he'll remember this as well. We were in a high roller, and Vegan does have my number all day. And I picked up pocket jacks, and he went all in. I looked down, I got pocket jacks, and I folded my pocket jacks. He had pocket fours, and we didn't see the run out. But as I recall, and Cole will correct me, he'll probably send me a message in a minute. Cole ended up bubbling the tournament because I didn't knock Speaking Dust in one of these high rollers. I can't remember, go back WPT days, but yeah.
So you were supposed to call for Carl and knock out
Yeah, but he just had my number all day. The point you were making, sometimes he just gets in your head.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he showed pocket fours. I mean, Vegan does on screen, in fact. But I had pocket jacks. Gerard Solomon was to my left and still had cards. He said I'd have folded out a turn if I'd have had jacks. Oh dear.
So yeah, Johan de Graaf's gone all in with ace-5 suited. 1.5 million. Yuri's got king-queen suited.
I think this
He's
is worth
like that hand.
I think this is worth a bash.
He's on the button. He's still got 2 blinds to the left of him. But he has liked that king queen suited.
Well, if he
And
reshoves,
halves.
the other two are going unless they've got monsters.
Yeah.
Just a bit unfortunate that it's not ace king.
Don't fall asleep. That's like more or less the same chips as me. It's like 500 less. Thanks. Anybody else?
Come on, Alvin. This guy's trying to make a decision, buddy.
He's in pain. He loves the cards. He's not knowing with the amount it is whether he ends it is looking like he's folding go.
Indeed he is.
Alvin's quickly out the way and Boza will be out the way. So ace 5 of clubs twice. Johan's got it through.
Must be his new favourite hand.
Yeah, must be. Nobody calls him when he shoves with that. And there's your lift. 11 bigs for Johan. He says he's moved up a little. 14 for Yuri.
Keeping
14
his head
for
above
Yanni,
water.
15 for Alvin. All heading towards that danger, just above it.
Big blind. 16.
So Johan in the muck, went to Nolene, they'll be folded. Jury is the comedy act at the table now. 10-9 folds. Alvin with the button here, Jack 6. Don't think you can really do much from there with that stack now. Round to David. David will raise this up at the small and take down the big blind unless Johnny wakes up with something.
Yeah, the one thing Boza's never doing is limping that blind on blind.
What in?
The max pressure.
Yep.
This time, no.
Well,
Max pressure from Boza.
thank you, Al. Thank you, Al.
You're welcome, Buddha.
Tara.
I like that second one. Thank you, Al. I got it the second time.
So with the blinds where they've gone, there are only 2 players above 20 bigs now, guys.
Yeah, I was just looking at it myself, to be honest. Up to hand 202 of the day, by the way.
Yeah, we've had a lot of hands today.
80, 160, 160 on the big blind ante. And it's Johan's turn to be under the gun.
Thanks
Blinds
so much.
coming shortly.
Ah, we got it, Doc. We got it.
Okay, thanks. It's my this time. What you say?
Okay, small blind.
It's
definitely not going to be not using it.
Would you like some? I would love some.
Just don't get it all over the cards and the chips.
That's
Thanks a lot.
exactly what Alvin just said when Yuri held his hands over the table. Alvin said to me in Afrikaans, on the side, we don't want to get that all over the cards and the table.
160 to go.
So good man, Alvin. Yuri under in the hijack, pocket 6s.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a bit of a move from Yuri here. He's been pretty static.
2.3 million chips.
And he laid down quite a big king-queen suited earlier.
Raise up to 320.
He's raising 320 into a 400 pot.
So he's min-clicking because blind's 160.
Yep.
And Alvin raised behind him with a pair 1 under his. But if Alvin jams all in, how do you like your 6s then, guys?
I don't.
That's what I'm
Alvin's
saying.
not jamming, he's folding.
How much is it? 320.
Yeah, 320.
Too many limp catches after Alvin to be limping here.
Yeah, you know, he limps as well. Then you look at one of these others, somebody's just going to find something or
Smash it in.
represent a squeeze. You know, it opens it up. Bozo finds half a hand, he'll squeeze it. Guaranteed. No, he doesn't have anything. Queen 4 off. Johnny's quickly folding. Vigendas is folding. I don't think he can defend with that. He has a min click. Maybe he does, guys.
It's possible.
It's only a min raise.
It's suited. Nope, it's going in the muck.
So the job gets done with the min click.
Well done, Yuri.
Picks up 400k.
Nice to see you back. Got enough money now to buy a black label.
Another Zamalek, as Umpo would say. Took my son to a restaurant once and we were trying out all different beers and he wanted a black label and I said, man, we'll have a Stella Artois or something fancy. And the waiter said to him, oh, you want a Soweto Pepsi?
I thought you were going to say, I took my son to the restaurant and we were trying out different beers. He said, can we come back when I'm 18, Dad? I'm only 4.
Yeah, guys. My son is currently 29, so he was over 20 at the time.
I just imagine you walking in with a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
What beer do you want, son?
Take my grandson for a beer, now my daughter will kill me.
Yeah, that might get you in trouble.
If I mention, he just wants to play poker because grandpa plays poker and my daughter has fits.
Yeah, you don't be becoming a DJ like your granddad. Okay, Yuri with the Queen 9 suited here.
Hi. What did I do? I called time.
Johan. Bones are getting a little bit smile going back. The game has sped up slightly, Gary.
Yeah, 6 is back.
6 is back on the button. With the blinds where they currently are and the amount of bigs you have, here we go.
All in.
All in. The right move, guys. On the button.
Yep, Vegan does. You know, this is a strong hand in the small, huh?
Yeah, so again, if it was raised and then he shoved, then the 6s don't look so good. So 6s put max pressure on.
I mean, he won't know, but he's got 2 overs. Unsuited.
Your biggest problem is, am I facing a bigger ace?
Yeah.
So then you don't want to call.
Ja, maar jij denkt niet zo goed soos die rest van ons. Jy moet maar net gaan op gut.
Jury's like that little man who keeps popping up on the screen. You know, he's that guy.
That guy.
You know, we're chatting away and all of a sudden this little guy comes in at the bottom of the screen at a 45-degree angle. It's only me.
Yeah. But when you say that guy, I just think of Mark Finley because he's always like that. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, oh, Mikey.
Oh, love Mikey too much. That guy. Just the way he says it, it's so cool. That American accent of his sounds so much like his cousin Samuel L. Jackson. Just the way he just says it too. Oh, that guy.
I will get there when this blind gets reached now. Then we'll get a move. Then we'll get a move on. The one after the next one. Okay, small blind 80 there. And then he just finish my action.
So Alvin Brooks, 8-4. Not much to do with that. That'll go quick smart away. Bozer's a quick folding. Bozer's folding very quickly. He's trying to speed up the game. He's not liking the speed of the game at all. Again does fold. Johan, does he do the move again now?
Okay, call.
He's called and she's checked.
Put another 80.
He says, I'm not doing this with you. I keep giving my chips to you.
This calling and checking malarkey gets you in trouble also.
Yeah. Don't go broke in the blinds. Isn't that the saying, Gary?
Yep.
Oh.
9, 10.
Because if he finds a queen, now she's got a straight. His queen is still ahead. 4 is no help. It does bring a flush. His queen eye is good. She needed to put a bet in there somewhere with it up and down.
I think you're right.
Because now the chips have gone to Johan.
An unusual occurrence.
Yeah, chips going to Johan from Nolene. That's correct. He will look at that as that things have changed. The first time he's taken chips from her.
Stop the rot.
don't think I will have to create room there.
We should be hearing the old beep for the 1 minute warning shortly, I think.
And the blinds will be escalating. There it comes, Gaz. Spot on.
Yep. A minute to go before the blinds go up. And 205.
Alvin under the gun. The Star Wars hand.
May the fours be with you.
I'm sorry, Johan, ek sal die kaarte vra hulle moet kom want dit is nie jou button is nie. Hierdie is hierdie.
Eileen 10-9 in the muck. Yuri 3 deuce. He doesn't even have an over, Gaz.
Hierdie is hierdie.
Alvin gets that through. Alvin, every time he's raised, he's got it through. He hasn't faced any opposition so far, so he keeps his stack just comfortably above the danger zone.
He's done well. So this is coming up to the end of the level. This will be the last hand of this level.
You big blind out?
My big blind.
Yeah, boy.
What's the next level? 100, 200?
Must be, Gaz. No intermediate level there. 100, 200, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Right up to 350.
Going to be $500,000 in that pot.
Sure.
I mean, we same day 3 like the Grand Slam was, but because of the amount of players, more chips in play, and they played more levels because of the longer days. So we've surpassed where the blinds went on that. Blinds are huge now.
I just didn't know when am I supposed to speak, eh? But I have a lot to say.
So I believe there's a break now, Mark.
Okay.
Quick 15 minutes run to the loo, stretch your legs, get the circulation going.
Have a look, my brother.
But one card that's good.
Probably gonna need two.
Probably going to need 2
Other
bowlers.
one's not so good.
Ah, you dominated.
Look at that.
Okay, so
Dave, I have feelings.
I think that's the end of the hand. We're going to fade away now, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Right, and we welcome back after the break. Players had a brief break, and we are up to the next hand. We are 7 left in this little slam. Folded round to Nolene in the cutoff, Queen 6 off.
I did speak to the tournament director and check chip counts during the break, and he said we will play 2 more levels this evening. If at that time there is no deal or result, it is likely they will come back tomorrow.
So Yuri Smith on the button, King 8 suited. He's like to play those kinds of hands from there.
Up to 500.
Fold, round to Bozo with ace jack. Yeah, that King 8's not getting through there.
No.
There we go, max pressure. Puts you... Quick fold there. That was a very quick fold. Try to steal it with the King 8 suited. Got caught, bang.
Not happening.
So 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 14, 15 at the bottom, Gary.
Yeah, they're battling.
So you say 2 more levels this evening, Gary? And it is now 9 o'clock, so the under would have lost.
No one ever listens to me.
I retracted hastily early on.
I know. No one ever listens to me. The only person who ever listens to me is my wife. Here we go. Here's your opportunity, young lady. What is the raise?
She's announced raise, so she just put in the call and is then counting out the raising chips.
Can you hear? 400. Oh, 400 on top.
Yeah, 400 on top.
Yeah,
She put the
600
raising
total.
first and then put the raise on top. No, the raise is 400 on top of the blind.
Mark says he doesn't care, you can play till Sunday. I care.
Yeah.
I'm open for deals in
Bozo shaking his head
about
immediately.
60 plus 40 minutes.
You give me another 3 beers. Yuri is a character. You think when he first came to Carnival, that long beard of his, a little scared, a little shy, look at him now, like out of his shell, enjoying loving life. So Johan de Graaf under the gun, all in. Pocket jacks, there we go.
Calling time.
There's a hand, there's stack for stack, yeah.
Oh, all in as well. Okay.
Alvin, you've got nothing to think about here, sir.
Yeah, no. Bozo.
Also nothing to think about.
Goes around to the two big to the blinds, quick fold, Yoni, quick fold, Vigandas. So it is there now.
Yuri is miles ahead here. Big and dust. You're not calling with any of that. Let's go. Wasting time.
Ace Jack versus the Jacks.
Yeah, Johan is miles behind. He's
Yeah,
drawing
you see
to the
Johan's
ace.
face. He didn't like that. He's drawing to the ace and the ace alone.
Okay, no.
Or some maybe straight split possibilities. Oh! Finds it straight away. Now Yuri's in trouble. He's got 1 out. 1 out and 1 out only.
Like a good
Unlucky
thing.
young man.
1950.
Johan has him covered from our calculations, and they
We
will just
counted
check.
the chips 2 hands ago.
So he's covered, and we're going to say goodbye to Yuri, I believe. He's been very entertaining on the final table.
Nice chap. Good fun. We enjoyed him today.
Johan gets a big double up. Now he's going to be dangerous, guys. We're down to 6 players.
Bad luck, man.
What was your hand you folded, Veganas?
6-2.
No, you right to fold that one. Why you think so long?
Exactly what I said, Alvin. Why you take so long?
Put him in his place there, Alvin.
Why aren't you on?
Came and had a little chat with me during the break, Alvin. Very entertaining always. Said he means to come pop in and visit us at some time in the booth.
Yeah, I don't know if I want him in there.
I don't think to commentate, he just wanted to say
No, I don't think I want any of those Brooks people in here. Harold and Alvin would be welcome anytime, of course. As long as they're not playing in the tournament we're commentating on, that's of course.
Absolutely.
They're welcome to come and have a look and see how the works work. Okay, so we lose another player. And Nalin will be our under the gun player. Ace King suited. Big stack.
So working out a raise.
That's big.
It is big.
Well, looks like nearly a million. 7, 8.
700.
Yeah.
700, big raise. And there's 400 in the pot. Nobody got anything to fight with. Quick folds. Around to Johan. Queen Jack suited. Because of the size of the raise, he can't. She shows him.
Got straight flush.
Straight. We've got a royal between them, almost.
4/5 of a royal.
There's a big raise from under the gun, but making a statement.
Well,
Playing for my stack. And every blind and antes that you pull in now, 400k.
Lot of cheddar, as my mate Clayton would say. Plenty of Boborenskis.
Yeah, that's what he should say. Okay, 200 to go.
So Alvin will be the next one to get his chips
guys,
over the
blinds
line.
have gone up. But he just told him it's 200 to call. So blinds are actually 100, 200.
Yeah, they went up at the thing.
Yeah, so
Raise up to 700,000. Raise up to 700.
there's 500k in the pot, so the 700 raise wasn't as big as we thought. Blinds have been reset there, so half a bar in the pot, guys.
Amazing.
So Yoni with 1.9 million chips, 9 bigs. Vigandas, 10 bigs.
Amazing how these blinds go up and your blind count goes down. Ace 9 for Bozo, early position. So late position, he's definitely raising here. Early position, he hasn't been active, so he's got his reputation is good here. And obviously, as I quite often have been known to say, under the gun raises are very strong.
Plus we 6 max now, guys.
Yeah.
Up to 475.
So David has raised it up. Yoni has folded.
475.
And as we get shorter and shorter handed, it'll suit the more aggressive players like Bozo.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, he's dangerous on any amount of players on the table, but shorter it gets, the more dangerous.
Watch for this one.
Alvin got nothing to fight with, he says.
When you said that, I thought it was the ace.
There you go. Even Alvin, 10 bigs now.
Danger zone.
I'm going to keep pushing that button, Gaz. I like it.
Danger zone.
Nah, you're right. Focus more fun with a bit of stress.
I'm going to take that off the streaming, man, and take it as a message then and put it to your name. So when I get a message from you, it's going to go like that.
Danger zone.
Every time I hear that, oh, Gaz is messaging. Personalized your own message tone.
There you go.
Okay, Yoni's found a hand under the gun.
Let's see
10
what he's
bigs
gonna
only.
do.
Well, 9 bigs he's got.
In it goes.
Yeah, I think it's all in. There we go. It's right play. He doesn't really have much raising.
Vegan
there.
dust, those are in the muck. Johan can't play with king 9. There you go. Nolene. She'll want to count.
She's asked for a count. So we will have a classic race. If she calls. She still has the 2 blinds behind her. So she might move all into isolate as opposed to flat calling.
1.775.
Watch it, bro.
Thanks.
So Nolene is just counting out, having a think.
The software factors hands that have already been folded, so she would be a 60-40 favorite.
She's called her.
Yeah.
I think that's the right call.
Alvin's out the way with another king folding. And Bozo's quickly in the muck. So there it is. 60-40. Good luck to both players. The race between the ace king and the 10s. A couple of kings folded. So the outs will come up on the top right hand side. Oh, so he finds the ace in the window. And there's only 110 left for in the deck. You can't find it.
Let's go to the
He
main
only gets
picture.
a lucky double up there. Got it in behind, got good.
And the young man took our advice about overzealous celebrating. Well done. Nice hand, Yanni. Unlucky, Nolene.
Boza now on top, 4.5 million. Yoni moves into second. Nolene slips down that board. 12 bigs only now. Those are the big swings now, guys.
Well, the call was correct, of course.
Absolutely.
And 214 of the day. 100, 200, 200 on the big blind ante.
I have the ante already.
Vegan das Simitis to call. To act. Pocket eights for Vegan das. He hasn't actually had a hand for a while.
No, and he's under the gun now. It's $500,000 in the pot. He's only got 2.1.
So a raise is in order. I don't think he needs to put it all in here. But he's gonna.
He's gonna. It's come to that time for a lot of the players now, guys. Because they're saying, what if I raise now to 500,000, 600,000? Do I fold now if I get jammed on?
Okay.
I'll put the max pressure in first. 2 something, he's right.
$1.975.
1.975.
Yes, 1.975.
Yeah. 95 shot.
Has Alvin got king? I was going to say king 10. That's got to go on the knock, surely.
From Tioni is the only player left in the hand.
1.975.
Oh, big. Wow. Oh, 1,975,000. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, I thought you said 1 million. Sorry, I'm exhausted. I'm tired.
Thank you, Alf.
You want a coffee? Yes, I need more than a coffee, eh?
No, slowly, guys. Slowly.
Okay, new hand is coming. Johan de Graaf at the other end of the table is our under the gun player. There he is, Mr. Orange.
Phones on the table.
So you say his t-shirt is about the Poms?
No, the word khaki boss. It's about something that happened there. It's a motorbike rally or something like that. I didn't read further down. It's in the creases of his fat there, but that's what it is. But the actual word khaki boss, what that means, it's the Afrikaans word for blackjack.
Yeah.
And where it came from was the history part that I gave earlier today.
The Brits.
Yeah. They brought the horses over with their own horse feed. Because blackjacks were not native to South Africa, and wherever they went and the horses defecated, then this bush would grow. So then it was called khaki boss because the blackjack grew wherever the Poms had been.
Oh, okay.
And they called the Brits, one of the names they called them were the khakis, because they were all khaki uniforms. First they came with their bright reds, and they got annihilated because they stood out like sore thumbs in the bush. So they changed to khaki uniforms, and then they got known as the khakis.
Oh, there you go. So he picks up half a
so
million.
just expanding that history from this morning.
And now it's the Afrikaners who all wear khaki.
Yeah, that was from the Anglo-Boer War.
So wherever they defecate is a bush growing.
It was the horses, Gary, not the actual Poms.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you know, why let the truth get in the way of a good story?
And it was just the feed that they brought with them.
Pocket fives for Nolin. Oh, don't like that.
Limping under the gun.
Too many people to get through. Poser's got nothing here, the cut off.
Yeah, any kind of hand's going to jam over the top.
So we haven't seen Johnny's cards for two hands now.
Raise announced.
Just watch it, you know? I'm okay. I don't even look at my phone. No. Sighing, not yawning.
I think we need to buy Yoni a calculator.
Okay, raise up to 675.
Buganda's folding ace-5, so there's one of her fives. The train is leaving the station.
It is, whistling away.
Okay, call.
He's calling.
She's flat calling there. Okay.
She's got a case 5 and case 5 only.
Yeah, because we don't know what Johnny's holding, but we're expecting that he could be holding a big pair in his hand.
Well, we're going to sweat with Nolene, that's all I know.
Okay, bank card.
I see Bruce has just rocked up there. He's got King Jack. The fives are ahead here.
5s or ahead.
What's my budget?
Wow.
Oh,
Love work.
what a move from the
What a
lady.
move. And it was brilliant.
Yes.
We might not have liked the pre-flop play, Gaz, but how do you like the post-flop play?
That's stunning. We'll just stay on that picture for the folks at home. We got both of the players in picture there.
And the limp call is going to confuse the heck out of him now.
Yep.
And the insta bet on that flop.
That's just a very, very nice bet. You know, 3 overcards there. She's got the betting lead, bang. 750k.
And how does he call with King Jack there, Gaz?
No, don't lead. Don't lead. It's the play you made. You just love to lead. Don't like to check call. Weird play you made yet.
You do well to say nothing, Laline.
Do not engage. Partner Bruce looking on from the sidelines there. He's taking up TV time, but he can't call you, I guess.
Maybe he thinks he's going to pull a move and go over the top.
But if he looks at what she's committed of the stack, is she folding if she does that?
Well, not in my mind.
No, I don't
1.6
think so.
behind.
And he's got to start thinking, she limped, then she called, and then she led that flop. What has she got? He's looking like he's wanting to make a move here, eh? He's counted a move out there. Woman clicking her raise, her bet.
His chest is going up and down rapidly there.
Yeah.
This is a fold.
Can we have time, please? I know I'm not involved in the hand, but...
You can't.
Careful.
Well played, Nolene.
Very well played, young lady. Very well played. Unlucky, Yoni.
Like I said, we weren't crazy about the pre-flop play, but the post-flop was stunning. And it was so precise and so fast.
Wow.
Confident, no scare, nothing. That part was impressive. So she got a big chunk of her chips back from him.
Okay, 200 big blind. 200 big blind.
See, I don't like that. What did she have there? Third person. You know?
What did Nolene have there? She's at the table.
Yeah. What did you have there, Nolene? I'm not telling you.
Yeah, she won't tell him. Alvin under the gun, pocket threes.
Okay.
If you ask me, I'll say I had nothing. I bluffed you.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah, I got tired of your nonsense. I bluffed 7-2 off.
You should be applauding the good play, you know?
It was stunning play.
It's very, very well. When you watch this back, I'm sure that Yoni will realise that she played extremely well. She did have the best hand, of course.
She was ahead.
I mean, we were all shocked in here, the way she played that.
But that board could so easily counterfeit her. They would.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, Yoni has the 2 overs there as well, so he's not in the worst of shape after the flop. But
no, but
gambling on 2 cards and paint coming is a big deal, you know?
Absolutely. That was very well played. Moves her back out of the danger zone. Back
Well, the
near
good news
top.
is Yoni just doubled up off her. Now she's got some of it back.
Yeah, she took some back there. Took a big chunk of it back.
Well done, Yoni. He just said nice hand. Good man. That's what we like to see.
That's
Sportsmanship.
the correct move, the etiquette. And it's not like we've been hard on the youngster.
No,
because
no,
we've
no, he's
said it
played
would
well.
He's played well. Just the etiquette has been a little out of line at times.
Well, that's you know.
And you and I are sticklers for that, Gaz.
Yeah, we've all been there as well, of course.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I was old when I started playing the game, so not so much.
Yeah, I have.
I already learned my manners.
I got a slap once for slow rolling somebody. I didn't even know what a slow roll was. Then I got big. Nobody ever slapped me. Okay, buzzer with the jacks here.
Okay, ready?
Badly enjoyed that comment.
Was it?
The chuckle came from the
You
back.
know what they say, the big guys never have to fight, it's the small ones.
525.
That's why they're so aggressive always there.
Yeah,
The-
but I mean, Bozo, look at him, look, he'd take you on. 525 the raise. First card's David seen for a while.
You and I again, Bo.
It's always into to Alvin's big blind. That's what he's saying. It's you and me again, bro.
Oh, watch it, Bo.
He liked the queen. Not gonna like the 4.
This is the decider.
Yeah, he's shock and horror as he saw the 4. Alvin is such a character. Look at that. He says, I like the queen, I hated the 4.
I saw the queen first.
And Vigendas has slipped down there. 9 bigs now, Gaz. 10 bigs for Alvin, 14 for Yoni, 15 for Johan.
Yeah, they're all heading south, you know. This next level is going to cripple them as well.
I think the next level is going to be the decisive one, Gaz.
Just under 20 minutes to run.
And that is the last level, the next one for the night.
Yep, it is. And to use David's words, not mine, if they haven't done a deal or somebody has won, then we're coming back tomorrow.
Believe me, I'd rather just forfeit the 100 than go to the cameras at this point.
No, but that was big blind.
Yes, but it does matter.
Which button is that? I'm not sure.
Tier 2. Tier 2. Blues. Yeah.
Oh, you sure?
100% sure.
I'm sure. I took it. Yeah, I put it on top of there.
So Yoni under the gun, king 7 off. Big fold, Vigendas, and the hijack, queen 10.
That's a reasonable hand to get some chips in the middle. Maybe not all of them.
Yeah, he's just thinking it's just one space too early for him. One on the button. No, he's
5-4 suited.
in the cut. 9-8 from the button in the muck.
Delicious. Let's find the card. Ah, Bo.
He likes the queen. Found that first again. I'm gonna look at the second one.
Walk.
That's my.
Oh,
The other one is a
I
7.
won't show you.
Hey?
What do you think about rising? You do get it through, I'm not gonna
Is te ver om te gaan.
Those are 5 million, guys.
Nice.
25 bigs.
Must be lekker.
The only one with 20 bigs. Nolene just under 18 bigs.
Okay, big blind. 2-2.
Saul Moss, Jesse Berman giving a lot of support to Yoni. His home brothers play home games with him.
I think Nolene's folded, yes, she has. Alvin folds.
Those on the small blind. Jack 4 off. I'm going to give a walk to Yoni. You had Jack 5.
I rip that in your face so often.
So often.
Take a walk.
Take a walk with Jack 5 off. I'm most assuredly you would.
Absolutely.
Jack
And I'll 3-bet you with it if you like.
Jack 4.
I Jack 5 and you don't.
There ain't no 3-betting at these stack sizes.
Those are spot on, yeah.
Bo's 100% right. Once you've raised here, there's no 3-bet that's making you fold. If you've raised, you've committed virtually now, where the blind levels are. There comes a time, whether it's use those push-fold charts, shove or fold, when the blinds get to this.
They do, yeah.
Because you're going to raise half your stack and you get 3-bet or get jammed over, then you get left with a tough
There's
decision.
a nice little app that you can get on the phone called Snapshove, which is a training app for that. To help you get taught the old charts.
Yeah, those push fold charts, the old ones that I saw originally were printed out on format. They're much better ones nowadays. And their apps and things, as you rightly
Alvin raised. David folded twos.
Bing and Dust 9-5. That'll go in the muck. So the button moves. Nolin is under the gun player. Bing and Dust down to 7 bigs now, guys.
Danger zone. Okay, so Nolin will be our under the gun player, bottom left of picture. Nice, he's jumped up to the top right of our picture.
She's fast, says Brad.
Who's messing around my camera, he's going to get a smack on the head.
Because he's been the newbie, he hasn't had one of those yet, Gary. You normally give them left, right and centre to the tech teams.
Yeah, prepping him.
Prepping him. Ace 5 of diamonds to Alvin, folding from early. Jack 10 on the button, in the cutoff for Boza. He's going to fold on the button now. He only gets rid of 5-3, so it's blind on blind. 5-6 suited.
I'm raising all day.
I'm putting it in because he's only got 7 bigs.
Yep, money in. You're right. Take your chances.
7 bigs, blind on blind. I'm ripping that in there.
And he'll be live.
Just calls.
Check.
You're on checks.
Yeah, if he'd ripped it in, he took it down, and he's not risking someone spiking a 4 or an 8 here.
Yeah, and he gets 500k. Bang. So he's hit the 6, but there's a gut shot for Johan.
Any 5, any 8, basically, isn't it?
Puts the big bet in.
Red 7-5.
Implied odds.
Made the call.
I'll have some of that, he says.
So he's got 5 outs. One of the 5s was folded. The 5 or an 8. Queen is no help.
If he can dash checks here, it gives Johan an opening.
Yeah, then you'll rip that 7, guys. He will rip that 7 because he called on the flop. And what is he calling with on the flop? Draws, obviously. 7. So big and dust.
You could also give him all the queens, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because he's in the blind. There we go, told you. He checked all in. Gave him the betting lead, exactly what he was hoping for, Johan. He can rep the 7, he can rep the queen. I mean, if you're vegan dust, can you call there with a 5?
With a 6, yeah.
Sorry, a 6.
Folds.
Great play. Well played, Johan.
Very well played, Johan.
Johan, die man geblaf of die 7 gaat.
Well, Alvin's obviously got his number. He
Yeah,
bluffed him
Alvin's
with
got
7
his
eyes.
number.
It was actually 8 eye.
He said, did you bluff him or did you have the 7? That's what he said in Afrikaans. Did you bluff him or did you have the 7? And Johan was not answering.
He actually had 8 eye.
But it was well played. And that came about
because Vegan has checked it back.
He checked it back, but the pre-flop, if he just jammed it in, took it down.
And a half decent. 100%.
Vegan Dust must be deep in the old danger zone now.
Yeah, he's very much in that danger zone now, guys, because he had few big blinds to start off in that hand, and he played a whole lot
I
more.
saw you were looking,
I had a decent hand.
and then you got scared.
No, I thought no one's going to believe me and just we're going to get it in, you know? Didn't want to flip. Wasn't a good flop or turn for me.
Oh, pocket kings for Bozo. No hijack.
Appreciate it. It's only 100,
Kevin
Johan.
Khalil Memorial, as
It's only 100.
Bradley rightly says in the background. $500k in the pot. Let's see what sizing Bozo uses.
Okay, right? 475.
Just on the pot. Danny Jack 8 suited. That's in the muck. Vigendas. 9-6 quick fold. On the graph.
And you also just
What can you find there?
Check hulle mooi, check hulle mooi. Gooi hulle weg.
Now leaves a quick
It would have been
folder.
tough for me to fold
Jack
if
6
you
off.
went all in,
Chose
Would've
the
been
pocket
such a
king.
tough fold out. I'm not that tight, John.
almost thought I had two queens there.
I'm not that tight, John. I thought definitely you or Yoni.
See, Vigendas 5
Yoni
bigs now,
looked like
guys.
that was a spot.
Yeah, he's deep down now.
That would have been
He's in
pretty
trouble.
far open to
Where's the button? Just past him, so he's got a couple of free looks, but not a lot.
And then,
cracked
yeah,
king
we 6
to
max,
queens
so
to get it, to get the stack.
Then doing a gut shot, you would not be here.
No, well, it went in free.
No, of course, of course.
It went in free. Up came Ace King 10 against Paul, and then turn Jack. Sleep. Sleep.
So Dave's a
He was happy.
10-4 will be
I wasn't so happy.
away here.
He was one of the least happiest people I've seen in a while.
Nah, let's see.
Why is it
Jack 8 again
Yeah,
for
he
Yoni.
made some great plays.
He doesn't like it any more than you did last hand. Vegan Dust with the suited offsuit King 2.
Call, check raise.
and he's just limping in with the ace 8 here. Alvin King 9 suited, he could raise here.
Okay, flop.
No, he's just electing to see a flop.
Interesting.
Z second pair. Checks.
Turn.
One check, check. Another queen. She must think we're 8's good now. Check. 5. No good to that. No need to puts in a small bet now.
25 this line.
250.
Mooi.
Well
Too
done.
long 'cause
At least you better 8.
yeah, he said, did you hit your 5 on the river? Tells her nice.
Well done.
Welcome to my world.
Johan, welcome to my world. No lean taking your chips. Oh, Johan has been full value tonight, I guess.
Yeah, and he hasn't even had a dop, you know.
No,
which
that's
is
what I'm
even
saying.
better.
He's been full value. The dry sense of humour has been there with Alvin, the two of them. Yuri, when he was there as well, extremely entertaining. They did keep us well entertained on this table. One thing is for sure, she has gained the respect of some of the better players at the table, Gary.
I think so. I think she's a bit unorthodox, but certainly been fighting with the best of them this evening. So Yoni's got pocket 6s here.
From under the gun.
You to act, eh? In case you didn't know. Just so by
You think Olvin wants him to get a move on?
Something like that, guys. He's got 2.9 million chips. 500,000 in the pot.
All in.
All in. Big and Dust Jack 9. Can't call an all in with that. Johan Queen 10 suited. Too many chips to call. Nolene Ace 10 suited.
She might think about taking this one. Probably a little bit too much.
Yeah, too much of chips, and also the problem is with Ace 10, are you facing a bigger Ace Jam?
Yep.
As you can see the sixes, she might take it.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's one of the sixes with David as well.
Yeah.
King follows you.
But those ace-10, ace-jacks, I always used to say they're raising hands, not calling hands in most situations.
Indeed.
It's just a generalization. I mean, obviously there are plays where you snap calling with it. But as a generalization.
I agree. Absolutely.
And it's 4 200. Raise up to 800.
So instant raise announced. 800,000, decisive. Alvin 6-4 on the button. Fold. Bozo fold. Ace 4 off. Yanni 9-3 off. Fold. We can't see no leads cards. Plus 500k.
First card I saw was an ace.
You and I both, then I saw a 3.
I saw a 4.
So you undercraft under the gun. And Vigandas with that very small stack is now putting 2 of those blinds in, Gary.
Yep. The greatest sin in poker is to be blinded out.
Small blind 100.
You undercraft under the gun. Folder, no leans a folder. Alvin, 7-6 in the cutoff, into the muck. Oh, Bozo with the Kevin Kelly Memorial again. Picking up some hands now, Bozo.
Yeah, and now Yanni between them is going to think Bozo's going to pull a move here because he wants to get rid of Vigandas.
Yeah.
So if Yanni's got a half a hand here, he might get involved.
He might decide that this is
150.
his opportunity, doesn't have a hand. Let's have a look. Vigandas, I think that's going in the middle.
Oh, he goes with this, of course he does.
There we go. All in call. Kings versus the ace-9. Good luck to both gentlemen. Oh, king there, bang. Now, unless there's a straight draw on the... Oh, there it comes, the jack. No. No miracle for Vigandas. And he is eliminated in 6th place. Well played, sir. He comes to Bozo. Sends out congratulations. Bozo now 6 million, guys.
And Vigandas will take 21,000 for his trouble. Well done, Vigandas.
Well played.
Always supports the tours and whatever.
Five players left.
To disguise it when I was so short stack, let's be honest, right?
Okay, that's more.
Good, dealer's getting on with it.
Yanni's cards are taken away, he's not at the table. No lean folds.
200.
Can they unfold, man? Shall we? Can show him
I'm gonna try fold properly. Yeah, fold up.
Fold.
Well played properly.
sien jy daar so? Ek kan niks doen met daai.
It was, yeah, it was on Yanni.
Daar was 'n small blind.
Oh, that's more. Okay, that button.
Dis hoekom jy jou geld terugkry because
His own money back.
Maar dat was een low start geval.
He'll take it at this stage.
Yeah, I wasn't. His cards were marked because he wasn't in his seat.
It's 400,000 he gets back.
Well
Larry
played.
Redeem coming with a nice hand, Yanni. That must have been to the ace-king hand a little while ago.
Ace King V10s. Okay, we should be at the end of the level soon.
Here it is, and then we will have this one last level left with 5 players, Gary.
That's it.
Okay, next hand blinds will be 120 to 40.
The blinds will be 120 to 40 on the next level.
So you're going to put nearly $500,000 in just for your big blind ante and your big blind.
Can't be playing 100
Hectic.
bigs deeper. Not very.
So 5-handed.
120 to 40.
5-handed that's going to rip around quickly, Gary.
Yes, for sure.
Average is 50.
Raise up to 450.
So Johan making a move here, 5-4, and Nolin doesn't have anything to fight back with. 6 deuce suited.
Go.
Makes a call.
Snap call.
Okay, flop.
And Johan now sitting with 5 eyes, not loving that so much anymore. The ace there that he can rep. He's got a gut shot. He needs her 6. He bets that she's got nothing to call with.
Fold.
Yeah. Good play by Johan. All that experience.
Sure. Over in small stack here with the 10 bigs.
10, 14, 17 bigs at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean that'll change though because we're going to change the blind levels.
Yeah. So that's going to change drastically.
Yep.
Because they bite now.
Oh,
They bite hard. They've been biting for a while, but they bite hard.
40
For
short.
sure.
They're up. Thank you.
I don't know how am I going to do 40, man. Or are you going to do changing?
That's a
Dave,
very good point to
Dave,
this, mate.
Dave,
We need 5 Ks for 240
the blinds.
Oh, wow.
We need 5 Ks in play.
They took all the 10k chips and all the 5k chips out, and they are required to make the blinds in that in this level.
That'll slow the game down.
They're going to bring some change on.
Tomorrow, or what's the story? Because if you're coming back,
Just last spel, I'll be for that.
okay.
You can put 150. You can do a change, okay?
Put 150. That's good.
Well
on the
done,
dealer.
Mr. Dealer.
So not letting the game slow down. $240.
Oh, you took the 5s away too early. I thought it's also going 153 on it. Okay, and who's it to X? Who's to X?
Ace 5 here in the cutoff. 3 people to get through.
I'm trying to think, what do I need to do? 40?
40, yeah. You can mix it with the pinkies.
All in.
Okay, all in.
All in. 1 queen jack. Gonna fold. Lean 6-5 folds round to Alvin. Mr. Brooks has yet to look. He's just sorting out his blinds and antes.
He's all in.
Yeah, and I'm just getting the thingies right. It's supposed to be 240, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was hoping for another one, but I folded.
Fold.
Right, so the change is all sorted out. 6 bigs for Alvin now, Gary.
Yes, he's in the old, you know where he is?
In the, what was it again, Gary?
Danger zone.
Yoni under the gun now, ace king. Just went all in with ace 5, so how's he going to play the ace king now?
I think he's just raise it up.
Raise.
Min kicks 480.
480.
Quick folds from Johan and Nolene. Alvin got nothing to fight with. Just Boza in the big.
Pocket fours.
Pocket fours.
So 240 more, eh?
Yeah, 240 more.
Boza's going to see a flop.
Go. Check.
Pocket pair versus the two big cards. A big flop for the ace king there. What Buzz is doing is actually studying Yoni's look on that flop. One check. We didn't see Buzzer check. 2 doesn't change anything. Buzzer's going to check again. Yoni's trying to extract something, yeah. Checking for deception there. Buzzer won't be fooled by that.
No.
Gonna bet now. $1.3 million in the pot.
Up to 500,000.
That's 500.